know the gang got. I know the gang got me. I know the gang got. I know the gang got me. I know the hood got. 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 I know the bricks got. I know the bricks got. Tyson in the shit. The whole shit got. Everybody listen. I'm too real for this shit. I'm too quick. I've been going John Dick. Y'all be getting John Dick. It's getting too hot. I'm too rich for Michigan. I'm too rich for Michigan. I know the gang got me. I know the gang got me. I know the gang got me. I know the hood got. I know the hood got me. I know the hood got. I know the hood got me. I know the gang got. I know the gang got me. I know the gang got. I know the gang got me. I know the hood got. I know the hood got me. I know the hood got. I know the hood got me.
今日はですね、このデザートイームル、これをですね、ちょっと回してみたいと思います。もちろん、弾は入っていません。安全状態です。このでかくて重い銃を回せるのか、回せるんです。こんな感じでね、前回し、手前回し、そして、よいしょ肩越し投げ。こういうのもね、同じようにできます。さすがにね、10秒後の席で水平スインはなかなか難しいです。まあ、こうやって回せますけれども、やらないようにしましょう。デザートイーグルは回すものじゃないんでね。
Oh, yeah, baby. All I do is kill. All I do is drill. All I do is fuck. I just signed a deal. Shitting out some racks. Twist that sack. Drain my balls. All over her back. Big chopper. With the monkey nuts. Hollow tip Ruger. Aimed at his nuts. I kill for my cousins. I just shit on him and I ain't even white. Had him open wide. Grab a leaf reality. I was at Nordstrom. I was at Neiman. I was at Bloomies. All I do is kill. All I do is drill. All I do is fuck. I just signed a deal. Shitting out some racks. Twist that sack. Drain my balls. All over her back. Big chopper. With the monkey nuts. Hollow tip Ruger. Aimed at his nuts. I kill for my cousins. I kill for my cousins. I kill for my cousins.
Oh, amazing. Amazing. That was Twin Diesel and White Shooter.
All I do is drill.
Shout out to Plump Records. Fucking amazing music.
Shitting out some racks.
Amazing music. Amazing music. Yo, my name is Kem Regic. This is Tear Your Hair Out, a show where I apparently torture myself with the silly, silly words of a silly, silly man named Gary from Fort Worth Crosstalk. We're just gonna get right the fuck into it because honestly, this guy just doesn't need an introduction. We watched the Atheism is Stupid, the Scientific Impossibilities of Atheism Part 1 video. We're going to watch Part 2 now, and you're more than welcome to place bets on whether or not he's just going to repeat himself for 40 minutes. We're going to see, and if we're still feeling it, I will we'll watch some more Gary. I don't know how long we're going to go. We're going to go as long as I feel like, because honestly, I had shit that I was going to do today, and now my plans are canceled, so I'm not doing anything today. Let's fucking run it. Let's fucking run it. Noble Pursuits. Thank you for being in the fucking chat. A solid 5 minutes before I was supposed to go live. Appreciate you, homie. Let's get into it. Oh my goodness.
There we
It
go.
was
You
weird.
muted yourself for a second.
Immediately
I'm
running
back
into
with
tech
Rob,
issues. Tech issues,
and we're
man.
going to discuss
Amazing.
the scientific impossibilities of atheism. And of course, atheism is the religious belief that there was nothing. And then
No, we're already starting on the wrong foot. This is not. Nobody believes
for
this.
no reason, the nothingness exploded. And
No, it's not an explosion. It's just a rapid expansion. Nobody thinks of the Big Bang as an explosion except you, because you're uneducated.
caused everything. And then
Glass houses. Okay, listen, bro. Okay, you and me. Oh shit. You and me. We're gonna have some fucking words. Okay, there are no tech issues on this stream. I am just dumb. Okay. Any tech issues, any apparent or seeming tech issues can be interpreted as me just being stupid. Okay. Because I am big stupid. But just to double check, no, everything is working fine.
it created dinosaurs, and then asteroids killed the dinosaurs,
No.
and then they came back, and from the pond, from pond scum comes you for no reason at all.
Oh my god.
It really is that stupid.
It's such a ridiculous little religion. Like I've heard like there's a religion that thinks like the world, the universe is, or the earth at least, is on the back of a turtle, and the turtle.
I fucking resent the fact that he keeps using this as an example as if this means anything. Yeah, I think they've got to be like American Indians or something that they believe this. And so what? It is just as plausible as what you believe, Gary. There's nothing new under the sun.
Is walking around. That's less stupid than atheism. It really is. It's less stupid than atheism.
I've got some traditional Mexican
have you
herbal
heard of,
remedies in my
David Wood?
pipa here. So Terry Pratchett.
I think so. The name sounds familiar.
Anyways, he's the one that actually led Nabil Qureshi. I don't know if you've ever heard of Nabil.
Oh my god.
Nabil was a former Muslim. But anyways, David said, when he was an atheist, he's a Christian apologist now. But he said, you told me that a brick.
By the way, they're talking about Darwin to Jesus on Twitter. Someone who has moderated debates for Rob in the past, and I think he has distanced himself from Rob due to the sexual harassment allegations that are currently flying around.
Wall aligned itself and smacked you in the mouth, but then I believe that life could come from an intelligence. And he said a single cell organism is infinitely more complex than like this brick's behind me.
I would contest that. Most amoeba aren't very impressive. Most bacteria aren't impressive. No. No, Rob has been sexually harassing married Christian women and flirting with minors.
Single cell organism.
He's on that Drake workout plan, bro.
Aligning itself.
He's got that Drake.
Think about that though. The proteins in a single cell organism are more complex than this brick wall behind me.
Right, and no one would think that brick wall is the result of randomness, right?
Yeah, and that's why I said like I'd smack you in the mouth if you said a brick wall just aligned itself. But yet I believe that life can come without intelligence. Like he sees the stupidity. Like that's the thing I could never understand about. Like we've talked about before.
Shout out to microbiologists, bro.
We lived as though God didn't exist when we all went away and did our own thing with sexual sin, but neither of us ever believed that God didn't exist.
No, that would be too stupid. That would be too stupid, right? And I can't.
It's not that we believe your God doesn't exist, Rob. It's not that we believe your God doesn't exist. It's just we don't believe you. We don't believe you when you tell us that your God exists. There's a difference.
Even though I went,
you would do well to learn that difference.
Well into my sin, I couldn't go all the way retarded. I couldn't go all the way. I had to,
This just in, folks. Gary from Fort Worth Crosstalk has never gone all the way.
Bring it back a little bit.
Yeah, to reality. But we talked about this, and this is why atheists love porno. X-Men movies and video games because it's just a complete release from reality, and obviously they can't deal with reality.
No, I mean that's why I said I was watching something with Aaron Raw last night for whatever reason on his YouTube channel.
Oh, here we go. Aaron bashing. We're going back to the Aaron bashing.
Real scholar right there.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
He said shit.
Dude, real. What is this guy? What is it with this guy in the X-Men, bro? Like, there are such better superheroes out there than the fucking X-Men. I don't understand. Like, they're just, even if you want to be like classic about it, Superman, Batman, like these are just infinitely better characters than most of the X-Men. Wolverine is cool. Magneto is cool. Deadpool is cool. Professor X, maybe when he's not being weird about it, about things. Storm, very cool. But most of the X-Men are just like lame, dude. And they're not really all that famous. I don't know why he keeps using them as an example.
He said, someone on my YouTube channel said I have a top IQ of 100 of 80. I'm like, you own that projection, man.
Yeah.
Accusations
are confessions, sir. Yeah.
Exactly. So basically, what I put it on my Twitter feed earlier today, and I said I challenge any atheist, just defend atheism, or even I said make a YouTube video and
here's my defense of atheism. I don't believe you.
My challenge is defend
atheism. Defend it. I don't believe you.
Nothing. Just defend atheism.
Christ.
No one's done it because they can't.
It's an indefensible, silly little position, which is why the entire religious movement is built around making memes that make no sense, right? Like,
exactly.
It's the height of absurdity, right? And like, then these people want to be taken seriously.
Yeah, that's just
right?
They shouldn't be.
No. See, you've got the dichotomy backwards. We are in the majority. Right? People who don't say stupid shit and who don't deny things like biology and geology and archaeology. People who don't have a problem with those fields of study. We are in the majority, right? You don't have to be an atheist to know that the Earth is, what did we say it was in the other show? 4.5 billion years old, right? That the universe is about 14 billion years old. Right? That the Jews did not come out of Israel. You don't have to be an atheist to acknowledge these things. Plenty of religious people acknowledge these things, right? You are in the 1% of weirdo religious people who have to deny all of science in order to impose your religious doctrine on others, right? So you've got the dichotomy, this dynamic backwards, homie. You are the one proposing an alternative to reality, not us. We observe reality as it is. You have to accommodate reality to your belief system. That is the difference. Yeah, exactly. This is a fantastic point. You don't need to be an atheist to like the X-Men. You don't have to be an atheist to understand the nice literary message and themes of a superhero story. Like, being an atheist does not like magically grant you the ability to enjoy superhero movies. Plenty of religious people enjoy superhero movies and shows. There's nothing wrong with it. This is just like a fantastically ridiculous thing to say.
When you talk to
Phantom, what's up, brother?
Yeah, they don't know anything, obviously.
What's good?
You remember I copied and pasted you what that one guy sent. You said, "Who said this?"
No, I know the Bible better than you do. No, you don't. I've read the Bible.
We know more about the Bible than you do. You might know passages right by heart because you have like etched them with a fucking hammer and chisel into your stone cold heart. But we certainly have a better understanding of the Bible and the biblical story and the biblical history surrounding those stories. Like, we understand. Right. I mean, that's all this is. They just X, Y. Oh, definitely Y. Like, there's no, like, they're not challenging each other. They're not proposing new things to each other. They're not teaching each other anything. They're just fucking circle jerking around it. When I had Jazz on here, who is in the chat, yo, what's up? When I had Peter on here, right? Even when I talk to Rob, like it's about a learning experience. I'm not gonna invite you on just so that we can like agree with each other the whole time. It's super boring.
Every day, an hour plus a day. Early in my faith, I read it 3-4 hours a day. You know, I've been a Christian now. How old am I? I'm 40. So I've been a Christian now for 14 years. So I've read the Bible for an hour plus per day, every day for 14.
You know, you're the midwit that's picking on the low end of the IQ bell curve, the side that honestly believes that God is a big sky daddy and gets very angry when you sin because Noble, none of that made sense. I'm so sorry.
Years.
Are you accusing me of being a midwit? Are you being funny? Are you being ironic? I have no idea. Low hanging fruit. Yeah, okay. Yes, but also no. It's super important. And I said this to Peter, at least I've said it to him privately, definitely, and I've said it to Phantom. It is important. Yeah, dude, honestly, it is important to speak to these people the most, right? These are the people that are most affected by the dangers that we talk about when we talk about religion, right? Falling into this chasm is catastrophic for people. Rob and Gary, I don't know a whole lot about Gary, but I know a lot about Rob. This has been like catastrophic for his life, right? He is not able to get out of this hole, and it is affecting his life. And as fellow human beings, we should be concerned about helping them. This is a serious problem, right? And being able to listen, dude, if you can stand in front of Rob and not be overwhelmed by the dancing around in circles that he does constantly. And if you go through the backlog, I have successfully pinned Rob down on several things. If you can do that with Rob, you can do it with anyone. Okay? This is great practice. It's not low-hanging fruit. These are the kinds of guys that we need to be talking to. Not the $1 million pastors, not the million sub YouTubes. Man, you don't know the deep lore. God damn it. Suffice it to say that Rob is not in a good place in his personal life. I'm not going to air out his dirty laundry right now, other than the shit that he's publicly been accused of. I'm not airing out his dirty laundry. Because that's honestly not my place. As much as I don't like Rob, and I think he should definitely get in trouble for some of the stuff that he's done. I'm not going to sit here and like air out his dirty laundry. I think that's a step too far. He is in a bad spot in his personal life. Okay. Yeah, that's the other thing. I'll get to that in a minute. But he's in a bad spot in his personal life. And this thing that he's not doing. This thing that he's doing with the young earth creationism, right, is like affecting him in his real personal life. It has prevented him from like doing stuff, right? And again, I don't want to get like super into detail, but I think Rob needs help, and the help is going to come in the way of like breaking out of this weird cult that he's in. And it's guys like Gary, to be completely honest, that like reinforce this in the mind of the believer, because Gary presents himself as like a slightly higher authority on these matters than Rob. Despite the fact that he has like very little reach. I think like Twitter is his only method of outreach, and I've done a lot of digging in his Twitter, and he doesn't get a whole lot of attention. Other than the people who have been pushing back on him recently as a product of the Rob stuff. It's guys like Gary that can keep people like Rob hanging on for far longer than they would have normally, right? It's part of like, I don't know how else to explain it, right? The deeper you slide into the Sarlacc pit, the harder it is to get out. And Gary is like the sand that is slipping and moving from under you. The Pickle Guide to Rob's. That I'm not. Number one, I have no idea because I don't remember my quickie lore as much as I would like to. I'm not going to talk about this person on my stream. This person does not get any mentions. I'm probably going to break that rule at some point, but I'm actively choosing not to speak this person's name, Noble.
And like,
anyway, it's important to talk to these people.
You're an atheist. You have an atheist.
These are the people we should be talking to.
In your basement all day. Reading the Bible takes discipline, right? Like it's 66 books, over 30,000 verses. You didn't read that.
Gary makes a good point here. The Bible is fucking dense, but most of it doesn't really matter. Most of it isn't important, and Christians aren't going to talk to you about most of it. It's a good 80% of the book that is never relevant to anything that we do, right? Like the genealogy stuff. There's an entire section of the Bible that's just dedicated to listing people in order. No, it's not 100 or so books. It depends on what tradition you're a part of. The number of books that are included varies. So the Catholic, the Protestants, these guys have the least amount of books. These guys have 66 books. The Catholics add a couple of books. The Orthodox add a couple of more books. And then there's a couple of weird branches of there's a weird Ethiopian branch of Catholicism and another Orthodox branch that include a bunch of extra, like, even non-Latin stuff. Like they include Greek manuscripts from different time periods. They include stuff that's like way later in Christian tradition, right? Like new books. And by new in this case, I'm talking like in the Middle Ages. Some of this stuff dates to like 1100, right? Which is far outside what we would consider to be like quote unquote canonical to the time period, right? Because most of the books were written between the 1st century BCE and the 1st century CE. That's where most of the stuff was written. We have a couple of later editions in the later centuries. Oh yeah, the Mormons also add stuff, but the Mormons don't add books to the Bible. They have more texts, which is not necessarily what we're talking about here. The Mormons will add the Book of Mormon as a 3rd book in a trilogy, not as the second part of like, not as an additional book to the Bible, because they see Old Testament, New Testament, Book of Mormon, plus Pearl of Great Price and a bunch of other writings. But these guys are definitely running on the smallest version of the Bible that you will find that's like denomination dependent.
No, I mean that's why I laughed in the video. I was going to mention to you that Aaron Ross said that he said, I can't remember the context, but he said, lucky for us, atheists studied the Bible.
The Jehovah's Witnesses. Jehovah's Witnesses, also that's not how you spell Jehovah. Jehovah's Witnesses, yeah. Because they see the Watchtower Publishing Society as a dispensary of new revelation. But again, they're not adding books to the Bible. They're adding additional text to your reading list. Dude, all of Christianity is a doomsday cult.
More than Christians.
All of it is a doomsday cult. They just disagree on when the doomsday comes.
That's true. That's true. And I'm not knocking X-Men movies. I like some X-Men, but I'm not knocking it. I'm just saying their obsession with what's not real.
They're out of touch with the reality.
Yeah, Phantom. That's what we would call new light.
Where this atheist, I'm free from religion and Netflix, Pornhub, like.
But their religion controls their life, right? I mean.
All right.
I mean, think about
here we go.
I've said this. I've actually said this on my YouTube channel. If I truly believe that God didn't exist, I wouldn't be wasting my time like these idiots like Aaron Ra and Matt Dillahunty.
Dude, Gary just straight up ignoring this dude and checking his phone. That's insane. Wow, Rob, that is massive disrespect. You should be offended at that.
against Christianity for the rest of my life. I just go sleep around with women and fornicate for the rest. If I honestly believe that,
not even apologizing. I'd have apologized. I'd be like, "Oh shit, sorry, my phone's going off."
there was no God, I would just fornicate for the rest of my life.
What? What? Wait. What did you just say?
I wouldn't be wasting my time like these idiots like R and Ron, Matt Dillahunty, making just railing against Christianity for the rest of my life. I just go sleep around with women and fornicate for the rest. If I honestly believe that there was no God, I would just fornicate for the rest of my life.
What? Dude, what a wild admission. What an out-of-pocket thing to say. If I become an atheist, I'm just going to... I think Rob is just a sex pest. Honestly, I just think he's a sex pest. That is an insane statement. If I believed there was no God, I would just fornicate all the time. And of course, what that means to him is I'm just going to go sleep around and have sex with as many people as physically possible. What the fuck? Rob, are you okay? Holy shit. What does he think that we do all day? Hold on. Like, yeah, this whole thing, like, God is the only thing that keeps you moral, homie? That's concerning. Right? Like, holy shit. Which is why my angle is always, you don't need a book to be moral, right? Morals come from you. Yeah, this is like, I feel like we should make an analogy. I want to construct an analogy here. And I said it to Peter and he thinks it's dumb, but I think it's cool. The bowl, right? You put your Christian water in, or your Muslim water in, or your Buddhist water in, right? And I just don't have any water in my bowl. Yeah. I just don't have water in the bowl, man. That's not a difficult concept to understand. None of you have convinced me to put your water in my bowl. I'm still waiting to hear your answers. And there are plenty of people. The prisoners in Plato's cave. Who is them? Who is them? Hold on. Who is them? Atheists or hardcore theists? Noble, I need an answer from you right now. Type with your small British fingers. Rob and Gary. Okay. Yeah. I can kind of understand that. I wouldn't be so cruel, but
just like if there's no more.
It's such a ridiculous question. It's like saying, if my house had no foundation, if your house didn't have a foundation, it wouldn't stand, right? So like the whole conversation is ridiculous, right? It's like,
what do you mean the foundation? Well, I guess because they claim this sort of like fundamental nature of reality. Yeah, the parallel of the cave is a double-edged sword for real. It's great at explaining to your own side what the fuck you're doing. It's not super useful for convincing your opponents. It's a good parable. I just don't see it as particularly effective because they can just turn that around on you. Because you're making a truth claim, right? Or maybe even like an experiential claim as a theist. So I don't.
Well, that's but I'm just saying, like, if there was no God, I wouldn't waste my time like these idiots like R and Ron, Matt Dillahunty, like just preaching against Christianity and theism. I would just fornicate.
This is his only example. Why? What the fuck? Why does he keep coming back to this? Dude, Rob, what the fuck? I mean, okay, more power to you, I guess, but it seems like you have problems with women. Like, you can't, All prisoners in the cave. Some people need the shadows to stay moral. Some people don't. Some want to understand what is making the shadows. I don't know. Oh, there's my phone. Sorry. I don't know, man. Uh-oh, Peter's texting me. Peter, I'm live right now. I don't know. I think it's all a perspective issue. It's a perspective thing. It's a great example to like demonstrate the concept of perspective, maybe. At least I apologize. Oh my god! And I don't have anybody on. I'm apologizing to you guys.
Wouldn't be wrong because there's no such
That's
thing
hilarious.
as wrong anyways.
No. And there's the thing. There it is. Because they think that if there's no God, there is no right and wrong. What they don't understand is that God is just the way that they arrive at their opinions about morality, right? They have just aligned their moral compass to the direction prescribed by this book, right? In the book, there's a drawing of a moral compass. And you're like, oh, so let me move my moral compass in that direction, right? And some people get, closer than others. But that doesn't mean that the moral compass in your head doesn't exist just because you don't want to align it with this book, right? The moral compass still exists in your head. Do you have to find new justifications for things? Yes, absolutely. And that's part of the deconversion process, right? Is where we actually sit ourselves down and we say, I remember doing this several times over the course of my deconversion. Where I sat down and it's like, okay, well, if God isn't real, then how do I ground my morality? And I said, well, I should probably ground it on humanistic principles. If I care about other people, right? So my principles should be human-centered, right? They should be human-centric. They should be primarily concerned with other people. And so over the course of the years, as I refine this system more and more, and I don't want to say that like I reduce it, because that's not what it is, but I can like carve out the shape of my own moral compass with my own hand. It becomes more refined and more, detailed. You can do that too. You don't have to align yourself with this book, dude. Like, you get to decide what's right and wrong in your life. Yeah, I mean, it could be that easy, Phantom, honestly. It could be that easy. You could just say, I don't want to follow these rules. I don't want to follow those rules. I think this is dumb. Yeah. I mean, that's it's permissible. Yeah, that's the way. If you want to do it that way, go for it, right? I sat myself down, right, and I gave it some thought, but that's only because I had specific concerns about specific things, right? If your concerns are already addressed with how you live your life and not as much has to change for you, that's great. That's awesome, right? It means that you were further out of the cult, I guess, than other people, right? So it was easier for you. But this conception that we don't think about these things, number one, of course we think about these. Everybody thinks about these things. And that suddenly we just pretend like morality doesn't exist. It's ridiculous. Nobody does this.
I've always said this, but could you imagine?
Correction. Psychopaths do it. People who don't have any empathy do that. Most people are just empathetic by nature.
How broken you have to be to accept an atheist worldview.
And this is here. We start with the personal attacks. We start with the personal attacks. This is ridiculous.
At the Pride Parade, like, how broken are you that you want to have a parade where you celebrate that you like to sodomize your friend?
Okay, dude. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. This is not supposed to be a political channel. Gary, buddy, pal. Gay people, bi people, lesbian people, queer people have been persecuted in this country for the majority of the country's existence. Okay? Country's almost 250 years old. For the vast majority of that, they've been persecuted. If they want to have a fucking parade to celebrate the fact that they are no longer being persecuted and that they no longer have to fear stepping outside and participating in polite society without fearing you showing up and beating the shit out of them for no reason other than you don't like how they decided to live their lives, let them have the fucking parade. What the fuck is wrong with you? Is there a conversation that needs to be had about what these parades are and what is contained within the parades and the attitudes of the people at the parades? Maybe, depending on your point of view. This bullshit where you frame the entirety of the LGBT community as this like affront to common sense and morality and God is deranged and super unhelpful. It is just super unhelpful. You're painting a bunch of an incredibly diverse group of people with a single broad brush, and never in history, when that has been done, has it ended well. So let's not do that. Let's not insult an entire group of people who have done nothing to you. Who have done nothing to you, Gary.
Yeah. Like, how broken? You know what you're doing is disgusting.
No,
right?
no, like, it's disgusting to you. It's disgusting to you, Gary, personally. There is no objective standard for disgust. Let's not go down this road, Gary.
Like, well, that's the thing. Let's put the word homosexuality people. They're like, okay, stop. That's disgusting. I'm like, oh, I agree. We agree that it's disgusting. I mean, we agree on that, right? But like, their conscience eats them and convicts them that they want you to.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. It just straight up doesn't. You know how it feels to be bisexual? Feels like anything else. It's just I don't understand. I guess maybe because there is a portion of the LGBT community that has poorly maintained its PR. Oh my goodness, Peter is here. I will finish this point. This idea that we make our sexuality our personalities is it's not helpful. I understand why you think this, but this is not the case for the vast majority of people. Peter is here.
Hey, Cam.
What's up, my dude?
We're having a parade to get people sodomized.
Yes, we're having a sodomy parade, Peter. At least according to Gary, we are. Oh my god. Oh my goodness.
I mean, I do feel for these two, because how hard must it be? One of them is living in the American South, the other one in Canada, and they have to mail this one brain cell between them every week in order to make live videos. It's just sad.
3 to 5 business days, Peter. 3 to 5 business days.
Oh man!
Let us continue.
I've heard actually.
Well, just one thing. So, should we point out? So not all gay people engage in anal sex. So that's one. So
yeah,
a lot of the lesbians don't.
Well, yeah, for obvious reasons.
A lot of the gay men don't either. Do you know who engage in sodomy most? According to Pornhub, it's white males from the American South. Straight males.
Interesting. Pornhub coming back at it again with the strangely accurate statistical data.
I like Ray Comfort. I mean, I don't agree with him on
of course you like Ray Comfort.
Yeah, but anyways, he said actually the word conscience comes from the Latin. It means con, means with, science, knowledge, with knowledge. So It's another way of saying
So
you do something.
if you're hold on.
You're doing it
If that's the case, then a con man is with men. I didn't know that.
Okay. Oh my god.
knowledge. And the thing is, I saw this brilliant video where this guy says what the reason that atheists actually attack Christianity can actually just for kicks. I went to my YouTube channel and I noted what I did is your YouTube channel says how many views it has, right? And then I went through all of the views of the ones that I have just with the title atheist in it. Now, the titles with atheist in it make up about 65% of my YouTube channel views, but 12% of the content.
Yeah, Rob, because you upload just inordinate amounts of video of you air drumming and doing MMA fake kickboxing.
In all fairness, we kind of screwed up his live streaming because who's gonna go on his live stream now? I mean, I don't know. I don't know about you, but I've been letting people know about certain things.
I just refuse. I'm never getting on his channel again with the one exception of the debate. And that is it. I'm never going on his channel again. He's never coming on my channel again. It's just not happening. I will review his content. I will laugh at him publicly. I will listen to get him on. He's not going to have airtime here.
I will listen to him and watch his Twitter account. When he's talking to someone, I will send him some screenshots, and that might do the trick.
Yeah, and also yes, the nose picking. Yeah, that's another thing. Yeah, because the majority of your videos, Rob, do not end up in the algorithm. Because it's just you doing stupid shit on camera. And nobody's
if there's camera.
Yeah, if there's camera.
There are several live streams that have no sound and no video. It's just black silence.
So YouTube is not going to promote that. But of course, you put atheism into your keywords, and that's going to trigger the algorithm a little bit. That's how I found you, right? Because YouTube knows that I watch a lot of content having to do with religion and religious people. So that's just because you're clickbaiting, you fucking weirdo.
So that's a little indicative of, but
it's not indicative of anything except the fact that you make garbage content most of the time, all of the time.
They can't help it, yeah.
And but the guy I was talking about before we get into the scientific.
Why does he touch his nose so often?
He talked about atheists basically buy. They feel what's it called? They said they buy. Good. What he calls good person credit, which isn't good person credit, but it's just basically lying to themselves so they can feel good about the crap they do to dogpile on Christians.
What?
And then they buy these what he calls shitcoin because they're not good for anything. And
are you listening to yourself talk?
We're telling
ever, Robbie?
The thing is, even if we don't, it's like.
I don't understand. What is he saying? What is he saying that we're buying?
He's describing what these two are doing right now, and then saying that this is what atheists do. Go into an echo chamber and just talk trash on people because Robbie has everyone blocked who goes against him, and Gary won't respond to people who call him out on his the droppings of the animals behind him. So I don't know. He went silent with me. I just said
neither of these two have blocked me. Rob recently unblocked me and refollowed me.
He has to because you're the only one who's going to debate him so far. So
he's done it so he can tag me. I presume.
No, this is his validation. This is because now he's this big star, right? Who's debating atheists. So
debating is a strong word. Debating is a strong word.
On an academic level, and he's going to teach people.
Academic is a strong word. I am
Yeah.
a fucking dumbass, and I have said this publicly, and I will say this publicly in a debate. Again, I am a double dropout layman with nothing but curiosity and an internet connection. Okay, normal people can combat this. That you don't have to be a field expert in anything. You just have to be curious enough to look for the information and learn about it.
Yeah. Not too hard to Google stuff.
Yeah, Google is your best friend, bro. You can find basically anything you need to learn on Google. That is the one thing I will give it to you. Google and education and news headlines are like the two best uses of Google, because that's half of what you will get. I don't know about like correct news coverage, but do you want news coverage of an event? You're gonna get it. Do you want to learn about shit? Google will put it in front of you. Okay, Google's great at that. Oh my god,
conscience will tell you that what you're doing is wrong. Like if you lie, your conscience will inform you that you're doing wrong.
Right.
Anytime, and that's what God wrote His moral law in your heart with your conscience, so that when you violate His moral law, your conscience accuses you.
Demonstrate how this is possible. Demonstrate how He did that. Show me how He did it. Show me. Demonstrate it. Show me where on your heart His law is written.
Yeah, it accuses you when you do wrong, and it excuses you when you do
right.
right.
I was thinking about this too. Like, you know,
look at this, dude. What is dude?
Look at me, I got a new t-shirt. Look at me. I got a new t-shirt.
Imagine him walking around on the street, like unironically wearing this, bro.
Once
like,
before I got back,
you're announcing that you're in a cult.
And
a free t-shirt you get at Home Depot because it's got nails on them.
Actually, the stats on the internet say that 91% of men and that's about 60% of women watch porn.
And
which is
but
that's staggering. Yeah.
And
anyway, so who cares? That means it's normal. That means it's a normal thing that people do. Yeah. Why do you care? Why does this what?
Who gets hurt?
Yeah, the production of pornography affects everyone in the process. Porn is not a nice industry right now, but that's only because it's very stigmatized. And I discussed this when we were talking about the last live stream I did, where we watched one of Gary's videos about Andrew Tate, because he hates Andrew Tate. But from the right. He hates Andrew Tate from the right. Not because he's a misogynist, but because he doesn't follow the Bible's commandments. He thinks, Gary unironically thinks that that Andrew Tate's worst crime, like the worst thing that he does, is peddle porn. That is his like criminal crime. What is it? Cardinal sin, bro. Like, is that he peddles porn, and not that he's like a sex trafficker and that he kidnaps people. Like, what the fuck? Yes, the end product you're producing is bad. Okay, let's talk about how you produce it. Let's talk about this criminal enterprise that you have going up. And no, Gary only cares about the porn, and it's fucking weird. Yeah, listen, dude, like there is a healthy way to consume pornography. It's perfectly fine. There's nothing weird or strange or unusual.
It's not a drug either. So here's the thing. This is my personal hypothesis.
We're entering the opinion zone.
Yes. So if you stigmatize things, if you prevent people from doing things, then it can become an addiction, because then it's going to feel bad if you do it, and so it's becoming an addiction.
I agree. The shame cycle is real.
Yes. And so there's a difference between what most Americans would call a porn addiction and an actual porn addiction. Because that's
I'm not convinced that porn addiction is a real thing.
It is.
I'm fairly sure that people become like emotionally dependent on it in the same way that you might become emotionally dependent on Minecraft or Diet Coke. But addiction is a very strong word, and it should be reserved for things that have like physiological effects on the body, like heroin.
I can tell you it is, but it's not as widespread as these two dimwits want you to know. Because what they call a porn addiction is people who watch porn on a regular basis. That's not an addiction.
That's not an addiction. Yeah, it has to like physically disrupt your life, dude.
Yeah, I mean, if your whole life revolves around football, it's not an addiction. It's a hobby. Same thing with porn. You can watch porn and just enjoy watching porn.
The DSM is gambling, according to Phantom. Citation would be appreciated if you can link in the chat. If there's like, I know that it's like available online. If you could do me that favor. But yeah. I guess I think addiction is a strong word, but I agree essentially with what you say, Peter. That like
so I want to emphasize. He also said it's not that shame causes addiction. No, it doesn't cause addiction. But if you live in an environment that condemns watching porn, they will call you an addict. Without you being an actual addict, you just enjoy watching porn. That's the difference.
To make an additional point on that, growing up in an environment where pornography is stigmatized causes you to develop an uncomfortable or unhealthy relationship with pornography when you finally do encounter it. Like it makes it really difficult to like unlearn the stigma. The stigma affects the way that the industry works. It affects the way that consumers consume the product.
It also gives you an extra buzz because now you're doing something you're not supposed to do, which is exciting and gives you that extra buzz. So you're going to watch it more.
Yeah, that's what I mean. You develop an unhealthy relationship with it, right? I don't understand why. Well, I mean, I do understand, but it just doesn't make any sense why you would stigmatize something so fucking normal, right?
Yeah.
But the Bible has an erotic book in it. The Song of Solomon is like
it has
crazy.
It has fellatio in it. It has cunnilingus in it.
Yeah, like
all of it's in there.
And then there's so many passages in the Bible about like having kids and making a family and you know like living a good life. Exactly. Be fruitful and multiply, like arrows in a quiver, right? Like And there are some sects of Christianity that take this like super literally, the quiverful movement, right? The not catenate or what was the not the +8 guys, the Duggars. The Duggars are quiver.
Yeah, the Duggars.
Yeah.
And look where their son is right now.
Well,
he teamed up with the worst people in child pornography.
Oh, I'm bummed out now.
He had their material on his computer.
Oh, that's great. That's fantastic. All right. Changing subject.
4.5 out of 5 guys watch porn, which is really stereo. But anyways, where was he going with that? Need to come back. Oh yeah, it's like
talk too much about porn with Robbie, and he's in his mind. He gets these images of naked women dancing, and he loses his thoughts.
It's so telling that this is the thing that he like warns against, right?
Yeah.
That's okay, Phantom. We will save the fact checking for another stream. It's
a tell.
It's a huge tell, man. Like it's insane to me that this is the one thing that he's worried about above everything. Right? The source that came to me in a dream, Chad based. That is the only supernatural claim I will believe at face value is if your source is that it came to you in a dream. Automatically, you're correct. But yeah, like it's so weird that this is the thing that he's worried about, and then he talks about his experience with sin, right, or with like being apart from God, and he just couldn't handle the guilt He was guilted back into it, like the programming. He couldn't get it out of his brain after getting out of the, because he probably didn't have a support network. He probably didn't have anybody to rely on or to lean on during that time. So he spiraled and he fell back into the fucking cult, and now he definitely won't leave. You know? And so the only way to break him out of it is to like forcibly educate him via osmosis, via exposure to him. Or rather exposure to other people who are not in his cult. It concerns me that he has this like fucking sexually twisted worldview when it comes to like the rest of the world. Like the secular world to him is like deviant and twisted.
You know,
so
it's like if you're gonna watch a movie with someone,
normal people don't act like this, bro. What's wrong with you?
Feelings of guilt about that, because movie is a normal thing to do with a friend or even your spouse or whatever. But watching porn, it's like, it's wrong. And the reason that you, like I said, it's wrong is because you're going to do it in isolation with no one around for the most part.
Right. I was listening to this podcast.
What the fuck is this point? Porn is bad, and it's bad because you do it by yourself. Like, what? There's plenty of things that we do by ourselves. I play video games by myself. I contemplate life by myself. I go out into the woods and take walks by myself.
I've watched porn with friends, so I'm the weirdo now.
Oh, okay. All right. All right, Peter. All right, Peter. All right, Peter.
That's when I was growing up. I was a teen. What? Between 13 and 16.
Peter. All right, Peter. Okay.
That's what we did.
The argument from isolation. It's yeah, you shower by yourself. Showering is wrong. You can't shower anymore. God hates showering because you do it by yourself. The argument from isolation. I love this. This is Rob. Come on, I'm
not the only one. I'm not the only one. It's verified. I'm not the only one. Thank you, Noble.
Ah!
Thank you, Noble.
There's a girl
it's normal.
Fans, right? And the guy said, "How would you feel if your dad consumed your content?" Right? It's like this.
Consumed your contents? Excuse me? What do you mean your contents?
No, he was talking. He was talking about OnlyFans.
He said,
and then dad
plural.
Yeah, but that's because he can't talk. What he meant is that dad is watching the pictures and the videos on OnlyFans.
If my mom consumed my content, I'd be thrilled. Right? If my mom wanted to listen to my podcast, she showed an interest in my podcast, that'd be great. If your dad showed interest in your work, you'd be disgusted.
He'd be disgusted too.
He would be too, right? But like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
I mean, do you have any kids of your own, Kurt?
I have 3 kids, yeah.
Okay. Do you have a daughter?
I do.
Okay, and I'm sure you'd be probably pretty devastated if you found out that she was doing something.
Yeah, it's not.
Why is Rob? Why are you talking about his daughter doing OnlyFans?
If his daughter's on OnlyFans, would she call it Fort Worth Fuckyard? Sorry.
You should be. You should be. I know you're not, but you should be.
No.
We raised her in a Christian society. She's already given her life to Christ. It's not something that like.
Oh God! Oh no! Oh, don't say it like that. Don't say it like that. She's given her life to. Oh, it sounds so cool, dude. I have given my life to Nyarlathotep, the one true broken God, and I'm going to give my daughter's life to Nyarlathotep. You just change Jesus to anything else, and it sounds so fucking creepy.
His daughter gave her life to a virgin who's most likely.
If she's sealed by the Holy Spirit, she won't go down.
Like, is your son going to grow up and be a mass murderer? No. I've raised them properly. Like I don't. You know.
You don't need a book to do that. You don't need a book to do that. You don't need a book to do that.
All he needs is the right friends, and you'll go a long way.
Yeah.
Despite how you brought him up.
Halfway decent people in your life, and you'll be fine.
Yeah.
I'm concerned now that he's brought it up. I'm concerned that his children have been raised in an abusive household, because if he is teaching, if he is
sure they have
raising
been.
his children as the Bible commands, as Gary is often wont to do,
Has to be a reason why he's divorced, though, right?
I haven't gotten confirmation. He has mentioned at least once that he's married, but I heard from somebody, I will not disclose my source, that it is that he has been divorced.
Let's talk about that for a bit. He's married, and he's commenting on an awful lot of single women.
Yes.
Saying, well,
your likes
I'm a
are
happily
public,
married
Gary.
man.
Your likes are public.
Yeah.
We can see
it's
your
not
comments.
just the likes. It's straight up comments.
Yeah. Reposts, quote tweets.
If I wasn't a married man,
dude.
I
So
would.
weird. Yeah, just constant. Like, dude, practice what you preach. And I said this the other day when I was talking about Gary. This dude has not dedicated his life to Christ, bro. Go be a monk. Dedicate your fucking life, your entire life to Christ.
Mm-hmm.
Be a man. Don't be a pussy. But I guess he's the biggest pussy in Texas, so it's just never gonna happen.
In the word, they will not stray.
Well, that's what it says.
Yeah,
Train up a child when he was young, and when he was old, he will what? Not depart from it.
That's why I'm really not.
Get them while they're young, guys. Get them while they're young.
Concerned, right? Like he said, what if your daughter did it? My daughter's not going to do that.
How do you know?
My sons aren't going to watch that.
How do you know?
I'm not concerned about it. Like,
what happens when they leave your house? What happens when you're that confident?
That's what the Duggars thought. Meanwhile, the sons were doing it with the daughters. See? They didn't need to watch anything. They were actively doing it.
I
mean,
oh man, we just can't go there, Peter. We just can't go there.
Well, but this is so. I don't know. Have you watched Happy Shiny People?
I have not.
You should watch that.
What is it?
That's a series about the Duggars.
Oh, that would be interesting. I'm not even. Well, it's on Netflix. I might be breaking some laws there. I will definitely watch it. I can't stream it. I wouldn't be able to stream it.
Well, let me.
Is like live reacting to content fair use?
Well, you can't stream it.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Oh, it's
I can just watch it,
shiny. It's shiny happy
Netflix.
people.
Shiny happy people.
If you
on Netflix.
Yeah, if you want to watch it, I mean, I could mail it to you. I got all the episodes. So.
You mail it to me? What do you mean mail it to me? It's on Netflix, right?
Yeah, but if you wanted to have the episodes and want to watch it on your own time without going to Netflix, I mean,
what would you be mailing me? Like
4
DVDs?
episodes. It's just 4 episodes.
Like DVDs? You're mailing me DVDs?
No, just videos.
What do you mean just video? How are you mailing me the videos?
It's only 1.35 gigabytes.
Oh! Like sending me files.
Sending you the files.
I thought you said mail, and I was like, "You're gonna mail me DVDs?"
No, not physical, not snail mail.
Snail mail. I thought the first thing I heard was snail mail.
No.
I was like, dude, I was about to tell you, I don't have a DVD player. I don't have a VHS.
I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that to you. Imagine
disk drive.
Imagine the postman coming up and saying, "Cam, I got this. What's this, Cam? What are you gonna watch?"
Oh my god, oh my god.
Oh, so I a lot of people don't know this, but you can send up to 2 gigabytes in one email. So
okay, yeah. I mean, if I can't get it on Netflix, you said it's on Netflix, so I should be able to find it. I will definitely watch that. I will watch that tonight.
I think we should switch gears to the scientific part now.
Yeah, let's get into
so
that.
So this is anyway. So I was kind of interested, so what I did is this is the cosmological argument. Now, cosmological comes from the word the root words.
Okay, the cosmological arts. This is just Aquinas. This is just Aquinas. You're biting Catholics. That's it.
Yes,
Cosmos.
and
You're
and
biting
stop
Aquinas.
telling us.
Hold us
Stop
up.
telling us what words come from. We need to know what the words mean, what the current usage is. That's the important part. Not
Holy
where
shit,
the
Phantom.
words come from.
I'm so sorry I didn't see this earlier. You were wow. So in the same religious organization as the Duggars. That's insane.
I'm sorry for you.
Dude. Whoa. That's crazy. I'm so sorry about that. I hope that it didn't affect you too much in your personal life. That must have been intense.
And
I've heard
and
it's
if it
pretty
did,
intense.
that you've got decent help to get.
Yeah, I mean,
your
he
life
said that his
straight.
deconversion was pretty simple. That it was like, Noble, the Duggars are they're a family in I don't remember what state they lived in.
They had a series called it started with
wasn't it Meet the Duggars?
what is it, 15 kids and counting?
Oh yeah,
And
15
then
kids and
16
counting. Yeah.
16 kids and 17 kids, and they kept getting kids.
They
And
got
then
really
the kids,
famous for being
the last was 19 kids and counting.
Yeah, they had 19 kids. They're a part of the Quiverful movement, which is a specific subsect of Protestants in the United States that think that it's like birthing and rearing children is like your primary mandate from God. And so they encourage,
and you don't have to raise them because that's what your other kids are for. They raise your kids for you.
Yeah, it's this very weird, like, just have as much sex and have as many kids as physically possible. And it doesn't matter if you can afford them or not. You need to be having them because God said so.
The weird way the women have to talk.
That I don't remember. I don't remember that.
No,
I didn't watch a whole. Not Catholics. Is specifically and explicitly Protestants.
Yes.
And they're worse about it than Catholics. Catholics will tell you, you don't have to use contraception, because it's much closer to Mennonites. Yeah. I mean, the Duggars were particularly like liberal. But that's just because they were wealthy, because I think the dad is in real estate or something.
Cars.
No,
well, he was in used cars and he was in real estate, and then he went into politics. He held office for a time as well. But so the weird thing is the women have to be submissive, and they have to show that they're submissive. So when the man is talking, they have to look at their man while he's talking. And they do this weird baby voice. That's another thing that these people do. The women have this weird, made up kind of baby voice when they're talking, which signals to their husband how submissive they are.
You know what this reminds me of?
If that's not creepy, I want my wife to talk like an 11-year-old girl, because why?
Oh, this reminds me. Have you seen Flatland?
No.
Oh my God, watch it. It's available for free on YouTube. Watch it. It's just the most beautiful film ever made. But this doesn't make any sense, but they're the women in the 2D flat society, because they're straight lines and so very dangerous to all of the other shapes, have to make this like screech when they move around. It just reminds me of them like, to signal to other males that they're around.
Yeah.
Oh my God, we're definitely watching. Well, I will watch it on my own time.
Here.
And I will
Cosmos
talk about it.
Is a Latinized form of the ancient Greek word cosmos, which means order, proper order of the world. The cosmos is a Latin translation of cosmo. Cosmos.
Yeah, but that's not what it
means.
That's not how we use the word. The etymology is not relevant to the use of the word, and also it doesn't lend credit to your strength, or credit or strength to your argument.
And cosmos was the word used for everything outside our known universe. Nowadays, what people say when they say the universe, it means everything. So the known part and the unknown part. The word cosmos is going out of fashion when it comes to people.
It's a fairly elegant word.
I
think universe is
thought
very
it was
utilitarian.
I thought it was helpful because when you start using the word universe for both the known and the unknown universe, it's to me it's confusing. I thought the word cosmos for everything that we're not aware of was a better thing. At least and everyone knew at once what they're talking about.
If I have to specify, I will say visible universe, or the non-visible universe.
Well, so we know things about the still non-visible universe, which we can only see using computers and computer-enhanced images. So
yeah,
that's not exactly visible. The visible universe isn't that much.
Well, or sorry, the observable. Observable was the one that I was
observable. Okay.
Yeah, like the theoretical edge of what we can see, right? Because eventually you look far enough, you get the cosmic background. Anyway, this is a tangent, but
universe.
The etymology of the word cosmological has nothing to do with your argument.
The question I posed is, and I got no answer of any kind from this to atheists or evolutionists.
All right, let's answer it.
If the universe...
Oh. We've lost him.
Rob?
Rob?
I lost you for a minute. I lost you for a minute. You were talking about order.
Yeah, so I might I put this on to Twitter, but I'll raise it again here. I said, so if the universe is ordered and harmonious, how does that happen if there's no one guiding it?
What makes you say it's ordered and harmonious? I don't know that I agree with that premise. You have to demonstrate that it's ordered. I would say it's incredibly chaotic and very much disordered.
Yes, and the order that he's referring to, we know the cause of that because that's gravity. Gravity makes it so that stars form, that planets form, the galaxies form.
That there's like a fixed there's like a preferred state of the universe that there's an ideal state of the universe, and so
the ideal state of the universe is that. Basically, if you go to a beach and you take all the grains of sand, 1% of one grain of sand is what humans can live on, and that's perfect. I wouldn't go that far.
But even again, like to the order, because I think of like when he says ordered, I think of one of those like little metal carousel things that like spin around on tracks in little like machines, right? You know the little moving dioramas that they're on like metal sticks and shit. This implies that there is like a perfect state of existence for the universe, and that like things are happening for a reason. That you are already making this assumption, which most secular people would disagree with.
Because we live now, this was the end goal, which it isn't.
No, it isn't. And
it's not the end, and we won't be there for the end either.
Like, hardcore centrist position between entropy and extropy, because I have heard like extropic points of view on reality, right? This idea that we're all heading towards something greater, that things are becoming bigger and bigger and bigger as we move on, and there is like an ultimate maximal point, right? And I've obviously
it'll happen with our sun. The sad part is it'll kill all of us.
No.
We're still there, but we're not going to be there,
right? Like human society, that like the human existence is moving towards like this maximally greater existence, and then I've heard entropic. Right, which is the opposite. They have like a dismal view on life, half full versus half empty. Right, but this is like the glass has the correct amount of water in it. So how do you? What does that mean? Because now you're like assigning a value judgment to this that most people would not agree with you on. Instead of saying it's half full or half empty, you're saying it's correct, and it's like a weird. You're like sidestepping the question.
Like you don't get order. You don't get order and harmony from some chaos.
Define these terms.
Yeah,
that's the other thing. What is
of design? And design
what is order? What is harmony? What is design? You have to define these terms as you're using them.
And if it's designed, what's a supernova designed for? Because all it does is destructive power. It blows up an entire galaxy.
Well, I don't know about a supernova blowing up an entire galaxy.
Well, a solar system. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah.
Wrong word.
You're fine.
But,
sorry, I'm a huge space nerd.
Yeah, I'm not. You may have noticed.
It's twice as large as it needs to be. Needs? What do you mean needs? That's another. You're adding more information here. Why does the cup need to be any particular size? It just is, right?
Right. I can go back further than that. Right. You have a system. You have a solar system. Systems imply order.
No, this is just a word we use. This is just dude.
This is how we describe things. It's how we use language.
It's an artifact of language, bro. It doesn't mean that there is you're reading into it.
Order implies design. Design implies intelligence. So who intelligently designs your systems? You have a solar system, you have an ecosystem, you have a respiratory system, a nervous system.
Yeah, these are just labels, Gary. They're just labels.
A sexual reproductive system, right? There are
you
systems.
You have a neuroelectrical system.
Yeah,
you can go on and on.
Yeah. Systems imply order. Right?
No.
Order implies design.
No.
Design implies intelligence. So I mean, yeah.
Also, why is your God built on implications, man?
Hey, hold on. Who's the guy looking over Gary's shoulder between the cows? Who's that? I never noticed him.
It's probably this is an artifact of his green screening. It's probably something hung up on his wall behind him.
Well, he might. So the devil may be looking over his shoulder because that's definitely not Jesus. Not the picture that.
The platonic ideal of man,
and the fact they have their head tilted exactly the same way. It's a pretty good. Not gonna lie. It's a sign of something. And then if you look to the left of him, there's kind of a cartoon character with red head too, with the red hair too.
What? Where?
Yeah, there. So go. Yeah, there. Look at the face. He got two eyes, a nose, and a mouth. There's the mouth.
I see a fish. This is like the body. This is the head's up here. It's just like upside down. There's the mouth. And the fins are down here. You can't see it because it's being covered by the. Anyway, pareidolia aside.
So here's another argument against the absurdity of atheism. I got this from Frank Turek.
I'm tempted to show you the vase.
Now you're biting Frank Turek.
I'm really tempted to show you the vase right now.
The vase?
You said I see a fish. Yeah, the vase. There's a vase that when children look at it, they see a different vase than when depraved, porn-addicted people look at it.
I think I know which one you're talking about.
The dolphin vase.
Yes, I think so.
It's a vase with dolphins on it. It's just a vase with dolphins on it.
Presentations, and he said, I know the gravitational force is not measured in inches, but just to give you an idea on a scale, right? If you move the gravitation, say the gravitational force just stands straight up like this. If you move it like I think he said like 0.00001.
Fine tuning. This is fine tuning.
There would be no life.
There would be no life you would recognize. There would be no life you would.
There would be different life.
There would be different life.
Yes.
I think life is just something that happens, dude. It's probably not uncommon throughout the universe, and even if it is, that's just still a massive amount of possibilities, right? Because the scale of the universe is fucking massive. Most people can't understand it. Just because the conditions are good for us doesn't mean that other conditions wouldn't produce different results, right?
Yeah.
We are not special. This is anthropocentrism. This is like half of your arguments, Gary.
We are aware of life that can survive in space without gravity.
Yeah, yes. Like there are life forms that can exist in the vacuum of space and live.
Mm-hmm.
Homie, we are not special. We are not special.
Like,
God made them special because they can live everywhere.
And if where it needs to be is precisely where it needs to be.
For us, for our lives, for this kind of life.
This is the puddle analogy.
Like that.
If you have a hole and you pour water in it, the water is exactly the right shape to fill the hole without any gaps anywhere. So the water has to be designed right before you pour. Oh wait, no, that's not how that works because it's not in the shape before you pour it.
Yeah, this is just
the required for life on this planet. And if you
Phantom Max, I looked up the vase. I guess I'm porn addicted.
Yeah, I want to put this guy in perspective.
You are.
So, like, think about a thermostat at your house.
You're a
right?
sinner.
And if you put it at 70 degrees, you live. But if you put it at 70.0001, you burn to death. And if you put it at 69.99999,
you freeze.
To death.
Holy shit, dude! Gary is describing my shower. Gary is describing my shower. That is exactly how my shower operates.
It has to be exactly at 70, or you freeze or melt, right?
Yeah.
You would, and if that
that's a good
70 degrees, you would.
On a different planet, Gary.
Yeah.
The sweet zone, the Goldilocks zone for life is different than on Earth. Conditions for life are probably varied. Because we don't see
the Goldilocks zone is basically the same, but it's a pretty big range.
I mean, like the correct combination. I don't mean the astronomical term. I mean, like the correct mixture of stuff is probably different on a different planet. Like the conditions, the materials, the processes, like. Just because life exists on this planet doesn't mean it can't exist anywhere else, and it doesn't make the conditions for life on this planet special. This is an argument from anthropocentrism.
Yeah, the thing they are describing is that the Earth is in the exact right distance from the sun.
Made up of the exact materials.
Even though the distance varies.
With the right amount of moons and the right atmosphere. Like, bro.
No. The distance from us to the sun varies. It's not constant.
Yeah, and the range for where Earth could exist and still harbor life is actually pretty large.
Yes.
Like we could move a couple inches to the left and still be fine, man. Like
if you have,
this is a predictable range based on the size of the star. Like this is not.
If you have to believe Gary, we couldn't survive winter.
Yeah. Not to mention, right, that also the regions on Earth where we can live, we don't live on the entirety of the planet, not even on the entirety of the landmass of the planet. There's plenty of space on this Earth where humans cannot live. Like there is
and we live on
special.
Spaces. And we live on spaces where we can't live because the only way to live there is if we build our own environment in which we can live, which is like houses with heating.
Explain Antarctica. If the conditions are fine-tuned for life, right? Why is it that we cannot live in Antarctica without fucking building massive containers, essentially, to simulate habitable conditions for humans, right? If God made us special, why can't we live everywhere? like tardigrades.
That someone did that. Someone said it like that.
Demonstrate how this is possible.
That's a really good analogy for gravity. I like that. And so
the Mariana Trench, Mariana's Trench is not conducive to human life.
Yeah, so that's the same thing if you want to talk about the sun, right? The sun is the same thing like gravity. The sun is not kind of where it needs to be for life. It's exactly where it needs to be for life.
See?
Like if any further away, we'd freeze.
I call it no, because that is what actually happens.
That isn't
you dimwit.
For the conditions of life, but actually what he said too is that actually Jupiter has probably saved Earth many times over, not because we need it for conditions to live, but we need it because it's basically like an asteroid blocker.
Yeah,
like this.
That's how perfectly designed everything is, because
it's so perfectly designed.
There are things floating through space that could end us and have done in the past, ended most of life, if not almost all
what
of
happened?
it.
What happened when Jupiter didn't defend us from asteroids? What happened with all of the asteroid impacts, like the one that happened over Chelyabinsk, Russia? What about that one, buddy? No. Holy shit.
Jupiter walked.
Yeah.
And it doesn't.
Also, squirrel. Asteroid is a misnomer, because asteroids are things that slam into other things, and hemorrhoids are painful things around the rectum, and they should have switched names, because an asteroid should be the thing that, and then the hemorrhoid should slam into things. Sorry, I'm Dutch. This is how my brain works.
I award you no points. I award you no points.
It's still true, though.
No, it's not.
It is.
Atheist, which is a great book. I don't have enough faith to be an atheist.
I haven't read it, but I'm sure it's good.
Yeah, that's because you don't.
It's a great book, because Gary has read the title, so it's a great book. Same thing with A Universe from Nothing.
Gary, prove that you read that book. Prove that you read that book cover to cover. I bet you haven't. I bet you can't.
He hasn't. He hasn't.
Stealing from God. He's got a bunch of good ones. And there's a good book I just read. I forget the name.
I'm looking at the guy, but the guy's not part of the fake green screen, because there's another guy right behind him.
Yeah. That's something that's hung up on
the poster. The guy is part of the picture that he's using as a backdrop.
No,
which has me worried.
This is you can see the cut right here. It's because of
no, because the cut doesn't move. Just look at it.
Hang on.
Yeah, see, look.
Yeah,
it does move.
No, it doesn't.
Wrote the book Atheism.
Oh yeah, no, it did. Sorry, my bad.
No, you're good. That accepted atheism as their state religion, and exactly how quick.
Gary, you live in a country that is officially secular. You live in a country that wrote it into its founding document that it was officially secular. The fuck do you think the First Amendment is? What the fuck?
The guys who wrote that part, not Christians.
No, because of course what Gary wants is a theocracy, right? What he argues for in this, what he is essentially saying here is he wants theocracy. Hey Gary,
but he
you
only
want to
wants
see theocracy in action? Go to Saudi Arabia, go to North Korea. These are theocracies, right? These are state religions.
The problem is with Christianity in the U.S. I think it's now up to 40,000 denominations. The chance that it's going to be your favorite denomination that's going to run the theocracy.
Dude, if the Catholics were in charge, they would be pissed. There would be if a Catholic made it to the presidency, these people would go fucking insane.
Yeah. If we would go by numbers, you would lose.
Yeah, you would lose.
And fun fact, there are more atheists than there are evangelical Christians right now.
Oh yeah.
So,
Well, I mean,
ooh,
they
yeah.
are the fastest growing religious demographic, to be clear.
Yeah, well, they
Atheists are growing
keep
at a
calling
slower-
atheism a
slower-
religion, so we could have an atheist theocracy.
I would not want that.
That's basically a secular.
No,
Secular.
an atheist theocracy explicitly would be something akin to the Soviet Union, where religion is like officially banned.
No. Now you're conflating the Russian version of communism, which is based in Christianity, in Orthodox Christianity.
Not Stalinism. Stalinism certainly is officially atheistic and antagonistic towards religion. I don't know about the earlier Bolshevik movements, right? Probably there was some Christian, yeah, because Russia's always been an Orthodox country.
Yeah, but the communism they have is based in Orthodox Christianity. It has some of the.
I mean,
tenets
it's based
from
based in Orthodox Christianity because it's Russian. Everything
Yes.
that Russia has. Sorry, I'm exposing myself as a Kraut fan now. He did a fantastic video on the ideology of Putin's regime, and he goes back and talks about Russian history. This is just because Russians are this way. This is the way that their society.
No. What I mean is part of the Russian communism had tenets of Christianity built into it in order to like the things you would see in a Christian theocracy, banning every other religion. That is one of the things that they got from it. There are more things, suppressing the people and stuff like that.
Right.
So yeah, there is that. But if you would have if atheism the way it is right now and you calling it a religion, then you could have an atheist theocracy, while atheism would still be the same atheism we have today, and then you would have a secular country.
Yeah, via technicality. But I'm explicitly a religious pluralist. I think that everybody should be allowed to believe what they believe, but the government has to run on the facts. That's it.
Yeah, and I'm still an anti-theist. I think we should educate people so religion would just die out.
I am not an anti-theist. I would be just as happy if religion were to die out as I would be if it didn't. I just want everybody.
Yeah, but through education, not by force.
No shit. That's what I mean. Like if religion stops being a thing, just sort of throughout human society.
Yeah, because it does more harm than it does good.
Communism, yes, as the Bolsheviks envisioned it, and as Stalin implemented it, and as Mao implemented it, and as Pol Pot implemented it, they were explicitly hostile to religion, only because Marx was openly hostile to religion. He's the opium of the masses, right? Marx was probably onto something there, but I would not have said something so cruel. And certainly not, I would not have interpreted that literally as Marx did. I think that to a lot of people, religion is a crutch or an emotional support device that they use, right? It's a coping mechanism for some people. I have definitely seen this, right? And I think Rob is currently in that stage where it is this massive coping mechanism for him to deal with the hardship that he faces in his life. But to describe it so harshly as the communists did, I think is beyond the pale. Again, religious pluralist.
And for Gary, it's a coping mechanism to pretend to be an adult.
Yeah, I think somebody hurt this guy's masculinity one too many times as a kid, and he now has to prove himself as the manly man because he didn't do very well in high school. Must have not been very popular. Which honestly gives the same. It's giving. I studied the Blade. Honestly,
he doesn't do very good on social media either. So it's a continuing story.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, look at like we've talked about countries that have atheism and stalinism: Russia, China,
Cuba,
North Korea.
Yeah, North Korea.
North Korea. No, Juche is essentially a religion. If you know anything about North Korea, Juche is essentially a religion. They have mystical supernatural beliefs about about the Kim dynasty,
Yes.
including virgin births and mystical.
Kim
magical
Jong-il
apparitions.
is still part of the government, but he's dead.
Oh yeah,
Just
no.
like Jesus.
Kim Il Sung is the
Kim Il Sung too.
Is the leader. North Korea is the only extant
No,
necrocracy.
Kim Jong-un. Kim Jong-un is the leader now. Kim Il Sung.
No, he is
dead
the
too.
Grand Marshal. Kim Jong Un is the Grand Marshal, which is it's a military title. It's not. It's not. I know an inordinate amount of North Korea about North Korea. Okay, you will get me rambling for an hour on this topic. Point being, Kim Il Sung is the president, forever, despite the fact that he's dead. The only.
Okay, so what's up with the song?
What's up with what song?
So you said you know an awful lot about North Korea. So what's up with the song that's currently going viral on TikTok and Kim Jong-un isn't too happy about that?
I'm not informed.
I haven't heard it, but it's apparently a thing.
I know there are North Koreans on TikTok. I'm not sure about I know I listen to North Korean music unironically. So I might recognize the song, but you're gonna have to be
from what I read in the news here. It was a song about one of the leaders. I don't know exactly what it's about.
Let me see. I'm gonna look for this on Google or on YouTube. TikTok North Korean song.
They compared it with ABBA for some reason, which
there's news about this. Oh boy, hold on.
Yeah, told you.
Present. Stop screen, present, share screen. Where is it? Where is it? TikTok North Korea. There it is. Let's see.
Let's take a look now. One of the most.
Oh, hold on. We're not gonna. Oh, here it is. Friendly Father. Very clear. This is very normal for North Korea. They produce a lot of propaganda music. Okay.
Yeah.
And most of them are bangers. I do genuinely enjoy listening to the Pachombo Electronic Ensemble. Yeah, this is a banger. Banger. Oh, yeah. Yes. Dude, what a banger. You know she hasn't seen her family in like 4 months. All of these children are having guns pointed at them. That child was threatened.
Yeah.
No, I'm joking.
That guy's dead now.
This is normal. This is normal patriotism, and this is probably all King.
This has nothing on Tarvuism.
On what?
Did you know that? Tarvuism.
What the fuck is that?
Just type in YouTube Tarvu. P-A-R-V.
Are we going on a? We're never gonna finish the fucking Gary video. Tarvu. Who cares? Tarvuism.
Yeah, Tarvu.
Oh no.
The second video that you see on there.
Real. This is not.
No. The second video, that one. Click on that.
This is not real.
It's so easy to join.
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 I don't.
It's so easy to join.
Wait for it.
You just have to say Tarvu's prayer, and that's it. You're a Tarvuist.
Tarvu, Tarvuti.
Abunu aktuti.
Nimin otibi nuna. Midfiti fiti nuna.
Arvu iminti barvu. Tarvu.
Whoa. Do you want to know more?
It's still funny because it refers to you have to say the Lord's Prayer and you're a Christian. This is basically it.
The basic arachnid warrior isn't
Different.
very smart, but you can blow off a limb. It's still 86% combat effective. Here's a tip. Aim for the nerve stem and put it down for good.
Would you like to know more?
Would you like to know more? Okay, hold on. We're gonna finish the based patriotic music. We were about here. This is a banger. It's not as good as the old school stuff. I'm gonna set that out. But this is a really cool, like, it's very cool insight onto what Kim Jong-un wants you to think about North Korea. This is what they're showing off. It's very telling. I love the chorus, bro. They're really good at that. The military chorus stuff, that gets me every time.
Okay. So just to cleanse everyone's palate, I put a link in the private chat. That's the one you play next.
Oh, I'm screening this. What is this? What is this? What have you sent me?
It's completely safe. You can just show it. I'm still working on it and changing the guy's face into an apologist that I've come across on YouTube, and I want his face on there because he's from Switzerland. He now lives in Brazil. Now, how many people in this video are now still alive?
Look, it's this girl. Oh my god. She is super fucking famous. She is the voice of North Korea. She was like the news anchor for state media for the longest time. She only recently retired. She had been working for her voice is like super recognizable. She's everywhere in North Korean media. It's so cool that they let her into this video. Look at how unenthusiastic that last guy was. Holy shit. Look at this guy. This dude. This dude. Oh my god.
See the frightened look on that kid behind Kim Jong-un there? He was scared out of his mind.
This is so weird and creepy. Oh my god.
Someone hit him on the head with a plank.
Nah,
flat.
nah. He's got a fire cut. I'm not gonna lie. This cut's pretty fire. All right, let's watch this. Hold on.
Ladies and gentlemen,
oh no. What the fuck is this? That's German.
No, it's it's southern German. The border of Switzerland. Wait for it.
I'm way too sober for this.
Okay, so the story behind this is you can Google him or look on YouTube. There's an apologist called Otangelo Grasso.
Oh, this guy. You told me about this guy.
He looks a little like this one. And so I'm currently working on putting his face on that guy, so that every time I can encounter him.
Are you cutting it frame by frame?
No, I'm just using an online tool for that.
Oh.
but it only allows me to do a few seconds every time, and then I've got 3 videos per day, so it's taking ages.
Oh, fuck. This is hilarious. So, he's just singing about the chickens then.
Yeah,
is that what I am to understand? Because obviously I can't.
I have no. I haven't listened to the lyrics ever because I can understand it, but I've never listened to it.
Yeah, there's no captions. There's no lyrics.
Ladies and gentlemen, my dominant man, presenting to you our Fright and Winkle, Southern Bavaria, the Yodelmeister, yodeling the BB
When was this released?
I have no clue.
Hold on.
8 years ago.
No, hold on. It was uploaded in 2015, but this cannot have been filmed in 2015. This video
Why not?
quality the video quality has artifacts of like VHS. This looks like it was Cafe Hell. Hold on. What is this called? New BB Handel. Let me search this real quick as we're watching. Oh, whoops.
And now we're gonna take it to the top with some extreme yodeling with Takeo Ishii.
All right, hold on. We'll search it in a minute. Wow, that was an experience. So
it was released.
In
2017.
No way.
Yeah, he's Japanese. Oh, he was a fan of Franz Lang. Franz Lang taught him how to yodel. I met Franz Lang.
Okay, hold on. I might have to look at this in a different language. I'm looking at.
Franz Lang is the.
Why are there no
yodel,
dates attached to any of this?
The Yodel King.
The Yodel.
Maria Helwig.
That's so weird.
I did not know that he was an apprentice of Franz Lang.
All right, one more video here that I do want to, and then we will go back to Gary and Rob. Still my favorite track of all time when it comes to North Korean music. The youth will support our absolute
more North Korea
banger. Absolute banger.
Okay, then
this
is
old school stuff. This is no. This is the last one. This is the last one because I do want to finish the Gary video. But this is
say
like
that.
This is like a banger. But you see, the sound hasn't changed all that much. They're still doing the same sort of traditional. And actually, this is probably a bad example, though it is still my favorite. Shalima on the Wing, which is the famous one. Shalima on the Wing. This is like the famous military style bands. You get that big chorus.
Yeah, that's nothing. That's nothing.
And just as she builds it to the climax.
No. You need play this one. Play this one.
No. All right.
That's a good Christian song. That is. That's the guy who sponsors my channel.
I'm not.
Yeah, dude, come on, play that one. I mean,
okay.
Guy sponsors my channel.
All right.
Come on.
We'll get you your money, Peter. Sorry, I did not mean to compare you to Gary there. Oh.
He who knew no sin, this was made to be sin.
This is genius.
You uncircumcised Philistine. This uncircumcised Philistine. This uncircumcised Philistine. We wrestle against you, rulers of the darkness of this world. You don't rule us. You don't rule us. Who does he think he is? You uncircumcised. Who does he think he is? You uncircumcised Philistine. It doesn't start there. It's like one person said, you let the devil in the backseat, he's gonna want to drive. And you're in me now. I know that. I mean, I could literally feel it. I could feel I was so ready to
Why does this go so hard, bro? Why does Ken Copeland go so hard?
It was like a shock went through me. You uncircumcised Philistine. This uncircumcised Philistine. This uncircumcised Philistine. We wrestle against you.
Club banger.
Who does he think he is? You uncircumcised. Who does he think he is? You uncircumcised Philistine. You understand what I'm saying?
This is Kenneth Copeland, a very famous televangelist who apparently likes to talk about uncircumcised Philistines. Amazing. Amazing. Noble, I would
listen to
never
this.
presume-
Our visitors watched almost 18 million minutes of our videos on YouTube. I'm telling you, praise God. Can you imagine that? I want to say a big thank you to all of our YouTube subscribers and all of our partners. Now, listen, if you have not subscribed to a YouTube channel, do it right now. Do it today. And all you have to do is click the big red subscribe button. Be sure to share our channel with your family and with friends, because it takes all of us working together to spread the word.
Y'all heard the man. Subscribe to Tear Your Hair Out and to YouTube Gonna Go For It. Subscribe for more North Korean music and more yelling at young Earth creationists. I'm going to put this back on the screen, speaking of which. And we're back. We're back to reality.
This was actually shot in our studio because
Oh,
you can
yeah.
see it. The shirt.
Yeah, it's right
he's got
there.
the-
Yeah. Yep, he's got your
our
shirt on.
on.
You're in he's in your studio. Yeah, he's right there, bro.
Yeah.
That's Kenneth Copeland visited your studio. I was like, yeah, dude, you guys need to subscribe to this guy. That's crazy.
And look what happens to this thing. Like, they're all horrible systems.
Yeah.
Horrible
And,
systems.
Like, if you look at what
The solar system is a horrible. What are we talking? What is the context of this statement?
Theism as their state religion, and exactly.
I like the way they pronounce it.
Oh, they're talking
horrible.
Horrible.
Oh my God, Peter!
Not horrible. Horrible.
Stop.
I'm just saying, someone has a porn addiction there.
Oh,
but, I mean, it affects the way they talk.
I bet that he does his thing, and then he immediately prays and asks Jesus for forgiveness, and then
I
he's
don't
like,
know,
"Okay,
but
so I'm good."
every single time you pause that video, Gary's showing an O face. I'm not saying that that's his natural
All
state
right,
of
cool.
mind,
Yeah.
but
That's just because he's a mouth breather.
And like, if you look at
He heard
what,
that. Did you
atheism
see the
is
reaction? He heard
responsible
that.
for more deaths than all the worlds combined.
And you
Yeah,
always
yeah,
hear-
yeah. Because the United States and Canada are such well, the United States and Canada minus Quebec, are just terrible places to live in. Just horrible places to live in. It's not like the United States is the most prosperous country on the fucking planet bar none, by the way. Right? It's not like
also
we're the
not
most.
wor-
Sorry.
it's also not the country where people are most happy. It actually is on the bottom of the list of countries where, yeah.
Yeah, but like this idea that the United States is a terrible place to be in. Okay, yeah, most people, you know, you have to live in like who's got the highest one is like the Iceland. Iceland has the highest happiness rating, and that's you live in Iceland, you're a pretty happy dude, man. Because there's
for several years we were top of the list. And I think for kids, the country where the kids are happiest, I think we are still top of the list.
But anyway, this idea that the United States is just a horrible place to be. Yeah, this secular country, dude, is where all of the immigrants go. From all of South America, anything south of the Mexican border, man, and several people from overseas immigrate to the United States because it's just the bitchin' place to be right now. Right? Our politics are a little fucky. I'm not going to lie to you. Right? And our government is not perfect and our systems are not perfect. But there's a reason why everybody wants to live here. Okay?
So before I went on Twitter in 2015, we had already agreed on seeing whether we should sell up everything and move to the US. And then you guys elected Trump. And
okay. All right. We're not having a political discussion about this. We're not having this.
That's
politics.
That's off the table. I'm just saying. If that hadn't happened, I could very well be an American at this moment.
Our politics are a little fucky, but there is a reason why everybody wants to be here. Okay. I'm going to leave it at that.
This good without God. You can be good without God. No, you can't.
Yes, you can.
Yes, you can.
It doesn't even exist.
And I have Robbie here to confirm that because he said that on one of his live streams where I was a guest that I actually did good. He doesn't want to know that right now, but I corrected him on a few things. I helped him out with a few things. So Robbie already knows this, but he now has to deny it because,
Rob, morality is what you define it as. Morality is what you define as morality. You get to choose. That's the magic. You get to choose. You get to define the terms and conditions for your life, bro. You don't have to. You don't have to receive it from other people.
And even Gary and Rob don't follow biblical morality because they have no problem with lying. Even when that's in one of the cherry-picked commandments. I mean, the 9th is the one most breached. And breached by these two several times during every single live stream.
Because these guys are constantly talking about how atheism sets you up, quote unquote, to say things that aren't true, which is implying that we're lying to people.
Yeah.
It's just ridiculous.
That wouldn't exist. So, and like just practically look at every atheist country. There's not one place.
Look at atheist countries. So let's look at mine, for instance, where we're renting out prisons because we don't have criminals enough to fill them anymore because of the way our judicial system works and the way we rehabilitate people who go to prison.
Oddly, while on a live stream with someone who doesn't live in his country, Gary is like somehow oblivious to the fact that most countries in the developed world are secular and they do just fine, like all of Western Europe. Except for the United Kingdom, which I guess is officially Anglican. Right? Because their head of state technically is also the head of the church. But most of the developed world is secular, dude. I don't know how you're pretending like we...
Just in case you want to play that, we don't come off as liars. It is in English.
I cannot view this. It is unavailable in my country.
No problem.
Locked.
Oh, no problem. So I can present. So if
Yeah, go ahead. I'll put you up.
Entire screen. That one with sound.
Add to stage. Bingo.
So
this is Norgerhaven Jail in the north of the Netherlands.
On this block, all the cells are the same measurement, the same inventory, like the television and the refrigerator.
Until recently, its cells housed nearly 300 Dutch inmates, but now it's actually part of Norway's prison system. On Wednesday, Dutch officials symbolically handed over control of the site where staff have been getting special training for several months.
It's a Norwegian-run prison, so Norwegian law applies in the prison. It's Dutch personnel, so we had to school them in the Norwegian law and customs. So it means in practice that if there are issues in the prison, it will be dealt with by the Norwegians under Norwegian law.
Norway turned to the Netherlands because of its own shortage of cells. In fact, prisoners from Belgium have been held in a southern Dutch jail for the last 5 years, and that's been widely seen as a success. Norway's justice minister accepts that it'll be much harder for families of Norwegian inmates to visit them, but denies the distance is prohibitive.
If you look at the map, for some of the facilities in Norway, you will have to travel shorter to Norgerhaven than to some of the sites in Norway. So I don't think that will be a very big issue, actually.
Norway is building more jails, but in the meantime, it's already flown its first group of prisoners to the Netherlands. Although the Norwegian prisoners won't get to do everything the Dutch inmates used to, like grow their own vegetables in a garden here, they will get to use the regular services like this gym. But still, not everyone's happy about them being transferred here. In the Dutch Senate, which approved the deal this summer, one opposition politician told me the scheme breaches basic prisoner rights.
Prisoners are no goods. They're not animals you can transport wherever you want. They have rights too. They might have contacts and friends and family who they want to contact, and they want to.
Oh, that's a holy shit! That is a tremendous point.
Most, but not all, of the future inmates here volunteered to be transferred to the Netherlands, and they'll all get to finish their jail sentences in Norway. So both governments say it's a project that works for everyone involved. Nadim Barber, Al Jazeera, Feenhausen, the Netherlands.
Did you hear that? Most of the prisoners volunteered to come here.
Fair enough. Does that mean that the state should be handed that power? I don't know.
Well, as the guy explained, for a lot of the people that would come and visit the inmates, the distance is shorter to come to our country than go to some of the prisons in Norway. So it would be easier for them to visit.
Interesting.
So I don't think it's all that bad. And I mean, what's the alternative? That we have to tear down our prisons, which we have built so carefully with our knowledge and experience.
Yeah, I think less prisons would be good. fewer people being incarcerated per capita is good.
In Amsterdam, one of the how do you call it? High security prisons now is just a housing space. So they converted it into apartments.
See, that's cool. That's very cool.
See?
Very cool. I like that.
Right. There's not a single one. They come here. we don't go there. Right. No one says, I want to go to North Korea.
You'd be surprised.
Gary, I also want to go to North Korea. Unironically, I want to travel to North Korea. That seems like a dream come true to me. To just see that in person.
You know where one of the headquarters of Google is?
In North Korea? Yeah, in
the Netherlands.
Oh.
In the Netherlands.
Oh. Oh.
Yeah. A lot of US companies have come over here
This
in the last decade.
This is sounding suspiciously like Dutch propaganda. Are you spreading Dutch propaganda on my?
No, I'm not saying my country is perfect, because So I'll give you my best example.
Okay.
So in the Netherlands, you can use weed everywhere. You can smoke weed on the streets. You can ask a cop to light you
Why would
up,
you do
and
that?
they will do so.
Drugs are bad, don't you know? Drugs are so bad.
Hold on, and you can buy it everywhere. Which they're called coffee shops. So if you're ever in the Netherlands and you see a coffee shop, that's not for coffee. That's why you buy your weed.
Drugs
And
are
so they
bad.
can sell
drugs.
they can sell weed legally in the Netherlands. Guess what you can't do?
What?
Grow it.
Yes, you mentioned this to me. That's
Yeah,
weird.
so you've got shops, thousands of shops all across the country that sell you weed, and no one's allowed to grow it. So where is it coming from?
Where's it coming from? Wasn't it Germany?
Yeah.
You said there's a lot of German weed that comes in.
No. The Germans have actually now done it better because the Germans have now legalized growing weed
you
as
guys
well.
are now your underground is moving to Germany. It's just easier to buy and sell weed in Germany.
So I don't think it's moving to Germany because there might be still an issue with taking it across the border. I don't know.
No, as in the businesses are picking up and moving to Germany. Like,
well, a lot of
it's
the
easier to do business now in Germany with
a lot of the drug tourism is going away right
Yeah.
now because they don't have to come here anymore. But yeah,
interesting.
It's a stupid law, and it just results in houses burning down because people are converting houses into
drug growing
drug factories where they
drug farms.
bypass the electrical system because
That's
they can't.
hilarious.
Yes, so.
Anyway.
Instead of making that legal too, no, let's just have houses burning down and we're stupid in other ways.
That's fair.
Had to build walls to keep you in the atheist countries.
Yeah, I mean,
Think about that. Yeah.
Yes, we have so many walls in the United States and
China is
Canada.
actually one of the biggest churches too, though. Because
It's just
There's more Christians in China than there are in the United States. Now, not proportionally, but just total number of Christians, there's more in China than there is in the United States.
Well, yeah,
What? No, there are not.
I'm not sure if there are more.
That is incorrect.
Christianity
Christians were persecuted
growing
for the longest
Yeah, but it's
time in
growing.
China.
Yeah, but it's growing now. Where it's in the U.S., it's on its decline. So I'm not. I don't know.
In China.
But I mean, Christianity is a big thing in Russia now too.
Well, they've always been Orthodox since it was introduced. Russia has been solidly Orthodox for the longest time. How many Christians in China? 44 million Chinese Christians with government-approved Christian groups.
Mm-hmm.
That's telling. How many Christians in the United States? That's far more than I expected. 332.
Yeah, see, that's a lot less.
Oh, no,
than
sorry.
332
is the total population. 63% Christian is 210 million. 210 million.
Oh, 210 million.
Compared to 44 million, there are more than four times the amount of Christians in the United States than in China. Demonstrably false with 2 quick Google searches.
Yeah.
Let's hear him say that again.
These damn facts.
Christians in China than there are in the United States. Now, not proportionally, but just total.
No, just not total. Not total. You are a liar. You are a liar.
Number of Christians, there's more in China than there is in the United States.
Well, yeah, and I think the reason for that is, and I think the New Testament has proven this: the church grows more.
Actually, hold on.
Has the New Testament is proven? When did that happen?
I'm actually Because the first thing I'm gonna hear is fucking who's your soul?
What he meant to say is percentage wise, but I still don't think that percentage wise.
Yeah, I'm
there
trying
are more
to,
Christians
I'm
in
trying to
China.
find- Hold on.
All you need to know
I'm
is
gonna cite my fucking sources. Is what I'm going to do. I'm gonna cite my fucking sources. Hold on. Hold the hell on.
you need total population.
Pew fucking research. Okay. Last data as of 2021. 63% of Americans are Christian. 63% of Christians, 63% of Americans are Christian. How U.S. population 333 million. 63%. Hold on. 63% of 333. Yeah, 210 million. There you go.
Yeah.
There's my source. Pew Research.
Okay, now do the percentage. Now do the percentage for
China.
China.
Christians in China. Percentage. 2.53. Okay? 2.53 according to Wikipedia, or hold on. Pew Research also has an article on this. Wow. Let's see how we did this. They have their own way of measuring population in China. Size of Christians, so 1%. 1% of China's current population as of 2021. China population 2021.
Look at that. China's Christian population has stopped growing. That's what the Pew article said.
So 1% of 1.4 billion, which is why. Okay. 1.4. Hold on. I want the Google calculator back. That's 14,000. 14 million. God, this is my eyes. I'm at 14 million. 14 billion. Oh shit! Hold on. God damn it!
1% is just you take 2 zeros off.
Yeah, but I want to see the count. There it is. That's how many Christians right there.
14 million.
140 million.
140 million. No. 14 million. There's 6 zeros.
I think I did this wrong. I did the math wrong. 1% of 1.4 billion. No. Why is this so hard?
Yeah, that's 14 million.
14
I can do that. Yeah, I can do that in my head.
I am not sober.
It's 1%.
Clip
so
it!
You don't
Kevin
just take
struggles
2
to do
zeros.
simple math for 5 minutes. Clip it.
You take 2 zeros
I
off
don't
14
care.
billion and you end up with 14 million.
I don't care. Demonstrably false. Demonstrably false.
It should be 140 million.
I don't care. Demonstrably false.
Yeah.
Orders of magnitude. Orders of magnitude less.
Yeah, and that.
I mean,
yeah.
I mean that's why I think we're seeing a lull in North America is because okay, someone might call you an idiot, but I mean that's kind of nothing.
Yeah, that's not.
Someone might call you not an idiot. Well, only a few people would call you not an idiot, Rob.
Back to
pretty sure.
more scientific flaws. I really like the moral and logical flaws with atheism. That's more my.
Which there are none.
Yeah, my thing too.
There are no moral flaws because atheism makes no moral prescriptions.
No.
There are no logical flaws because atheism makes no logical claims. Atheism
No.
is the lack of a position on the matter.
It's the answer to
It is
one
the
single
unaligned-
question.
It is the unaligned position. I don't believe you.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, at its simplest, it's I don't know, and that's not a claim.
Like we need to also discuss the scientific impossibility.
And we kind of
There are also no scientific flaws with atheism because it doesn't make any claims about science.
He says scientific impossibilities.
I know. I'm covering
several
the base
different kinds of evolution, but I mean, in regards
Yeah, we
to
won't get into that. Yeah.
The kinds of
there's-
evolution?
The only one that's observable is microevolution, which is changes in adaptation within the species.
No,
The
no,
other thing, remember,
no.
That's
because
just evolution.
Speciation has been observed, and speciation is macroevolution. Macroevolution is evolution at or above the species level, which includes speciation, which we have observed in the lab and in nature.
Yeah, I don't know why you have this weird cutoff at the very bottom.
And there are also no kinds of evolution.
diagram.
It's all evolution.
Yeah.
There's no kind of evolution.
The branches on the tree, Peter, are not part of the tree. Those are the branches. Those are where leaves grow. That's not a part of the tree.
Mm-hmm.
The tree is something else. The tree is a separate component from the branches, you see.
Yeah,
the leaves are a separate component of the tree.
yeah, but they fall off. They fall.
Yeah, they fall off. They fall off. Yeah, yeah. So they do something else. So they're not a part of the tree.
right, I mentioned
It's a
last week
stupid
too,
fucking-
what
it's a
they'll
stupid
do in their
way of
science books,
describing it.
Very deceptively and manipulatively.
Deceptively, manipulatively. You're now thinking, you're like,
It's not that you can't check everything the science book says
no, but
for
like
yourself.
ascribing malice. You're like openly saying that we're lying to people, despite the fact that we don't hide anything. We endeavor
Have
to
you
correct
watched-
each other whenever possible.
Have you watched Kitzmiller versus Dover Evolution on Trial?
I have not. We should probably watch.
You should watch that.
I don't give a shit. I might go all night. I don't care. I might.
Is still
we have to. I want to make it a tradition. We watch an atheism video of Gary's, and we watch something else of Gary's because he has other interesting opinions.
they'll switch and
about Gary.
conflate between macroevolution.
I might go for
the macroevolution.
I think you
the
pronounced
fairy tale one
disgusting
where it
wrong,
basically
but
says,
maybe that's
over
me.
time, a whale can become like an elephant.
No, it's always
No.
It will always
No, you-
produce whales, just as eukaryotes will only ever produce eukaryotes.
A whale can become an elephant. That's not how
Yeah.
evolution. So, and here's the thing, Rob. An animal you see today cannot become another animal you see today, because that's not how it works.
Let me back this up, dude. Let me back this up.
We have the entire whale lineage. We can see where in the lineage the nostrils move to become the blowhole. All of that, we have all those fossils. We have all the intermediates.
Whoa. Let's look at a quick diagram. It's diagram.
It's one of the best documented lineages, is the lineage for whales.
Look. Wikimedia to the rescue. I don't know why it's doing this, right? Oh no, wrong screen.
Yeah, that's outdated.
I know it's outdated, but I'm going to use it as an example. Homie, you're in a species. You can only produce out of here. But you see how this also applies to the other stages? Phylogeny.
Yeah.
Phylogeny in a very basic
Yeah,
sense.
but that's not entirely, because you have horizontal speciation as well, which is different than what is shown here. So that's why it's outdated.
Horizontal speciation.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see if they have a diagram for that. Horizontal speciation. What? Hold on. Maybe Wikipedia. Hold on. Horizontal speciation. Horizontal evolution. Concerted evolution. Horizontal gene transfer. Is this what you're talking about?
Yes.
Oh, interesting.
So we've learned a little bit more about things since Darwin discovered that there is a mechanism. There are several mechanisms. It's not just natural selection. There's sexual selection. There's tons of different selections.
Okay. Interesting. But none of this happens where we care about it down here at the end of Eukaryota.
No.
None of this happens down here, right? So yes, up here because it's more complicated up here, but down here, no, certainly not. So my point stands, right? That no, you're not going to see whales become non-whales. You're just going to produce a bunch of new kinds of whales that can't.
I explained this to him. I asked him, at what point are your descendants no longer your descendants? And he said, that can't happen. And I said, exactly. This is why the offspring of a dog will always be a dog. My famous example is the silver fox experiment in Russia, where they wanted to because silver foxes are pretty aggressive and they were bred for their fur, and they wanted to tame them, and they ended up with a weird kind of dogs that were wagging their tails, and the fur, the colors of the fur changes, the ears became floppy. The foxes turned into something that looks more like a dog. It's still a fox that looks more like a dog now.
Yeah, it's been
They're
domesticated.
tame.
It's been domesticated.
Yes. And the sad part is, now they no longer have the fur that they were bred for. So
that's hilarious.
Yeah.
But yeah, like, no, dude, whales do not become elephants because of evolution, because phylogeny, not because God. You just don't. It's like they have blinders on to anything above the species level. It's hilarious.
Or vice versa, or something like a land-dwelling animal can become aquatic.
Yeah, a
Aquatic
dog
means
will
something
become a
that-
non-dog.
Yeah.
Maybe it'll be a lizard. Maybe it'll be a
because
dinosaur. Maybe a
penguins
cabbage,
don't
reptile,
exist,
reptile,
Rob.
who knows?
Rob, penguins,
given
they
enough
don't
time,
exist. They're
two dogs
fairy
will become
tale
non-dogs,
animals.
which,
They're birds turning
Yeah,
into
penguins- the other
aquatic
penguins still-
animals.
No. Penguins are not
Yes.
aquatic. At best,
They
can be described as
use
amphibious.
their wings for swimming, not for flying.
Sure, but they don't live in the water. They're not.
Not yet.
They're amphibious at best. I don't know.
Not yet. Not yet. But they're a perfect example of a species transitioning from being a bird that can fly to an animal that spends most of its time when they're feeding, at least, in the water.
Are you talking about the evolutionary history of the penguin then? That the family line okay.
It is transitioning in front of our eyes from being a bird to an animal that lives in the water.
It doesn't live in the water. It lives on land. It makes its nest.
Yes, but where will its descendants live millions of years from now?
Yeah, Jazz has it right, as per usual. Hour 2. We're halfway through hour 2. And we're not even halfway through because these guys just don't say anything worth listening to. It is easier to go on tangents about what they're wrong about than it is to actually, because there's just so little here.
The problem is they say so much that is wrong that it takes such a large amount of time to correct that.
Hold on, we just missed that. But he's making a point here.
It's still the stupid the thing I really have noticed that they've done in terms of impressing upon the minds of people is convincing people that common genetic structure is indicative of common ancestry. No.
What other fucking conclusion could you possibly come to? What other fucking conclusion could you possibly come to with the preponderance of evidence?
Yes.
I do not understand. I do not understand.
If that's where the evidence leads you, what are you supposed to think?
We're not like prescribing this and then finding evidence for it. We find evidence for it, and so we build a model around that we can use to predict shit.
Mm-hmm. And it works.
And it's indicative of common design.
Common design.
And then we talked about this last week too, that humans have 46 chromosomes, and I think you said monkeys have 48, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Chromosome number 2.
The physical differences between a monkey and
Chromosome
human.
number 2. Yeah. Yeah. And look at the difference in chromosomes. And then look at that we can crossbreed horses and donkeys, which have different amounts of chromosomes. Wait, what? Oh,
Yeah.
they don't look the same. They can't be the same kind, right? They can't be. Different amount of chromosomes.
Yeah, dude. Like, you spelled chromosome wrong. No, why do you force me to show your typos? You say funny shit. Learn to fucking spell.
Well, he may have misspelled it. I do think he's right, though.
He is very right. Yeah. Yeah, dude. Like, your model doesn't explain things like partial hybridization. It doesn't explain ring species. There's a shit ton of holes and gaps in your explanation that are predicted by evolution. Like, these are things that we can predict and test.
It's pretty big. The other thing is obviously humans are much more self-aware and intelligent than we're more
because we have bigger brains.
Creatures. Like if a monkey were to kill another monkey, you wouldn't say, "Oh, it's being immoral." But
they have complex social structures. They probably have.
Didn't we watch a video with Rob showing complex social structures as in gangs?
Yeah. Like they don't, to say morality is a human thing. They might have something akin to that works on their level. I mean, clearly they are inferior. Their brains are smaller and they don't have.
They recently discovered another monkey that is in the Stone Age. Capuchin monkeys are now in the Stone Age. They use different tools. They now use sticks and stones to get food.
It seems that like it's primates and cetaceans that are like the dominant intellectual, like maybe like otters and shit. There are several species that are like kind of scarily close to what we do. Primates, I think, above all, right?
I mean, your average dog. Your average dog has morality.
I would be careful to ascribe like
because it has been shown. Dogs have compassion as well, not just for humans but for other animals. They will save other animals in distress when they see them because they know.
For sure. And I think that comes from that might come from having been exposed to humans for so very long.
But it's a rudimentary sign of emotions and morality.
Yeah. I'm not saying that they don't feel emotions, I guess, or that. But morality is like
Morality.
My dog knows
Mind.
if I fuck with my dog, not in the sexual way, by the way, before people go there, that's not what we do. So if I mess with my dog, if I promise him something and I don't give it to him, he will know that that's wrong, and he will turn his back to me until I make up for it. He will know that I'm doing something wrong, and he's teaching me that I'm doing something wrong.
You did something he didn't like. You did something he didn't like. I think morality requires theory of
It's
mind.
not something that he didn't like. I promised him something.
Of like self.
I promised him something. No, I promised him something and then didn't follow through with that. And the dog knows after a promise, you follow through with that. If you don't, you're bad. So if you're bad, I'm going to turn my back on you. There are several experiments that have been done where lots of animals show a rudimentary
I'm gonna have
morality.
to look up more on this. You may be correct. They do not.
I know I am.
Rise to the level of sapience in my mind because sapience requires a theory of mind, which animals very clearly do not have yet. This is not to say that they could not achieve this in the future, right? But we are certainly past.
The biggest problem is that we have never done any research into this, and we're now
plenty of research
only starting.
Plenty of research has been done into this.
Yes, but only over the last few years because people weren't interested in that.
I mean,
now we're more and more people
into the into the 20th century. Experiments on dogs and birds and stuff. Like, yeah, humans have been studying this for a while, not a whole long time, but
but not as intensely as they are doing right now, because now they're discovering more and more about the animal kingdom, things that we don't know about self-awareness, about social structures. A lot of that is now being documented, and it's showing that animals are a lot more sentient than we gave them credit for a long time.
Sapient, not necessarily. Sapience, I think, is different. Again, theory of mind is very important. Animals have not yet been shown to have that, and that's where I would draw the line.
They've developed languages.
No,
what are you talking about?
They communicate. They do not have language.
No.
Language requires it. Language is.
I keep getting it wrong. I thought. So there's an animal, and I thought that these were the things that stand upright. I forgot the name in English. They studied them. They have a language. They will warn each other. There's a human coming with a yellow shirt and blue trousers. The animals have those sounds in their.
What animal is this? Citation needed. Citation needed.
Yeah, I'll have to look it up.
I am very interested in this because I just had a conversation with Phantom about this the other day. You will have to provide a citation, please. Otherwise, I can't. And I care a lot about this because if it means that I now have to change a position on animal rights, then I have to go with what the evidence tells me. So we might have me flipping on a pretty dead set position that I've had for a while. This is a magical moment. Rob, take notes. Gary, take notes. I have been confronted with the possibility of evidence in contrary to my position. Let us see what the evidence is. Let us evaluate it, and let's see if it meets the level.
I can't find it anymore.
It requires. Peter, let me know when you have found it. I'm going to hit play on the video.
But the human kills another.
Yeah,
human.
you hit play.
Well, we were either going to jail for a very long time, or we're going to get it to possibly, depending where you live in the world, you could get killed, or both. You go to jail for a long time and then get the death penalty.
And there's one other thing I really wanted to get into, and that's radiometric dating.
Oh, here we go.
This proves the Earth is 12 billion. The universe is 12 billion years old. It's
No, incorrect, massively incorrect. Radiometric dating says nothing about the age of the universe. Radiometric dating says nothing about the age of the universe, only the age of rocks and of objects. Okay? Things with radioactive elements in them. Okay? Which, not the whole universe. We date the universe, we age the universe in a different way.
Assumption. You can come to any conclusion that you want. You just change your conclusions, right? Like
what?
If
No.
I said a boxing ring is 20 feet, so if I line 10 boxing feet together, that's 200 feet. Well, you just assume that, you just made that assumption.
Yeah.
Right?
What? Assumption? Assumption of what? What the fuck did you just say?
The universe is 12 billion.
What the fuck did you just say, Gary?
Based on assumption. You can come to any conclusion that you want. You just change your conclusions, right? Like if I said a boxing ring is 20 feet, so if I line 10 boxing feet together, that's 200 feet. Well, you just assume that, you just made that assumption.
Okay, so are you saying that people will like define a new term? Homie, do you know what a pound is? Do you know where that measurement comes from? Do you know what a kilogram is? Rob, here's a great question for you, Rob, because you're a fucking Canadian, which means that you use the metric system unironically, which is disgusting. What is a kilogram? What is the standard of a kilogram? It has a definition, dude. It is a human-invented measurement, right? So we can make new tools with the tools we already have, right? We can measure the decay rate of uranium-235, and we can call it something. We can set the rate. Like C, the speed of light. We observe that the speed of light moves at a set rate. What the fuck is a kilometer? Fucking yes, dude. Anyway, yeah, you can make up new tools, man, if it helps you. Like the smoot is very famous. The smoot is a fake. I shouldn't say fake. It is a measurement. Is it a tool of measurement? I have to hold on. I have to remember what it is. The smoot. It is 5 feet 7 inches, which was the height of Oliver Smoot, who is a fraternity pledge at MIT, at MIT. But that is now defined, so that's unit of measurement. You can measure things in smoots, right? One of the bridges is famously measured at a smoot, right? A smoot number. They have little markings where you can see how many smoots you've traveled. So you can just make new tools, bro. Like you are not limited. You are not limited, man.
Yeah,
right. And then you times it by 10.
I can't find the clip that I was looking for.
Okay.
Hold on.
Now times it by 1 million, 1 billion, 12 billion, right?
Yeah, we can use measurements. We can use measurement tools and then apply math, right? And you can measure things more accurately. You can predict things. You can use them in models. You can create equations around them, man. You can make tools out of tools to make better tools. Math is a tool. Measurement is a tool. Use your noggin.
Hold on, I think I found it.
Use your noodle. Like, this is what humans are supposed to do. You found it? Throw it up and I'll throw it up.
I think I found it.
Throw it up and I'll throw it up.
Found. There you go.
Yes.
Anyway, there is a scientist, Professor Kon Slobodchikov of Northern Arizona University, who spent 30 years studying the language of these prairie dogs.
Do they warn one another of predators?
Yes, and he's used computer analysis, and they're able to distinguish between different types of predator. Humans, badgers, various other animals. Not only that, different geometric shapes, right? And
they have a different sound.
Different coloured shirts that humans are wearing. And the noise we heard is... The noise we heard in Prairie Dog was, there is a human approaching wearing a yellow shirt. I know that sounds almost inconceivable.
It is.
But what's interesting is they can't distinguish between different genders of human, but they can in different height.
Okay, hold on. Pause that. All right, I have found a scholarly source. For what this is talking about, produced potentially by the people who did it. So hold on. We will watch this. I am very interested. Share screen. Prairie dogs, America's meerkats.
Yeah, meerkats have a language too, which is why I keep confusing the two with this specific thing.
Hello, my name is Kon Slobodchikov.
Oh, this is the guy who did the study. Wonderful. We are right at the source. This is amazing.
I would like to tell you about the studies that my students and I have been doing in decoding the language of prairie dogs. Our studies have concentrated primarily on the language of one of the 5 species of prairie dogs, the Gunnison's prairie dog. However, it is very likely that the other 4 species of prairie dogs also have similar complexity in language. Prairie dogs have alarm calls that they give when they see a predator. These alarm calls are a series of relatively high-pitched notes that sound somewhat like a bird chirping. The alarm calls have been a Rosetta Stone for us in decoding prairie dog language because we can see the predator approach, we can record the alarm calls of the prairie dogs in response to the predator, we can videotape the escape responses of the prairie dogs, and then, when there is no predator present, we can play back the alarm calls that we previously recorded and videotape the escape responses of the prairie dogs to the playback. If the escape responses to the playback match those that happened when the predator was present, then we know that there is meaningful information encoded into the alarm call. We can bring the alarm call recordings into our laboratory and use computer analysis to look at the acoustic structure of the calls. Computer software generates a sonogram, which is a pictorial representation of the frequencies and time values contained in a vocalization. Prairie dog alarm calls look like a series of stacked chevrons, kind of like sergeant stripes with the peak pointing upward. Each call is about 1/10 of a second, so it is very brief. Most of the calls are repeated multiple times so that you hear something that sounds like. We can then measure the frequency and time values within a chirp and use statistical analysis to determine whether an alarm call for, say, a coyote is the same as or different than an alarm call for, say, a human. So the analysis of the sounds is based on rigorous statistical methods. Using observations and experiments, we have found that prairie dogs give different alarm calls to different species of predators. They have one alarm call that they give for coyotes that sounds like this. They have another alarm call that they give for domestic dogs that sounds like this. They have a third alarm call that they give for humans that sounds like this. They also have a single note alarm call that they give for red-tailed hawks that sounds like this. Amazingly enough, even though some dogs look like coyotes, prairie dogs never mistake a dog for a coyote or vice versa, and always give an appropriate alarm call for each. We have also found that each alarm call contains information not only about the species of predator,
Maybe,
but also contains...
maybe it's just the speed at which these sound bites are playing that I cannot hear a meaningful difference between any of them.
Well, that's why you use computer analysis.
Yeah, I mean, the waveforms very clearly look different, but...
I mean, keep in mind that the way we hear is extremely limited compared to other animals. So
the spectrogram analysis is fascinating.
He
was just going to say more about just not the species, but also a description.
Information about the description of the individual predator. For example, a human alarm call contains information not only about the intruder being a human, but also contains information about the size, shape, and color of clothes that the human is wearing.
Whoa.
When we do an experiment where the same person walks out into a prairie dog colony wearing different colored t-shirts at different times, the prairie dogs will have alarm calls that contain the same description of the person's size and shape, but will vary in their description of the color. Like many mammals, prairie dogs have dichromatic vision, which means that they can see blue, some green, and yellow, but not red. Using experiments in the field in the laboratory, we have found that prairie dogs can also describe the size, shape, and coat color of domestic dogs. Amazingly enough, prairie dogs can also describe objects that they have never seen before. In one experiment, we showed prairie dogs a silhouette of a black oval, and they all consistently had the same alarm call for the black oval. In other experiments, we have shown prairie dogs silhouettes of circles and triangles, and they consistently have different alarm calls for the circles versus the triangles. Using computer analysis, we have shown that the alarm calls are made up of smaller units of sound, very much like human phonemes, such as vowels and consonants. So each alarm call of a prairie dog is equivalent to a human sentence composed of nouns and adjectives, and smaller units of sounds that make up these nouns and adjectives. The nouns are the species of predator, such as coyote or domestic dog. The adjectives are the physical descriptions of the predators, such as tall, thin, or yellow. We have also found that prairie dog alarm calls have dialects, much like human dialects. Just like a person from California might say the word dog somewhat differently from a person saying dog in Georgia, prairie dogs also have slight differences in the way that they pronounce an alarm call for, say, human in Arizona versus in New Mexico versus in Colorado. Prairie dogs have other vocalizations that we can't yet decode because we don't know the context. They have social chatters in which one prairie dog will lift up its head and go chatter, 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 and another prairie dog somewhere in the colony will respond with another string of chatter. Nothing about the behavior of the two prairie dogs changes. We can show that the syllables within the chatters are different, but because there are no behavioral changes, we lack the Rosetta Stone to decode the meaning of this. Prairie dogs also wave their tails around in a behavior known as tail flagging. But again, we don't know what the meaning of this is either. One of the best known signals of the blacktail and Mexican prairie dogs is the jump yip, where the prairie dog stands up on its hind legs, stretches its front legs up towards the sky, and produces a yipping call. This occurs in many different contexts.
It's where they pray
such
to
as
Jesus.
Territorial disputes, a predator leaving, or a snake appearing. No one has looked at the acoustic properties of these calls to see if they're different for different contexts. Sometimes the jump yip call occurs when there's no obvious context. Maybe in that case, the prairie dogs are simply saying, "Hooray, it's a wonderful day." I am often asked whether prairie dogs of one species can understand the language of prairie dogs of a different species. While I have not done the experiments to test this, just looking at sonograms of the different species vocalizing to the same human wearing the same color of clothes suggests that the answer is probably no. It looks like the different species have different languages, just like we have French, Spanish, German, Russian, and Portuguese. At the present time, prairie dogs have the most sophisticated animal language that has been decoded, more sophisticated than even primates, whales, and dolphins. But my guess is that once we start looking at the vocalizations and signals of other animal species within specific contexts, just like we've been doing with prairie dogs, we'll find that a lot more species have complex languages. If you'd like to know more about prairie dogs, you can find out a lot more about prairie dog language in the book Prairie Dogs, Communication and Community in an Animal Society. You can find a link to this book on my website, www.
Damn.
Send me the link to that video because that's one that I want to save.
Yeah.
But yeah, so.
Wow, that is a lot to digest, actually. I'll put it in the public chat here for anybody who wants to watch it. And then I'll send it to you in the private chat. Man, that's intense. That's an intense challenge to what I understand about animal communication. That's intense.
Yes. That's what I mean.
So let me break this down. Let me be autistic for a moment. So it's very clear that they have the building blocks of what we would consider a modern language, right? And they're certainly communicating detailed information. They have like blocks. It's like a block language, kind of, or in the same way that like Chinese is, where they're individual characters, right? The blocks that they use to assemble language are not. They convey ideas, right? They're there's a word.
Well, they make a specific sound, but the sound is made up of all kinds of different sub sounds, which make this very short sound the equivalent to an entire sentence. And that's kind of mind blowing.
Well, but like not in the way that like English, for instance, when you put it's the letters themselves don't mean anything, right? That's the lowest level of organization.
But this is not a written language.
No. I understand that. But like the individual phonemes are not. They don't mean anything in English, right? But for them, it does. So they have a language that operates more similarly to Chinese, where the individual phonemes have meaning, like base meaning, and the way that you organize these blocks is how you communicate, instead of organizing the blocks in different combinations in the right order. It's a different way of communicating. So they obviously have the building blocks for it. And they're obviously communicating information about the environment, right? I will grant you that. That is something that we have observed in dogs, right? And in other species. They can communicate the environment. They have signals about what they are observing, and they can
but not this precise though.
No, this is definitely more precise than anything else. Correct. Now, so
and it has details.
They fulfill if we were to crack open their social language, the social stuff that they do, I would be inclined to say that prairie dogs are at human level sapiens. If we crack that open, right? Hold on.
I wouldn't go that far, but
and we see complex communication, right? In the way that humans do. They're just doing it differently, right? They're talking about themselves. They're talking about their experiences. They are able to communicate conceptual data, right? Because that's what I would consider sapiens.
It would be a lot more rudimentary, I think. So they could talk about certain things.
Rudimentary. I would still be very impressed and like inclined to be like, oh shit, we might not be the only thing on this planet that is like sapient, right? Because that's currently that is my position, that human rights are human rights because we are the only sapient species on the planet.
We might not be.
We might not be. I'm open to this becoming the case in the future, right? I'm not against this. I am still an anthropod supremacist in the sense that like humans first, because this is the highest level of my tribe. Like
that's still not how I see it, because obviously we need to eat and we feed on other animals, which is a common thing in the animal kingdom, that one animal feeds on another animal, and there are animals that exclusively feed on plants. There are animals that feed on plants and other animals. So that that would still be a thing. But yeah,
Oh no, I meant
don't-
to like
well,
advocating for my species.
over time, we might just learn that we're not as special as we thought we were.
No.
Which
Definitely, we will become less special over time as we are exposed.
Yes.
Currently, compared to everything we currently observe, we are seemingly the most special.
Currently, what we know, it's because we haven't observed.
I mean, we're not like cosmically special. We're
No. But what this professor said in the video, we haven't looked at dogs, the sounds they make. We haven't.
As a value judgment, special is in we're the only ones who do it, right?
We haven't looked at cetaceans but we already know that whales teach their young and they learn by observing, and that we have found this out the hard way because we now have orcas that sink ships, and they're teaching all other orcas to sink ships, which is kind of a problem.
Yeah, again, communication versus like complex language, right? So the moment that we can prove that prairie dogs are talking about politics, like that prairie dogs have politics.
No, that wouldn't be a thing because they don't have politics. That would be.
Well, who knows? We don't know what they talk about. This guy just said that we don't know what their social chatters are like. We don't know.
No, but
there's a bunch more
in the Stone Age. In the Stone Age, we didn't have politics.
I think human. What's the word? Human socialization is inherently political. Because at any level of human social organization that has existed in our history, there have been power struggles. Tribal units have power struggles. Tribal units have politics.
Yeah, but
they're tribal politics.
I wouldn't call that politics, though.
I would. Any conflict arising.
That's just the right of the strongest, and you've got something that I need and I want it, and therefore I'm stronger and I'm going to take it.
But the assumption that that's how all tribal societies functioned is not. That's not how all tribal societies function. Some certainly.
No. I'm saying that if you go back in our history, we didn't always have politics. That's what I'm saying. So in order to say that these animals need to have politics in order to become
no. But like that they can have a concept of themselves, and again, it's the theory of mind thing. Are prairie dogs having like internal experiences like we do, in a sense that they have a concept of the self? Right.
Yes. Well,
can they communicate this effectively to other prairie dogs? Do prairie dogs talk about what do prairie dogs talk about when they're not doing anything?
I'll give you another one. So you've heard about why did the chicken cross the road, which is a nice one. But how does a meerkat cross the road?
How?
They send out one of them to see whether or not it's safe. If that one survives, then the rest crosses too. And you know who they send out?
Who?
They're young.
Okay.
Because they won't affect the population as such, because you can make more young. So they send out a young. If the young makes it across the road, then it's safe to cross the road. That's a consistent thing.
Do they do this anywhere else in nature?
I mean, this is an observed thing.
Well, yeah, but
I
want to know if this is something that they have learned because of humanity, or if this is an instinct that they have now applied to humanity.
I don't know. They might do the same crossing an open field to see whether or not there are predators about. And out one of their young, if it gets eaten, then it's not safe. And I'm not sure. I only know about the crossing the road thing. I haven't looked into this any further.
Fascinated by this. I want to make it clear. I am fascinated by this. I have learned something today. We have gained one wrinkle in the old noodle. And somehow we have still not finished the fucking video. Oh my god, we have not finished the fucking video. Oh my god.
In all fairness, it's a hard one to because they keep saying the same.
It's just the 40 minutes.
How far are we in?
22.
Based on a faulty premise.
Oh, by the way,
Yeah, no, I was actually.
now I forgot the code word, but you can set this to LGBTQ friendly.
Oh, why is that?
I forgot what you need. I think if you let me check
This is
if I
on
can.
Rumble. I'm not sure if.
Oh no, that's on Rumble. Oh yeah, no, this only
isn't
works on YouTube.
This is Rumble.
Conversation
because Gary is banned from YouTube.
With my
Yeah,
pastor,
obviously.
already Cardabin. He said there's a guy from McMaster.
Oh yeah, that guy, his pastor that he just mentioned. Wait, hold on.
It's just based on
Let me. Is that a new?
Yeah,
pastor?
I know. I was having a conversation with my pastor, already Cardabin. He said.
What did he say about? Oh, about radiocarbon dating.
There's a guy from McMaster who's a Christian and a young Earth creationist, and he says the reason that they get those whack numbers is because they're actually reading the data wrong. I mean, they're doing it.
Yeah, they're reading the data wrong. Nope, we have peer review for that. That's what peer review is for. We make sure that
you know,
fuck up.
You know the fun thing, the people who learned how to gather and interpret the data, who put in the actual work in how you need to do this, they get it wrong, and your pastor, who knows jack shit, knows that they get it wrong.
Yeah, your pastor who hasn't read the data, who hasn't done the study, who has not checked whether or not this is right for himself.
Who doesn't even know the method used to gather the data, knows that they interpret it wrong.
We're just asserting things.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Attention, because they're inferring the age, because in order to reverse the age of the Earth is something stupidly ridiculous, like 13 or 14 years old, then you can give. I mean, we're that guy that I told you about last week, Not Evolution 1. He said that radiometric dating has actually dated a living snail to be 27,000 years.
We discussed this live.
Yes.
This is the reservoir effect. This happens.
This is the reservoir effect. Yes.
They build their carapaces out of limestone and water that has excess amounts of carbon in it, and so their shells have excess amounts of carbon. Yeah, this is accounted for. This is why you can't. This happens with all mollusks, by the way, because this is just a feature of how they grow. So you can't radiocarbon date mollusks. That we know that.
Yeah, it's not a secret.
It's not a secret.
It's all based on assumptions, right? And if you look at carbon dating.
It's weird how it's all based on assumptions, and still your GPS works, which wouldn't work if radiocarbon dating was wrong.
Yeah, we wouldn't have satellites if radiocarbon dating was wrong. Wouldn't have GPS. We wouldn't have
radiometric. I should say radiometric dating, because they use radiometric clocks.
Yeah,
in satellites in order to get it right.
We wouldn't have standard unified time. Time wouldn't work without radiometric dating, because we can measure. That's how it's the. Oh my god, I forget what the actual element that we use is. Hold on. UTC radio. Hold on, radio. Metric clock. Yep, it's an atomic
I'm getting
clock.
so fed up with YouTube. I'm part of some weird experiment where my YouTube changes when someone's doing a live video.
Yeah.
And
Here's another diagram for you, Rob. Here's another. It's learning time. It's learning time. So, oh, whoops, that's the wrong screen. We're gonna do you an edumacation today, homeboy. We're gonna do you an edumacation. We get you edumacated. So this is how time works. This is how humans measure time with atomic clocks, which use the same science as radiometric dating. Nuclear physics. Whoa, holy shit. Math works, and it's used scientifically, and it helps us. Holy shit. Holy
yeah, and
shit.
if you want to,
That's amazing.
Cam,
Yeah.
can you give me a wrench in your chat?
A wrench? Why?
Yes. So
Why
I can
do you-
post links.
Oh, how do I do that? Can I do that in?
I need.
Can I do that through StreamYard, or do I have to go to my stream on YouTube?
No, you have to go to. I just put hey in the chat. If you click on the 3 dots.
No, I think I have to do this through YouTube. Hold on.
Yeah, you have to go through YouTube.
Yeah, give me 2
You
seconds.
you can make me a moderator in your chat, and that means that I get the ability to post links. I also get the ability to time people out and ban people, but I'm not going to do that because I don't know the rules
That's
of your
weird.
chat.
I can't see the chat on YouTube.
You can't see the chat on YouTube.
No, I can't for some reason. That's very strange.
Here, I'll put a link in the private chat.
Yeah, just drop
Click
it in
on
the
that
private
link.
chat, and I will.
No, that's the link to the YouTube chat.
Oh, even better. Thank you. Okay. Add as moderator. Standard moderator.
Yeah.
There you
Standard moderator is okay. Okay. Let me see if I can. Yes, I know what a moderator is supposed to do. I'm moderator on a ton of channels.
Oh my
Don't
goodness.
abuse your powers. That's what you do. Okay, so for people who want to know more about radiometric dating, we did a show on Jackson Wheat's channel. There's the link. Once we're done, go watch that. This is a guy who on Twitter goes by the name Age of Rocks. And I keep forgetting his name.
Peter, I'm going to leave my stream in your very capable hands. I have to see a man about a horse. I will be right back. Entertain the chat.
Okay. I will entertain the chat with talking about this. So, for some reason, why can't I see the description? This is just weird. Okay. Show less, show more. Well, okay. This isn't working. Okay, so the guy goes on Twitter by the name of Age of Rocks, and I keep forgetting his name. His name is John something. His actual work is radiometric dating. Last time I checked, he's in Switzerland, working in Switzerland. And so in this video, he explains the rudimentary things on radiometric dating. He's also really approachable. So if you're on Twitter, look out for Age of Rocks. And if you have a question, you can just ask him a question and he will answer you. He's that kind of guy. And he's he knows a lot about it. And I'm rambling because this was a long time ago. How long was that? That was August 2022. Time flies when you're having fun. So if you want to learn more about how radiometric dating is done, James Downard commented 52 minutes in source methods. So those are going to be explained as well. What were you saying about Gary's tech issues? I don't recall. We'll have to wait until Kim gets back to talk about Gary's tech issues. Although tech issues are a thing. The last show I produced for Jackson Wheat didn't get produced because of tech issues. We had a power outage. Usually that's a thing that is going to be solved in about an hour, 2 hours tops. This time it took them 10.5 hours to get it back on. In the meantime, they turned it back on a few times, which, and this is my bad. I had my computer to automatically start up the moment it gets power. So by the time power came back on, a lot of stuff on my computer was screwed.
I have returned.
And I had to reinstall a lot of things. So, yeah, the question is from Noble Pursuits, what were you saying about Gary's tech issues?
They don't do tech checks before they go live.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
I'm new to live streaming, but I do tech checks. I make sure that everything's functioning before I get online.
There has to come a day when I convert you to using OBS.
I could probably use OBS. I have used OBS.
Using StreamYard. You should use StreamYard as the back end, because I've got some magic powers that I can do with the YouTube chat and StreamYard in order to make
you gotta teach me some
nice.
shit, man. I would be willing to learn if you can teach. I don't need anything super fancy. This is more than enough to dunk on Gary and Rob.
It just makes things a lot. It just makes things a lot easier if you have several scenes set up where you can just, if you want to show a video, you can show a video. What I do is when we do these things on Jackson's show where we watch videos, I always download them and then play them inside of OBS, and I use my phone. I use my phone as a remote for OBS, so starting and stopping the video, all of that is done on my phone or on a tablet.
Yeah,
actually,
for like planned content, yeah, I can see that. I have a very free flowing, as you can see, sort of like
yes,
I bounce
but
around.
The fun part is you can set up scene collections for different sorts of content, and so for every sort of content you would want, whether you're streaming a game or whatever you're doing, you can have a scene collection. It's a one-time setup that you can go back to. You don't have to set up everything every single time. It's already there. It's a one-time thing to set up, and it'll just, I mean, now, so what you did now is you had to go talk to a guy about a horse. When that happens to me, when I'm doing a live show, I can continue the live show and still do everything that's needed. So I can start the video, stop the video, can do pretty much everything, as long as I'm within Wi-Fi range of my own Wi-Fi.
Yeah, but that's because you're a producer. You're not. You can sit in the back end if you're not needed.
Okay, so but this is. It's the only thing I've ever paid for. This is free. You can use it for free.
Uh-huh.
And it's still the equivalent of a $300 Stream Deck, which you can just have for free. I paid for this, which is a one-time payment for a lifetime subscription, and it's $14. And that means you have unlimited buttons, unlimited pages of buttons.
Whoa.
So it has to be the best tool you can get for live streaming, and it's worth every single one of those $14.
Damn, I'll have to look into this. You're gonna have to impart all of these secrets onto me.
It's not a secret. It's called Touch Portal. It's a free app that you download onto your computer and onto your phone or tablet. And you can use it on Android and on on Apple-based systems. Although I would discourage anyone to use Apple-based systems because that's going to mess with your OBS.
Touch portal.
Yes, it's a free
macro
app that will,
controller.
and it will not only control your OBS, but if you're into Photoshop, it can control Photoshop. If you have Philips Hue lighting, it can control your lighting
Windows
in your house.
functions, XSplit, sounds. Wow.
Yes.
HTTP communication, you can, which means what? You can bring up websites on the fly.
Yes.
That's crazy.
You can post comments. You can post comments in the YouTube chat with the push of a button.
Wow.
Which is what I do when I'm producing for Arn. I will post the links of the people who are part of the panel. It's just the push of a button.
Dangerous. Hold on, I could use this for Elite Dangerous. I'm buying this. I'm sold. I'm so sold.
Yeah. What I would suggest is buy a used tablet, which will set you back 20 bucks tops.
Yeah.
And put it on that, so you have a nice big screen, so yeah, it can have decent buttons. But you can have, I think, up to 130 buttons. You can have up to 130 buttons on one page, and you have unlimited pages. And so you can, with the touch of a button, you can switch from one page to another. So
Dude, next level.
You can set up soundboards. You can set up whatever you want. You can open up folders or files on your computer at the touch of a button. There's another thing. What you do, Kem, is you take notes when you're watching videos. If you name a file, just notes. You can make a button, push of a button, and the file will open and you can take notes and then save that file under a different name where you have the show notes. And then you still have the notes file ready to pull up for the next show. All you need to do is push a button and you're there. I mean, I'm hooked on this, to be honest. I really am. And you can do all kinds of tricks. You can have things show up on screen.
I'm sold. I will have
on the last show with Arn, he said you have a picture of me praying, and I only had to push one button and it showed up on screen. And he said, "Damn, you're fast." No, I'm not fast. I just have things ready for use whenever I want to use it.
Dude, the wizard. He's a wizard. All right, we have to finish this video. We have to finish this video.
And I can if there are people who are interested in this, there's a guy on YouTube and on Twitter. He's called Nutty. Go watch his tutorials on OBS because this guy's not just funny, but he has brilliant tutorials, most of which are with free stuff. That's where I learn a lot of the shit that I can do.
Hell yeah.
The guy's just brilliant.
And then that's
He can even get you cheap Windows keys. So if you have a pirated version of Windows, for I think about $10, you can upgrade to a registered version.
Nah, fuck that. I'm a pirate. Piracy is based. If buying doesn't mean owning, piracy isn't a crime. Piracy isn't stealing. If buying doesn't mean owning,
well, I mean, if you have Windows on your computer, you basically own your copy.
No, you don't. Microsoft can break your computer at any time.
Yeah, but I mean,
if buying doesn't mean owning, piracy isn't stealing. Anyway,
so not 12 billion, 15,000. So carbon dating would indicate a young Earth.
No.
Science would
No.
indicate a young Earth. Yeah, no.
Carbon dating goes up to 50,000 years, dumbass, which is, almost 10 times as old as you think the Earth is.
Yeah, the least powerful, the smallest ruler that we have is bigger than your timeline.
Yes, carbon dating goes back to about 50,000 years.
Carbon 14 dating can do 50, maybe 60,000 years. Our smallest
Yes.
ruler is bigger than your whole timeline. This is
Yes.
just demonstrably false.
The idea, I just can't imagine actually thinking the Earth is billions of years old. It's like
Yeah, you can't imagine.
Dude, we have human remains, bones that are older than that.
Yes, we have
We have
dildos
200,000
in Germany.
Okay, all right.
We have dildos in Germany that are 20,000 years old. They predate Adam and Eve by 14,000 years.
Oh my God.
German women figured out that they don't need men.
Level of stupidity in that, right? Like we're talking about this. What would the population be if humans had lived for 100 million years? It'd actually be.
Oh yeah, this is the other thing that I ran into the other day.
Humans don't live for 100 million years. You doofus.
They believe that if humans had lived on this planet as long as evolution says they do, that there would be no humans left. That we would have all died out. Somehow, humans being at least 200,000 years old doesn't make sense to them because they think that we'd have already.
No. It's the other way. It's the other way around. They think that then we would be cramped on top of each other because of the amount of people.
No.
Because
listen.
Yes, because they don't factor in global diseases. They don't factor in things like the plague and which was worse the further you go back.
No. Listen to what he said.
It's the level of stupidity in that, right? Like we're talking about this. What would the population be if humans had lived for 100 million years?
Zero.
It'd actually be zero, right? Like
they think that if humans, it's insane. Like what the hell? Oh, good night, Noble. Good night, Noble.
What?
Take it easy, dude.
Night, Noble. Why would it be zero?
Because we'd have all killed each other. We would all died out. Watch.
Because there would be no resources. But like if you just
there would be no resources. Humans would just exhaust the entirety of the earth. It's too long. Humans don't live that long. We'd have completely killed ourselves.
Well,
and your evidence to show this
at least for a bit he's right, because we're going to run out of resources if we keep going in the rate that we're doing.
Well, yeah,
because we're not going to be able to sustain the human population with food.
The better part of 200 years out of our 300,000 year history.
The problem with them is they think that population growth is linear, and it is not.
No. I mean, technological progress isn't linear. It's parabolic, right? Or rather, not parabolic. It's exponential, right? So the longer you are, the faster it goes. But only recently has it really ticked up because it hit that critical mass.
It wasn't too long ago when humans had the lifespan of what was it? The average lifespan of human was between 45 and 50, where it's now up to, I think in the 70s, the average lifespan of humans. So yeah, that's a thing. Yeah. That's a recent thing.
It's a very recent thing. It's just, this is amazing.
Like we've seen over the last 6,000 years, right? I mean, I just can't, if you...
Which is like, this is like a weirdly extropic way of thinking. Like, how can you be extropic and also cataclysmic at the same time? As if like humans would cause no...
Because they make statements and then make other statements that contradict the earlier statements. So let's say if there has been a global flood, right? So all of the animals by twos went on Noah's Ark. How do we get the millions of species we have today? Did Noah have millions? Because he had to have double the amount for each species, because male and female. How big was this boat?
I mean, that's because they will. This is how AIG does it. They will counter with, well, Noah wasn't taking every single species, right? He was taking one of every kind of animal.
Yeah.
Right? And a kind.
And even then, how fast would evolution have to work to get from 2 dogs to all the dogs we have today?
It wouldn't have happened. It just wouldn't have happened because you don't have enough animals to create a population. I think that there is a lower threshold for this. If you don't have enough individual specimens of a species, it will die out. There's just you need X amount of them, which I think is like 50 to keep a population alive. You can, otherwise the gene pool degrades too quickly. Right.
Well, it's more than 50. So we know for a fact. There's one famous animal that has a bottleneck, a genetic bottleneck, where it dipped under 10,000, and that is the cheetah.
Yeah, the 5,500 rule, minimum viable population.
And it's possible that the same thing is now happening with koalas after the wildfires in Australia lately. So they might dip under that, where they don't have enough genetic diversity to survive without our help. So.
Okay. So. The 5,500. The thing,
and we know for a fact.
5,500 rule.
Now we know for a fact that the human population.
Depression and
we know for. We know for a fact that in our DNA, there's no sign of a bottleneck that has ever gone under 10,000. So that would rule out not only Adam and Eve, but it would also rule out the flood.
Yeah. There you go.
This is the problem. That's the problem with guys like this. They get their information from the worst people possible: Kent Hovind, Ray Comfort, and Answers in Genesis.
Well, they just listen and they don't check any of it. They just take it.
They don't check any of it.
They don't do any of the research. They don't look into it.
They take it as gospel.
They take it as gospel.
The problem with it.
Yep.
Double the population every 14 years, like
we're
what
going on hour
seeing,
4.
Right? That would take us back about 4,000 years to when there would be 2 people, or like, and that's what we see, right? Like,
only 4,000 years ago we had 8 people, according to your book.
Yeah, that doesn't.
I honestly don't. I don't believe we're going to be on this rock for another 500 years the way it is.
I mean, could be tomorrow.
Not with the intelligence you two have.
I don't know.
Like I said, I don't know either. But it definitely won't be lasting another 4.
Every generation thinks it's going to be the last generation.
Mm-hmm. It's what you're taught if you're a Christian, because we're in the end times, guys.
Yeah,
we need to have the end times.
They don't have any future. They're not looking into the future. They're here. They're in the here and now. They're not thinking of what comes later. Ironically enough, the people who believe in an afterlife aren't thinking about what happens after they die.
I'm friends with a Christian, and he's recently suffered from a flood of all things, which ruined basically his entire house, or at least the carpeting and some of the furniture.
Wow.
This guy lives for being raptured. To him, that's the greatest thing that can happen to him. And to me, that's just so sad, because he's a decent guy. He's a nice guy. I like talking to him. I like hanging out with him. If I were in the US, he would be on my bucket list to visit and have a drink with, because he's such a nice guy.
Yeah.
But the way he looks at life, it can't be over fast enough for him. And not just for him, for his entire family, his children and his grandchildren. Why would you want that for your future to be over? Because then apparently you can go to heaven. Well, it depends. Because if your denomination is right, you go to heaven. if the Catholics are right, you go to hell. And this is 40,000 different denominations, which all thinks that the other ones are wrong, because otherwise there wouldn't be different denominations. And then we're not even talking about the non-denominational Christians, which are own in their own separate category, which would I think we would end up with 1 million different Christian denominations if we take those into consideration.
Yeah, no.
It's so sad.
It is very sad that people think this way. Jazz is correct. This life is probably the best it's going to get, man. Thinking about what comes later it gives you tunnel vision, man. You don't worry about the here and now. You're not worried about
even if you think that there's an afterlife, make the most of this, because this is the only life on Earth you're gonna get. So make the most of it.
Yeah.
If there's a better thing coming, great. But even if there's a better thing coming, make the best of this one.
Campfire rules, man. Leave it better than you found it. Make a mark. A good mark.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
4,000 years.
I can't say that. The other thing I want to get into with atheists, and they never give me an answer, right? Like, so if thinning the herd is good and getting rid of the weak for the strong.
No.
There's no atheist who thinks that.
Well, don't say that. There probably are atheists.
Well, I mean, there are criminals who think that. That has nothing to do with atheism.
Again, yeah, this is not something that atheism prescribes, right? Like nobody rational that I've ever met believes this. Okay,
no,
eugenics is bad. No. Artificial selection on humans is a no-go. It violates people's rights. This is not okay.
Yeah.
Okay. It is never okay. Nobody worth listening to advocates for this.
Darwinism is all about. Wouldn't things like COVID and various viruses and illnesses be good?
No.
Because they kill the weak.
No. What the fuck? No.
Yeah. I'm friends with a guy who helped create one of the vaccines. He's an atheist. Why would he create a vaccine if he thinks it's good?
Yeah, what the fuck, dude? No. We don't want people to die. We're not. Yeah. Well, I mean, he's a theocrat. So what do you expect? Also, you spelled fascist wrong.
More resources for the strong and fit. Wouldn't that? Why would we look to solve these things? They seem to be the solution, right? So unless you think that humans have some inherent value, which now you got some explaining to do.
What? No, we don't have any explaining to do. We believe in our personal opinions that humans have inherent value. Just full stop. That we don't need a god to
your
do that.
life has value. I pretty much said that just a few seconds ago. Your life has value.
Yeah.
Even if there's an afterlife, this life has value.
At the very least, it has value to you as an individual because you're the one experiencing it.
Yes.
So at least one person believes that your life is valuable, which means that your life is valuable because at least one person believes that it is. That's just how it works. Yes. Just like in the same way that the dollar has no inherent value, it has value because we agree it has value. It's a fiat currency. Okay.
Yes. And a fun fact: in my country, if you think your life doesn't have value, you have the right to end it. No matter how, at least if you're an adult.
Yeah, this is sociopathic behavior. You need God to tell you that other people have value, dude. Check your fucking head. That's psychopathic behavior.
Why would prolonging the life of the weak and elderly be a good thing. It would be a bad thing in your religion.
Because it's
wouldn't it?
good for society, because the weak and the elderly contribute to
The
society.
thing too is like,
And what is
the
weak
atheist always
anyway?
Yeah, define weak.
How do you define weak? Because when I grew up, the nerds in school were the weak ones. They are now the dominant ones in the species because they are the ones designing the computer stuff and the AIs and the self-driving cars.
This is so weird. Gary walks into a room full of people and wonders why we're not killing the weak.
Yeah.
Like this is so weird. Because in his mind, the weak have to be leeches somehow. Right? The weak have to be leeches. They have to be siphoning energy off of the strong. But because God has a plan for them, it's okay.
Yeah.
But if God doesn't have a plan for them, then it's not okay, and we need to be killing them.
If you really want to blow his mind, then tell him that having gays in your species is an evolutionary advantage.
Oh,
that's gonna mess him up.
What does that mean? Let's hear it. What is the evolutionary advantage of having gay people in a population?
Because they can look after your young for you. It's an evolutionary. So it depends on the species, but there are hundreds of species
Holy shit. Here it is, published in
the
National Institute of Health. According to the Alliance Formation Hypothesis, same-sex sexuality evolved by natural selection because it created or strengthened male-to-male alliances and allowed low-status males to reposition themselves in the group hierarchy and thereby increase their reproductive success. Interesting. There is evidence to show, according to the abstract of this article that I will have to read fully later, if it is available.
Mm-hmm.
Can I actually read this? Or is it like paywalled? It's paywalled. I really dislike this part of science, is that a lot of it is just inaccessible to the average person. You have to pay money for this. This kind of knowledge should be available freely. But I understand that these scientists need to make money. Like, I'm not...
Yeah, because they're unlike what these two knuckleheads think, they're not funded by the government.
Well, the National Library of Medicine is because it's from the NIH, but most scientific journals are not funded by the government.
Yeah, but not everything, every piece of research is funded. That's what I'm saying.
Trying to, just so that I don't get called out for not showing my sources. Here it is. It's right here, published and official. Well, I guess they don't like the fact that it's an official page of the United States government, but there
and
it
this
is.
only talks about male. This only talks about male homosexuality.
Yeah.
Believe it or not, there's also a thing called female homosexuality.
Yep. There it is. What can I tell you?
And it's not, and homosexuality is not confined to the human species.
Yep. I will drop this link in the chat so that. Oh, hold on. Oh, no, it did work. Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
Copy and paste. Boomer moment, boomer moment, boomer moment. All right. Stop screen.
That's an insult.
Screen.
I'm a boomer. Hold on. I'm a boomer. I just taught you 2 things about evolution. I taught you at least 1 thing about streaming.
Yes. But still, the meme must live on.
A boomer moment should be a teaching experience.
No, sorry.
A learning experience.
You are the exception, not the rule. I'm sorry. You are the exception and not the rule.
Well, when it comes to evolution, keep in mind Onra's a boomer as well, because he's the same age I am.
Again,
he's just
the
a few
exception,
months
not
behind.
The exception, not the rule.
They'll say that there's no God.
Yeah.
As soon as they say, but then again, they'll jump on like all the evils in the world. Like, wait a second, What's your standard for evil? What's your standard for good?
We create it in our minds. We have individual standards. We have individual private internal moralities. That's how that works.
And a lot of times, like I've heard this argument too, it's a bad.
Oh, let's talk about their standard of evil and their standard of good.
Hold on.
How many societies is God killing off in the Bible just because they don't believe the way God thinks they should believe?
I think he's about to talk
I've
about
heard
that.
this argument too. It's a bad. They'll say, "Well, we'll have a top-down hierarchy of values." So, so obviously, we'll put like rape, and kidnapping, and murder up here.
All of which happen in the Bible and are sanctioned by God.
Yes.
The reason that doesn't work, and we see this, you see this in your country, you see this in mine, is that obviously people's top-down hierarchy is going to be subjective and varying from person to person either. Subjective morality doesn't work because, that's why we're in the mess we're in, because we believe in that crap.
What?
Yeah.
What? What do you the mess? What is the mess we're in? What does that even mean?
Yeah.
What is?
Well,
what does that mean,
he's right. He's right about one thing. We're in this mess because of subjective morality. Because if morality comes from God, it's subjective. Because God is a subject. Because according to Christians, God is a. Yeah. So according to Christians, God is a disembodied mind. A mind without a brain.
Well, yeah. From God's perspective, in Deus Visas, yes, it would be subjective. But from their
objective means absent of a mind. So,
that's not how they would define
God's
objective.
morality.
They're defining objective here as like the set standard by the thing that is above us.
Absent the mind.
Yeah, I know, but that's not how they interact with this problem.
No, they can't, because otherwise they'd be proven wrong.
Well,
so that's something they have to.
Yeah,
this is the problem with young Earth creationists. They provide their own definitions on words that already have set definitions that work for entire society, except for young Earth creationists.
Yeah, they accuse us of doing the same thing. So.
Yeah, they accuse the majority of the world's population to do something because I'm lost.
Because we want to deny their God. That is their problem.
Yeah. Most Christians agree with us because they want to deny the biblical God. What?
Yeah.
Never mind.
We deny God because we want to deny God, not because we're right about anything.
The thing is, no one actually does. No one actually does believe in subjective morality.
What do you mean? I do. I'm here unironically telling you that I believe morality is subjective. And even that is
morality everywhere is based on subjective morality. This is why morality changes over time.
Yeah. Population.
This is why slavery is now a bad thing. Even in the US.
Condoned in the Bible.
Yes. God thinks it's okay, but we don't.
It's stupid, right? Like,
it's self-defeating.
Because you were, no matter what you're saying, you were built and designed by your creator.
Yeah, see, you're wrong because you're wrong because you're wrong because you're wrong.
Yes.
Because
in order to make that statement, you first need to demonstrate a creator.
Yeah, just produce the creator. Produce the mechanism of creation. Manifest these things. Show us how they work. We need to be able to see it. We need to be able to test it. We need to be able to reproduce it.
And
I'm sorry.
Show us the evidence.
I don't believe you.
Yeah, show us the evidence where humans just poofed into existence out of nothing.
Show me how this happened. Show me how this happened.
Yeah. And why did God need to make Eve out of the baculum of the man? Because I know people think it's a rib, but it actually says Eve was made out of Adam's side. Now, if you look at the Old Testament, your side, those are your genitals, and other great apes and monkeys have a baculum, a penis bone. Humans do not. So if the story's right, and Eve was made out of that, and we no longer have that because Christians still think that men are missing a rib, which isn't the case, but we are missing our penis bone. So that's where Eve was made out of. That's another fun Bible fact.
He knew you before you existed, right?
Demonstrate how that's possible.
You
your
can't,
mouth
you
can
can't
say
really
there's no,
play.
yeah, your mouth can
You
say
don't want to
that
open
there's
that
no
can of
absolute
worms.
morality, but you know
You can't live
Oh, he
No,
knew Adam and
sorry,
Eve before
Gary.
they existed. He knew that they were going to sin. He knew that everything was going to go to hell, and yet he still created them. So who's to blame? The creator.
Gary, prove that
Not
I
Adam and Eve.
secretly know God exists. Gary, prove this statement. Provide evidence for this statement. Please, I beg of you. Prove that I secretly believe in God. Prove that I secretly know God exists. How the fuck do you prove that? How the fuck do you test that? You have made an unscientific statement, sir. You've made it. It's just a ridiculous statement. You were just arguing in bad faith. You don't care about what your opponents say. You're just going to ascribe them a position that they don't actually hold.
Fun fact. The Quran says the same thing about Allah. You secretly know that you know he exists. You know that he's the only God. And you deny this and you suppress this knowledge. So if you're right, then the Quran's right, and then now we're
Please show me how a tri-omni God, an omnipotent God, can be suppressed. Please,
all powerful God.
Please demonstrate this.
That's why I was watching a little bit of this back and forth discussion between Matt Dillahunty and Jordan Peterson. Matt will say there is no God, but Jordan said, "Yeah, but you live like there is one."
No,
you have to, right? Like
no. We don't, and you don't. Sorry.
If there was no God, we talked about this, I think, last time. There'd be no uniformity in nature. There'd be no reason to believe there's uniformity in nature.
What?
And you
When have you observed gravity? When have you observed
if there was
changing?
If there was a God, we couldn't have uniformity of nature because this God apparently can suspend the rules. He can suspend the laws of physics, and so we
the laws of physics apply to everything, including God. Yes. Or there is no uniformity. You cannot have both.
Yeah. Nope. You can't have your cake and eat it too.
The disformity, or the laws of physics apply to God, because speed of light travels at the same fucking speed. Light travels at the same fucking speed. The speed of light never changes. That there is your uniformity. Show me how God can change the speed of light. Show me how he does that.
Yeah.
You couldn't trust your own senses. If your senses are, if you have the mind of a monkey and your senses are
the mind of a monkey? What? No, you have the mind of a human.
Result of random mutations, right? And
so nothing you do is wrong. It's just a matter of
what? How do you derive this? I don't understand. I don't understand how you derive this.
It's all predetermined,
right? You couldn't trust
predetermined. No, there is no goal to any of this. Holy shit!
If God exists, everything is predetermined.
Yeah, if God exists, everything is predetermined. The book of
because God knows God knows the outcome of everything. So we're not able to change anything that doesn't lead us to the outcome that God already knows. So yeah, everything's predetermined. If you're going to die an atheist, that's already predetermined. If you're going to die Christian, that's also already.
That seems horrifically cruel, actually.
I've talked to a Calvinist who says this is just the case. It's just it, and there's nothing you can change. But in all fairness, he also says that doesn't make you a bad person. You're just out of luck.
That sucks.
And
Yeah.
it'd be
Another Christian I'm friends with, by the way.
How can you be friends with somebody like that?
Because he's a cool guy. His beliefs are fucked up, but he's still a cool guy.
I don't know.
And he's got a good sense of humor. And even though we've had heated conversations, apparently we're still friends. We still get along, even after having a heated conversation.
That's the other
and I've
thing.
had
That's the other-
conversation. I've had a conversation with a Christian where he came to my aid to scold the other Christian, which was a lot of fun, actually.
Jazz has just
Doesn't
made a very
happen
good
on-
point in the chat. First of all, you claim an omnipotent God, and then you claim free will. Like a God that knows everything. The book of life has already been written, but somehow it's still your fault. Everything has already been predetermined, but it's still your fault because you made that choice that God knew you were going to make and didn't stop.
And God created you so you would make that choice.
Yeah. Insane.
Because he already knew you, right? Before he created you.
At the equator. All of these things would be insane. Think that the tides will rise and the sun will set at specific times is insane. Because
the sun doesn't rise and it doesn't
makes
set.
Perfect sense. The Earth rotates at a stable rate. The moon pulls on the oceans because gravity. That's just how gravity works, right? The Earth is spinning at a constant rate because that's how gravity works in a fucking vacuum, right?
There's a good question to ask Gary if you ever get to talk to him.
Hold on. To quote gravity, you fucking moron. to go back to my days when I was fresh out of the New Age cult, because I fell into a New Age cult for a little bit.
You're going to pull up the video of Arn Ross' friend? Gravity!
Yes.
Gravity!
Fucking
retard! Gravity! Have you
Yeah.
ever fucking gravity? Gravity! Gravity!
It just every time it hits the exact same. Then it's been years since I've seen that. You know, that's a great.
If someone knows what happened to him and if he's still around, please get in touch with me because there are a lot of people who are missing him dearly.
That sucks, man. I heard about that. He just sort of disappeared.
Yeah.
It's just randomness. And
No.
it randomly mutates. But the scientific method would be impossible.
What?
Right? Because
Here's a question. Here's a question, Kem. If you ever get to talk to Gary, ask him this one question. Name one thing that science figured out that got disproven by something from the Bible. Just one thing. And accept it as being disproven by the Bible globally. Because there's nothing.
No, his first reaction is going to say nothing because you guys would suppress the truth. He's gonna claim conspiracy. That's what they do.
Well, let him come up with something. Let him come up with something that he can actually prove where science is wrong.
He's not going to prove it.
He's just going to claim it.
He's just going to say
not
it.
Prove it.
He's going to say it. He's going to claim conspiracy. I will ask him the question, but I'm telling you right now, the first thing he's going to do is going to claim conspiracy. Nothing. Give me one scientific paper published in a scientific journal that disproves something previously predicted using evidence from the Bible. He's going to claim that none exist because conspiracy. I'll write it down. I'll write that question down. Hold on.
Yeah. And then remind him
I'll tweet
that
at him right
in
now.
the U.S. and remind him that in the U.S. still a lot of the scientists are Christians. So why are they in on the conspiracy? Why are they feeding the conspiracy?
Hey, Fort Worth Crosstalk. Can you provide a single scientific paper published in a accredited, what would be the somewhere
journal.
Yeah, but like, what would be the correct adjective here? Something that we would consider to be
In
an
an accredited
in an accredited journal.
In an accredited journal, yes.
Accredited journal that disproves something previously. Hold on, previously predicted.
No. The other way around.
Yeah,
that was subsequently disproven.
Yeah, that disproves something previously predicting something previously predicted using evidence from the Bible. You use the Bible to disprove something that science either predicted or previously modeled.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Predicted or modeled using evidence from the Bible. Send tweet.
And things wouldn't be the same. Things would randomly mutate, right? So things would randomly change. So you wouldn't expect the same results because we don't live in an orderly universe.
Well, that's the thing is like, and this is why I don't
scientific
really.
method is impossible if you're an atheist.
Yeah, because you cannot. The scientific method is impossible as an atheist because you can't see water. You can't measure the speed at which water freezes under different conditions without God.
If you haven't followed him, please follow.
That's the scientific
method. Darwin to Jesus. His real name is Daniel. But
I'm gonna tag Rob in the tweet.
Oh yeah, he was saying, like, you know, we've talked about this too. There's no one really believes there isn't a God. And if you really did believe that, like, why would you have like guys like Aaron, Ron, Matt Delonte? Like, if they really believed there was no God, like, then you should really just stop talking about it. If I don't believe something,
no, because religion is harmful. It creates morons like you, unscientific idiots.
I will stop talking about it the moment you stop talking about it. You want me to stop talking about your religion? You stop talking about your religion first.
If everybody knows that God exists, then why do we have all these Christian channels? They can stop telling us God exists because we already know. Stop talking about it.
Yeah, we will stop talking about it the moment you do. Until then, you will not exist on the internet unchallenged. And by the way, I want this to be on the record. I don't do this for the views. I don't do this for the attention. I do this so that Rob does not exist. Rob and Gary do not exist unchallenged publicly. I don't care who watches this. I don't give a shit. Someone stood up and said that Rob was wrong. That's all that matters to me. That's why I did all of this shit, because I didn't know that other people had responded to him publicly. I'm going through the backlog of their shit to say something. It needs to be recorded that somebody disagreed with this idiot.
I've had this.
And I want to add one more thing. Let's point out that Gary is still a coward because he won't face any of us one-on-one.
Yeah, he won't. Gary ran with his tail between his fucking legs because I said that math, when used in a scientific context, is scientific. He thought that was beyond the pale. He ran from a live discussion where me and Rob were talking very civilly about the Bible because I said that peer review is a part of the scientific method. I will keep repeating that. Gary is the biggest pussy in Texas. I cannot believe that this is what scares you away. You are the least courageous person I have ever met. You have no ability to stand up for your fucking beliefs and test them against somebody who disagrees. You just call everybody an idiot and you sit in your little echo chambers. Gary, you are the biggest pussy in Texas.
I'll make him a better offer. I'll talk to Gary one-on-one and he can bring all the evidence he has for the claims he's making. And we'll go over it. We'll figure it out.
Oh, Gary is welcome.
He's not gonna do that.
He can come on here anytime he wants and talk to me. 100%, homie. I will sit here and hear you out.
He's not going to do that.
No, because he's a pussy.
He's not going to. bring evidence because it doesn't have any. Why?
Yeah.
All he has is claims. He has nothing to back it up.
That's all you've got. You've got claims and weasel word arguments. Your little weasel word philosophical arguments about morality and your claims of conspiracy in the scientific community. That's all you've got.
There's some of them to be brothers in Christ, who are really devout Catholics.
You do not want to get in front of Gary, dude. Gary has said some like fucked up shit. He bragged on his Twitter, and I can show the receipts because I have it bookmarked. He bragged on Twitter that having a wife gives the added benefit of getting an extra vote at election time because he gave her a cheat sheet with who to vote for.
Mm-hmm. Well, Chatty Jazzy, I would like to see Gary talk to my co-host Lilith, and then just about the Bible. I'm honestly, she's going to make him look stupid on his own book.
Here is the receipts on that, by the way. Here's the receipts on that. Just voted, and I also gave my wife a cheat sheet so that she would know how to vote for as well. One of the best parts of being married is that you basically get 2 votes. You get your vote, and then you can tell your wife how to vote. This man is a misogynist.
Yeah.
Rob has entered the chat.
Has he?
Rob has entered the chat. This stream.
He just finished karate. Have you sent any dick pics lately, Rob? How's the dick pics coming?
Oh man.
Have you made any lewd comments on a 17-year-old's Twitter account today? How many?
Boy. Oh.
Keep us appraised, Rob. Rob, if you find that a lot of people won't talk to you anymore, this is the guy who made that happen, because I'm sending them screenshots of you sending pictures to married women, greeting them in DMs every morning. Hello, sexy. A married woman.
You're a major creepazoid, bro. And you've got a bad relationship with porn, homie.
Let's talk about this objective morality of yours and how good it's working.
Yeah. Well, let's have that conversation some other day on somebody else's channel. Rob is never welcome on this channel again.
Now, I've said a Catholic's not a Christian, but a Catholic could be a Christian. But
What? No. Catholics are Christians. Mormons are Christians. Anyone who follows Christ is a Christian. Shut the fuck up.
No, if you're
But I want to make
Catholic
a point real quick first, and I'm going to compare it to atheism. So I've read the Catholic Catechism. I've read the Council, right? Like, and I will bring some things to them, and they either don't know what's in there, or they will really try to.
Or you don't know what's in there because you haven't read it.
I either don't know, or that's a problem. I'm just going to ignore.
Yeah,
it.
or
Now,
maybe religions aren't perfect. Doctrine isn't perfect because they're human creations. Okay, and they're very old. They've existed for a very long time. Maybe they're just going to have problems because religion is problematic. Okay.
In all fairness, Catholicism isn't all bad, because there was this one pope who had naked prostitutes racing across the Vatican for, and I forgot what it was, cherries or chestnuts. Either one. So you can have fun times with Catholics. You didn't know this, Ken, did you?
Not make it an atheist. Now you have to defend everything you know is not true. We're not just talking about finer biblical points. We're talking about everything in your worldview you can't defend.
What?
Right?
What do you mean?
What do you mean?
I don't have a worldview.
I don't have.
I do not have a world.
I observe the world as it is. I don't filter it through a lens. In terms of like religion, I filter it through a lens of my own creation, but this is not a religious thing.
I love the still, by the way. He's so happy. He's so.
You can't defend your worldview. So, like,
And that's
what
why
is
they-
that
and
going
that's
to
why
do
they
to you?
don't.
You're going to be on the defense trying to defend the indefensible, right? Like, I've always said this about
And
a
that's
lawyer.
why they don't. That's why they attack, because they know.
We're not
that atheism is
attacking.
indefensible.
We're not attacking. We're just picking apart your arguments.
Well, I scared Rob off.
Yeah, probably.
He's no longer in the chat. I scared him away. He doesn't want to hear this. I'm bad for his mental health, he says. Yeah. People keeping you straight are pretty much bad for your mental health, Rob.
Yeah.
That's your problem.
Anyway, this is just... We don't have a worldview, man. I filter what I see through my personal ethics, but certainly not through religion. I don't make interpretations about the data. I just look at the data, right?
This is
Because
why
try to have a conversation with an atheist without them using the bait and switch fallacy. They can't do it. They can't.
It's like trying to defend Jeffrey Dahmer, right? Like if you're an atheist, and if you don't know, Jeffrey Dahmer was a famous atheist from the 70s and 80s that raped.
Yeah.
Right.
Who converted to Christianity, right? Did you know that?
Yeah.
Kent Hovind took credit for that. Kent Hovind took credit for that.
Did Jeffrey Dahmer go to heaven? Did Jeffrey
wrong.
Dahmer go to heaven? That's what I want to know.
Yes, because he accepted Christ right before they killed him. So yes, Jeffrey Dahmer went to heaven because God forgave him. So he's not a bad person, right? Oh, Robbie's still here. I'm hoping that I'm not interfering with
we
don't
defend
extending
Jeffrey
time.
Dahmer. Nobody defends Jeffrey Dahmer. Nobody reasonable anyway.
No.
Jeffrey Dahmer was a bad dude, but he didn't kill in the name of atheism. He wasn't, Yeah. Okay. Whatever. Again, just because he happened to not believe in a god doesn't mean that he did anything in the name of atheism, right? Which is
Hold
just a silly
on,
thing to
Kev.
do.
I need to fact check something.
What?
So I made 2 comments in this entire live chat. I said hey, and I posted a link.
I think what he means is when you
so
hop
I'm
into
not-
his chat. I think that's what he means.
Yeah, yeah. He hates to. So Rob, there are 10 more Rob Grown sock accounts waiting for you to ban them. I'm just giving you a heads up. I have more Rob Grown accounts
You're
than
more than
you
welcome
will
to
ever have.
interact with us and talk in the chat. I'm not going to ban you from the chat. I'm above that. I don't do that shit unless you're like spamming shit or you're making it a hostile environment for other people, right? Feel free to respond to what we're saying in real time, homie. I'm not going to stop you from doing that.
I have the same thing.
But yeah,
I will time you out if you're being a dick to other people in chat, though.
Okay, I didn't know that he's the Unabomber, right?
No, Jeffrey Dahmer. No, he's an
Jeffrey Dahmer was the Unabomber. This is how much
Unabomber
Rob
was
knows.
Uncle Ted. And Uncle Ted, I can't talk about him on stream.
But Jeffrey Dahmer ate people. He put them in their fridge and he ate them.
Yeah.
There's a net. I think it's Netflix. I think it's a Netflix documentary on Jeffrey. This is in our lifetime, mostly in the 80s. It started in the 70s, but it went to the 80s, and he was from Wisconsin or something like that. And they didn't have the death penalty. He ended up getting murdered in jail, but
That's surprising.
yeah.
There's actually two things.
As a Christian.
If you're his lawyer and you
As a
have to
Christian.
defend him, now you have to defend him. It's your job. But like, it's so insane. Like to start to defend this guy, like, I have nothing to defend him on, so I just have to start attacking because I can't actually defend him from the accusations because he's so good. But that's the atheist worldview. Like, I can't actually defend my position because it's ridiculous. So I'm just gonna attack you because I can't. Because I've always done this too. Okay, I'm a free agent. Atheist, convince me that you're religious.
Sorry, Rob. I do need to apologize. I wasn't going for being one of the pictures that you send to married women. Yeah. And you didn't time me out. You hid me from the channel.
And like they'll just
Don't lie, Rob.
attacking other people, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, see, I think this is like the fundamental problem. I think that you are the prosecution and that atheists are the defense. When in reality, what you are is the DA trying to convince the judge to bring charges, right? Or to sign off on something. And the judge isn't convinced, right? The judge isn't convinced that there's enough to press charges. Or this is probably some lawyer's probably going to smack me over the head for this, but this is not what we're trying to do, right? We are not defending the position. You are proposing a new position, a new solution, a new answer to the question, right? And we're asking you for bait and switch. That's not bait and switch.
Yeah,
you are misunderstanding.
He doesn't know what bait and switch is. He doesn't know what any of the fallacies that he's using. He doesn't know what any of them mean.
Yeah.
I know this because I asked him one time to explain a fallacy he just mentioned, and he couldn't.
Yeah. So I'm not bait and switching, right? You are just misunderstanding what's going on here. So you are not the prosecution, and I am not the defense. You are actually, a better example would be you are the cop bringing a case to the DA and asking for charges to be pressed, right? And the DA is asking you, what evidence do you have that this supposed thing that you're claiming happened? Because I need to be able to put this in front of a judge. And you're not delivering anything. You're just like, well, it just makes more sense. Okay, yeah, but do you have any evidence? Well, it just makes more sense. That's just what this is, the circle we're going around, right? Is that you don't have any evidence. You just keep saying that it makes more sense.
Yeah. It makes more sense to him.
Yeah, it makes
not
more
to
sense
anyone
to
else.
you, right? Because everything else that we understand about the world doesn't make sense to you. Probably because you weren't instructed on it properly. You refuse to learn. What kind of education you got, Rob? I would like to know.
And he refuses to learn because people have tried to teach him, but he just refuses to learn. He will listen, but he will not fact check someone who's teaching him something. And that's, to me, that is stupidity. There's nothing wrong with being ignorant, because I'm ignorant of a lot of things, but I'm willing to learn. And that is what the difference is between being ignorant and being stupid. You're stupid and you're proud of it. We're watching a show where you and Gary are so proud of being stupid and keep repeating it because you never, ever pull up any evidence for the claims you make. Not a single time.
Yeah.
Whereas Kem on his stream has done that multiple times.
Dude, you have seen it here on this live stream and in previous live streams that I've done with Peter. I push back on Peter. Me and Peter disagree on some things. And I will sit here and I will have a conversation, a discussion where him and I are coming at something from two different angles. I've done it with Jazz live on air, right?
And guess what doesn't happen?
Guess what doesn't happen in your streams with Gary? That exact thing. Neither of you push back on each other. You just yes and. There is no pushback.
Yeah, but what also doesn't happen, even if we disagree, we don't kick people, we don't put them backstage, we don't end the friendship over that we have on YouTube. We can still talk, even if we disagree. I mean, that's
Peter's
how it should be, and that's what you Christians cannot do.
Like, again, dude, I would love it if we could pull up evidence. If you want to, I'm not going to invite you back on the channel. I'm dead set on that, right? But if you had wanted to, the times that we streamed together, you could have pulled up sources. If you have scholarly sources that backs up what you're claiming, You could have pulled it up at any time, but you don't. And anytime I ask you to produce these things, you don't. You just tell me that I'm using logically fallacious arguments, that I'm lying to people, that I'm lying to myself, and that I know that God is real. Because the only thing you ever pull up is the fucking Bible, dude. And I'm sorry, but the Bible is your claim. You don't have evidence. You don't have evidence. And if you do, you refuse to produce it. Because I haven't seen it. You have not shown me one fucking shred, one iota of physical evidence for anything that you're demonstrating. Or sorry, anything that you're claiming. You have not demonstrated any of it.
Nope.
I even offered you. I said, I will drive to fucking Canada. We will set a date and I will drive to Canada. Let's summon a demon. I offered this to you live on air. Live on the internet. Let's produce physical material evidence of the things that you believe in, and then I will go through the rituals that you produce, that you need of me to cleanse me of this evil thing, and then I will convert to your fucking religion. I offered it to you. And then you laughed at me with Gary on stream. As if this was like a ridiculous thing that I would say. That's all it would take to fucking convince me. That's all it would take. Let's summon
in all fairness, it is.
And I will convert to your religion on the fucking spot.
In all fairness, it is a ridiculous thing because there's no such thing as demons.
Yeah, no shit. But like Christians have produced.
Do you know why? Do you know why Robbie likes to think that there are demons? So he can shirk off responsibility. It's the demon's fault.
Yeah.
Not his. His porn addiction, his dick pic sending, his stupid remarks to women.
And then he goes back to Jesus. And he says, I'm sorry. He says the magic words and he's absolved.
Yes. That's all done by demons, and he doesn't take any responsibility for anything he does. And this, Robbie, is why I get under your skin. Because I keep reminding you that you need to take responsibility for your actions. And you don't, and you won't.
Yep.
Because you're a coward, and you're lazy, and you're stupid.
Yep.
That's it.
Well, I wouldn't say stupid, but just you refuse.
He is stupid. If you're not willing to learn, you're stupid. That's my definition.
Yeah.
No, okay. And I do.
The other thing is, that, like you said, like I think this is actually a brilliant observation. Is atheism sets you up to say things you know aren't true.
Not true.
I don't know why you keep repeating this. This is your axiomatic fucking dogma.
Yeah.
By whose standard? What do you mean whose standard? You just learn the information. The information exists. Rob, there is no standard for information. We see a thing, we write it down, and then we observe it.
No, I have a better one. I have a better one because you guys take credit. Christians developed the scientific method, then by the scientific method. So, yeah.
You blame demons.
Now what?
Yeah, the devil is not a demon to you. You talk about the devil's influence.
I've heard you say it.
The devil does this,
I've heard you say it on a live stream.
Yeah.
Don't start lying here. I've heard you say that
Peter has the receipts.
Had demons.
Peter has the receipts.
Yeah, I don't have the receipts. I didn't. I honestly am not going to save every stupid thing that he says on live streams and take timestamps because
Rob,
I don't have that amount of time.
At the very least, you believe in the devil. You believe that the devil has influence over people. You believe that he has influence over the world. Okay? At the very least. You believe that he influences you to do things, right? And then you do these things, and then you turn to Jesus and absolve yourself. You don't have to take personal responsibility because the influence wasn't you. And then you can
Rob,
off and you can hand it to Jesus, and it's all okay. You don't ever have to face the consequences for those actions.
Hold on, Kim, hold on. Rob, I officially invite you to come on my channel, Dumpster Fires, and you can tell me that you're not blaming anyone else for sending dick pics to making lewd remarks to a 17-year-old, that all of that was your fault. And then we can go back to maybe having a conversation. Will you do that, Rob? Are you going to take responsibility for your actions just for once?
Rob.
If not, I'm going to make sure that everyone you set up a debate with gets the receipts. And I do have the receipts.
Rob, did Jeffrey Dahmer go to heaven? Yes or no? Jeffrey Dahmer confessed before his death that Jesus Christ is Lord. Did Jeffrey Dahmer go to heaven? You don't know? You don't know? You don't know the rules of your own religion, dude?
Great. No
How
one
did you
goes
get
to
to heaven?
heaven. No one who accepts Christ as their savior goes to heaven.
In his heart,
We heard it.
that Jesus Christ is Lord. Not your call to make.
Yes.
Oh, you see how you no. What are the rules? What are the rules?
Hold on. If it's not his call to make, so that means that he's going to go to hell too? He doesn't know? There's nothing he can do to make sure that he goes to heaven instead? Well, you have
Wait
to
a
stop
minute.
sending
Wait a
those
minute.
pics. but,
Don't
I mean,
you believe that you were saved by grace and not by works?
Yeah.
Because you're not Catholic.
Yeah.
Are you saved?
Yeah, he's not
Is
saved.
Gary saved? Who
He's
is
not-
saved?
He's not saved.
Who's saved? And how does one become
So the
saved?
salvation, so the
Okay, so
salvation
you are
message
saved.
in the
You are
Bible
saved.
isn't true.
Why are you saved? You can't speak for others.
So you can be
let's
saved
assume-
and still
let's
send
assume-
those pictures?
Let's assume for the
That's
moment, for the sake of conversation, that Jeffrey Dahmer was genuine and he genuinely turned his heart over to Christ and he accepted that Jesus Christ is Lord and he proclaimed that Jesus Christ is Lord. He did everything that you needed to do to get saved. Does Jeffrey Dahmer go to heaven? Are his sins absolved?
This is a weird thing because I talked to a Christian. Remember when I said that I had a Calvinist?
There it is. He went to heaven. Morally bankrupt. You're morally
Okay.
bankrupt.
Yeah. Well, so a few minutes ago, I said that a Calvinist came to my aid when I was talking to a Christian. This Christian thinks that once you are saved, you can do whatever you want. So he uses drugs in front of his children.
I personally
while-
believe that you are
while-
morally bankrupt. I personally believe that you are morally bankrupt by my internal standard of morality. If you think
Yes.
that Jeffrey Dahmer, after doing all of the horrific shit that he did, deserves to get into heaven just because he said a bunch of magic words, you are morally bankrupt. That is my personal opinion.
Yeah. And not just yours.
If you
By
think
any
you are
moral
instantly
standard,
bankrupt,
that's
you're
fucked up.
morally bankrupt.
Yeah.
No one deserves heaven, Cam.
Yeah.
And you're morally bankrupt.
Well, at least we can make sure that you don't deserve heaven. The shit you've pulled in the short period of time that I've known you, lie about people, making videos, just lying about people, lying about what happened, and even admitting in the video that you're lying. I mean, and then the shit with the women. Yeah, you don't deserve to go to heaven. You're not saved, dude.
Practice what you preach, Rob. I said it in the other stream. You have not devoted your life to Christ. Go become a monk. They devote their lives, their entire existences to fucking Christ. Go do that. Then I'll believe.
So
Then
he's
I'll believe
asking
that
what
you
he'd
are
lie
dedicated
about.
to your life.
He made a video. He made a video about Aaron Ra. In that video, he said that Aaron Ra was an obnoxious person, yada yada yada, and then said that he was perfectly decent with him. So while his experience is the exact opposite, he lied about who Aaron Ra is. Another thing, he told me on Twitter that he would take the phylogeny challenge and he would take that challenge and would come up with something within 12 hours. Was it, Rob? 12 hours? You still can't pronounce phylogeny correctly.
We have also established that you were a liar. It just within your
You've
own
never
theology.
responded to the challenge. Not within 12 hours, not within 24 hours, not even within 12 days.
Rob, you promised.
That's
you
another
promised-
lie.
You promised on Twitter, and we have screenshots. I can pull them up. You promised to convert to Catholicism if the audience voted that you lost the debate with that what's his name, Arvin guy, and you have not converted.
Yeah.
I can bring this up. I can bring this up. Let me look through my.
Pull up the screenshot. You have the screenshot. Pull it up.
Quarter card did it. Hold on. He has the screenshots. They're available.
Yeah.
Here it is. Boom. A story in 3 parts. A story in 3 parts. Hold on. Share screen. Media post. Bingo, bango, bongo. Let the record show, if I lose the Sola Scriptura debate on April 20th, my conversion to the Catholic Church and finding a local parish in my home city would happen Sunday, April 21st. Sent from Earth, 10:53 p.m. for 12/24. Who determines the winner? The audience. A story in 3 parts.
That's your own poll.
Your own poll. Convert.
Yeah. So that's not biased. Those are the people that follow you
They're
on
your
Twitter.
audience. That's your audience. Those are the people who follow you. I didn't even see that poll. I didn't even see that poll.
I didn't either. I saw it when it was done, when the final results were in. So, are you a Catholic or are you a liar? Which of the two are you?
Oh, might want to hedge your bets on that one. Oh boy, let's finish.
He's
this
a
fucking
liar.
video.
We already know.
Religion is to get you to say little things that you know aren't true, so that when it comes to the biggest thing, God, you're already comfortable lying, right? It's just like practice.
You know, Jordan Peter just
In all fairness, Cam, he has a T-shirt on there that says Team Jesus. I can point you to several lies that Jesus, where Jesus lied in the Bible, demonstrably lied in the Bible. So yeah, he's Team Jesus, all right. He's a liar as well. All right, we've got how many minutes to go?
Oh my god! Sorry, I was checking Twitter. real
Jordan
quick.
Peterson said, like, if you really think, how did the Nazis do what the Nazis did? And he said, Jordan Peterson gave this.
I'm so fucking tired. I'm so fucking tired of hearing this. I am so fucking tired of hearing this. I am so fucking tired of hearing this. I am so fucking tired of hearing this. On their belt buckles. On their belt buckles. On their belt buckles. Please never say this again. Please never say this again. I cannot believe that people are still saying this stupid shit. The Nazis were not atheists. Hitler was inspired by Martin Luther, and the Nazis were all mostly Christians who had God with us emblazoned on their fucking belt buckles.
This really brilliant progression.
Just as Christian as you.
What happens with the Nazis
If
is
not more.
can happen to anyone, which is like basically.
I have a video, Cam,
but by the
where Hitler is saying that he's doing God's work.
Please, now. Immediately.
Now?
Immediately. We need to squash this out. Immediately, for the record, while it's fresh in my
Hold on.
ADD-riddled brain.
Okay. Present your screen.
Amazing.
I'll start it from the start.
Befehl zu Grunde liegt und kein irdischer Vorgesetzter, den gab uns der Gott, der unser Volk geschaffen hat.
Boom.
That was from the rally in Nuremberg. That is official video, and I have checked, and the translation is correct. If you can get me a German to tell that translation, what's been put under there is not correct, contact me.
Yeah, there's your challenge. Prove that this is mistranslated. Amazing.
Yeah, and prove that this isn't original from the Nuremberg rally.
The time it comes to say no to the things you shouldn't be saying to, you won't be able to.
Which is exactly what they want to do to you. We're gonna wrap this up. We will pick this up not next week. I'm gonna be out of town next week, but the following week we're gonna pick this back up because this is an interesting discussion. Rob, tell everyone where they can find you.
Nope, fuck your socials. Nope, fuck your socials. Nope, fuck your socials. That's it. That's the video. Oh wow, what a ride! Let's see if he has anything that's not atheist related that is interesting.
Robbie's gone
I
silent.
already watched this one. Yeah, he's gone. He left a while ago. It's fine. He's a coward. He can't sit here and defend himself.
I think he's still watching because he needs that for his self-validation. He needs to feel like a big man, but he's not brave enough to come. He will comment again, I think, but he's not going to answer any of the questions that have not been posted to him.
Defending Mike Pence's abortion stance. I don't know about that. The dumbest abortion argument ever. I don't want to talk politics. I like this one because it was culture war stuff, which is interesting from the Christian perspective. Let's talk about the porn stuff. Let's talk about his weird view.
You want to talk about you really want to talk about the porn stuff with someone who
welcome to Fort Worth?
God, that is so loud.
In someone's DM.
Why is it so loud? This is Gary, not Rob.
Crosstalk.
Why is it? Why are you so loud?
It's good.
You know what? You do make me feel bad because you see those animals in the back that he has there. I have a set of those horns. Not kidding.
I've got one too. I've got a decorative skull. They're very cool. Very cool stuff.
For a long time. I'm going to try to bring you guys more show. I had to start the new year off right, so I wanted to do this one, especially with all the juicy news that were going on. I always say the culture war is the most important thing. We need to win the culture war.
He has a picture of himself behind him. Do you see that?
But I wanted to get into
I mean, it's probably
you see the picture?
Give you my take.
He's not a narcissist at all.
Oh, come on.
He
You don't
has a
hang
picture of
pictures of
himself.
yourself and your friends and your family. There's probably somebody he knows.
No. In my entire house, you will not find a single picture of myself. The only pictures that I use is when I'm going on a live stream like this. And I only have this one picture too.
I think that's
This is the picture you will see.
Pretty normal
on
to
my
have photos of yourself and the people you care about in your home. That's pretty normal.
Oh, no, wait. I can't lie. I have another one.
Okay.
With me in a cowboy hat and sunglasses on.
Okay, there you go.
Pictures.
See?
DeLuca and
Oh, we've only ever seen the one. We're not judging him on his interior decoration.
Rachel Wilson. I never even heard of Rachel Wilson. I only heard of Andrew Wilson when I did my last video. I'd never heard of him before that.
Who is Rachel Wilson?
That was interesting.
There are a lot of things that you haven't heard of, Gary.
That was interesting.
She's an American writer.
Andrew Wilson, I think, did a great job with the egg-headed atheist guy. I thought he handled that really, really well. He's not exactly my cup of tea. He uses a lot of potty mouth, things like that. It's not my.
He doesn't even know the name of the guy.
I really like a lot of what Rachel Wilson said in there with the Twitter space. I'm new to all this. But Isabel DeLuca, I'm sure you guys know, posted a video which we'll show in just a second. But before we do, I want to open up. I want to start with the
Can you pause? It is 3:30. I'm going to hop off and go see if I can catch some sleep.
Take it easy, dude.
I'm gonna finish been a lot of fun.
I want to watch this. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Anytime.
I'll catch you on the next one.
Catch you later, dude.
Thanks thanks again for and if you wanna set up OBS and wanna have me hit there to help you out and give you some tips and tricks,
Yeah, man,
I can do that.
Definitely. I'll hit you up later about that.
But figure out Touch Portal, see what you can do with that, because that is some awesome piece of software.
I will get that done before the next time I live stream.
Okay. Well, catch you later.
Catch you later, dude.
Bye, everyone.
Bye. All right, so I was about to say, for context, Isabella De Luca is an internet personality. She's a conservative influencer. She has been accused of being at the January 6th riots. That's about as much as I can glean from a cursory Google search.
Timothy, chapter 2, with verse 9. I also want the women to dress modestly, with decency and propriety, adorning themselves. Think about that.
Why does anybody get to tell anyone how to dress? First of all, let's forget that we're talking about women specifically here in a strangely like sexist manner. Let's forget all of that. Why does anyone have any right to tell anyone how to dress?
Women to dress modestly. I am struggling today.
Yeah,
with decency.
I don't
adorning themselves.
You're just shaming her for the way she dresses. I mean, should you not dress modestly, Gary, with a gold chain around your fucking shirt?
And attractive while looking modest and decent. And we're gonna get into Isabella De Luca, and she made some softcore porn, but that's what triggered me. The video of her making the cake, which I'm gonna show y'all in a second. Look.
Yep, you're so good. You're so cool with the women on your Twitter dressing immodestly. You sure love to oogle at them, you fucking weirdo.
I got my doubts on it for sure. Like, how sincere is this? Like, she's wearing a shirt that is super tight. And she's making a cake.
Okay.
She's not using jugs.
Okay. What? Whoa, dude. What, dude? Why do you say it like this? She's got huge jugs, man. That's fucking weird. Yeah, she's got a broad chest, bro. She's got large breasts. Okay. You don't have to say it like a fucking teenager, dude. That's just, you just sound way creepier.
Temptress? I don't know. Like,
temptress? Who uses this language?
I'll take her word on this. I'll take her at a word.
But you're still criticizing her.
My doubts, for sure.
You have your doubts.
Let's take a look at the
video. Show us, Gary.
Kind of parlays with the what do they call it? The calendar gate.
Calendar gate.
I have my thoughts on that. We're gonna get to that too. Let me find this video. All right, I found it. Let me share this with y'all.
There is nothing. Holy shit! You're complaining about this? You're complaining about this. She's wearing a simple t-shirt. This is what you're complaining about. She's making a cake. She's not even moving her body all that much. Like, none of this is... You're kidding. You're complaining about a fucking t-shirt? God, her back looks like it's aching. Yeah, dude. Homie. What? This is what you're complaining. Look at this smile on his fucking face, bro. This is so weird. Gary. Bro, why are you complaining about this? She's making a fucking cake. Yeah, okay. So she's got large breasts. She's... Yeah, you have... Did I not? Yeah, dude, absolutely you can hop on. Get in here. Hold on. This is so gross, dude. I just sent you the link again. This is so gross. This is... Why are you... Gary. Gary. Go to card. Let's fucking go on Twitter, clapping back. Oh my god. Oh. Peter! Oh my god.
Hey there.
Hey.
All right, let me figure out which one of these I need to mute. Okay. Hey there.
This shit is so.
Also, can you turn me down a bit?
Oh yeah, I definitely can. There you go. Is that better?
Also, can you turn me down a bit? Okay, so I am here to ask pertinent, pointed, sharp questions about this one.
Yeah, please. Feel free.
He says he wants women to, quote, dress modestly.
Yeah.
As someone who is familiar with that term in both fashion industry as well as religiously, I would like to know what he means by that specifically. If this is just him trying to roast people because he wants to be edgy, then that's something that he can absolutely do. But he needs to not hide behind the fact that he's doing it as a Christian man who's married. I also
Yeah.
want to know, like, how did he find this person? Does he know this person on Twitter? Did someone show this to him? Did it show up on TikTok? Did he just randomly decide to call this chick out for the way that she's shaped?
Yeah. This is like none of this is even like pointed, right? The most you could accuse her of is that she has not focused the camera on the cake and has thus leveraged a natural asset. That is, I think, the worst accusation you could make here, and that is not even like...
She's wearing a high-collared t-shirt. She's not even showing her bra through her t-shirt, mind you. Like, that's a solid quality t-shirt.
Yeah.
So she's wearing a matching underthing. She's wearing a t-shirt that's not
She's
stretched and
dressed
distended.
well.
Like, she's wearing something that fits. That t-shirt was probably tailored. Her trousers, black, fine. Her watch is classy. Like, her hair is done. She's wearing makeup for the camera, but, like, she's not...
This looks like this is a prepared vlog.
It is.
That's what this
is
looks
someone
like to
on
me.
a camera set.
The absolute worst way you could interpret this is that she has leveraged a natural asset by centering the video around her and not around the actual baking. Which, okay, cool, but not everybody has a big old boom stand to stick a camera on like Tasty does. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Home cooking setups, when you're not a fucking camera professional, are just going to look like you standing in front of the counter.
That's how it always is.
Yeah, this just
or
looks
you have like a top-down view of the counter because you've put your phone
Yeah.
in the cabinet.
No, this
Ask me
is
how I know that one.
This is ridiculous. And of course, he watches the whole thing, and he's
That
look at this like lascivious. Why is he smiling? This is so creepy.
And like she's making a really pretty homemade cake, and you know what? She's getting covered in chocolate like anybody who bakes does.
That's it. That is the video.
Yeah, that's it. That's the whole thing. This is what you have a problem with?
I thought the same thing everyone else did. Male and female. Why is her shirt so tight?
What?
Why is she...
What? This is what you care about? That her shirt is tight? Dude, are you fucking serious? This is insane.
What is she supposed to do? What is she supposed to do? Leave them in the other room?
I don't like. Is she just supposed to wear a muumuu? Like, I don't get it.
Wearing a skin tight shirt.
Oh wait, I just remembered. This is the guy who complimented Islam for dressing their women correctly. I can pull that one up as well.
Oh, that one we have actual recorded.
He is just. This is the shit he says publicly. This is just shit he has said publicly. I stop screen, present, share screen, twatter, share. I don't like Islam. Oh no, wrong fucking screen. Hold on. I don't like Islam, but their women know how to dress. I will give them that. He said that.
With
He
his whole
tweeted that
chest.
with his whole fucking chest. And then here's a creepy reply to this chick. She could
What?
have boobs.
Okay, so he wants all of his women to look like the Stepford Wives.
This is just
He wants the boobs to be big, but not too big. He wants the hair to be blonde, but not too blonde. He wants them to be tall, but not too tall. He wants them to be slim, but not so skinny that they look like they're sick. You know, he
Yeah.
doesn't want them big. He doesn't want them small. He wants the perfect, idealized Stepford figure dressed only for him.
Yeah, this is just
God, this is every fucking internet misogynist on loop.
Looks, I don't know. My first instinct was that was late. Maybe it's not. Maybe I have no idea.
Gary, you have this in common with Jehovah's Witnesses. The fucking tight pants and the tight fitting clothing thing. This is fucking gross.
And you know what? It is because she makes him feel some type of way that he feels the need to call her out as immoral for just doing something normal.
Yeah, you're
It is
punishing her
his
for your
feelings.
reaction to her fucking
It is his
clothing
feelings
choices.
taking precedence and creating a moral argument for him
Yeah.
because he has been told that his feelings are facts.
Yeah, that his feelings are the thing that matter the most.
But the shirt is obviously too small for her. It's not. That's not.
No, it's not.
That doesn't seem like a comfortable.
The shirt is
fit.
not too small for her. It is fitted on the collar.
so
It is fitted
that.
on the arms. It's not
But she's
distending
making it
across
clear
the belly
she's
like
not
that.
doing
I would
anything
imagine that the shirt is
seductive
not,
in
in
the
fact, too
video.
small because it was tailored.
Yeah.
It's like I said, I will take her at her word, but knowing her past, knowing that she is into softcore porn, I really
Her
have my
status
doubts.
as
But
a
that's not
softcore
what bothers
porn
me, right? I'm going to give her a
chick
pass
isn't
on this, like I said,
relevant.
even though I have my doubts. You guys can
Also,
form your own
what does he
opinion.
consider softcore?
You know, she's not being seductive.
This is apparently softcore porn to him. Gary, this is so I didn't think that it would be this bad. Holy shit, you are a fucking cretin for this.
I grew up on 90s anime. Like
but that's art.
chick
This is
not
your
doing-
your
Well, no, I'm saying like the framing of it, the artwork of it, but also like the ideology behind it. Like there's not a panty shot in this video. Like we don't see her from the waist down.
You don't even see her bra, man. Like she's dressed basically as modestly as it gets. She's got a fucking cross on her neck, for God's sake.
Yeah.
Like, what are you on about?
Thing that I can see, but you know, I'm not looking for these things. I want to show you.
You're looking for something, buddy. We can see your likes.
This is what triggers me.
Oh, he's using that word wrong.
This is something that was posted by Rachel Wilson. I'm not hating. I'm not even saying she can't post sexy pictures. Try to pay attention to what I'm actually saying, not what you think I mean. I'm saying it's an insult to my intelligence to tell me she is on here to post conservative political content. And here are the pictures. It's softcore porn. She's in her underwear in one picture. She's got her cleavage out.
This is insane because this woman agrees with you. If we wait for him to scroll back up,
right here, it really bugs me. She's got under boob going on. She's got a cross necklace on in between her giant.
Why are you
Never
like?
mind the fact that she's disrespecting the American flag like that.
No, flag code is gay.
Right.
Respecting the flag code is dumb. Make clothing out of the flag. Be patriotic.
Why? I mean, like, you're not a Christian. And it's insulting that you display a Christian symbol.
Also, I love that
you scroll back
they
up.
got like 2 years
Oh my
worth
God,
of
it takes
photos.
minutes.
Like this is
Yeah.
2 years or more worth of
And she
photos
always
in like
talks about.
6.
I follow her on.
So like this isn't even what she's doing all the time.
On X.
God, you call it X?
And you know, I don't follow her closely, but I know she posts about how she wants to be a mom and a wife, and she has all these values. And we got to get into the second Bible verse. I skipped the second Bible. Right after I get this, we're gonna go back and we're gonna look.
Let's wait for him to scroll up because she agrees with him about this, about like the place and the role of women in society.
Modeled by a prostitute, and that they couldn't get an actual self-respecting model to do it, so they had to get a.
Yeah, and that's your fault. It's your fault that people have felt uncomfortable with their bodies for so long. You fucking sex pest weirdo.
A prostitute
Wait,
to
does
model
he
the bikini.
like? I know about the misogyny and I know about the double standards, but has he actually posted at people about this?
Yeah, he leaves like creepy comments and shit in. I just showed you one.
Yeah,
and
you did.
Boobs.
That's
What the hell?
I forget which catalog it was. It's like J.C. Penney or something like that.
And he literally treats his wife as an object. Like
a prostitute to model a bikini because it's so indecent. And there's that. There's the one in the super tight mini skirt. There's the one in the business outfit where she walked into my office just like that. She's fired. Then there's this other one where she's in a t-shirt and her underwear. It's just really, really not Christ-like. Did Christ? And then when she's got her necklace, the cross necklace on, in her cleavage that's exposed, it's really, to me, I think it's something. If this is how Christ called you to dress, there's no way, right? So she's looking for male attention.
Wait a minute. Why? Why can't
Christ
God?
never had
Why?
anything to.
Hold
no,
on.
No, Christ
no,
never
no,
had
no, no,
anything to say about dress. Christ didn't have anything to say about
Why
dress code.
can't God call you to dress however the fuck you want? Why does that seem illogical to you? Why would God never ask you to be proud of your body and the body that he made for you and show it off to other people? And show off the glory of God through your body?
Because the people who wrote that were uncomfortable with it because they had been told that all of their feelings were wrong and bad.
Yep.
Approval. And what I really
I've said it before, and I would like to hammer this point home. When these people say Christ says, when these people say, oh, the Bible says, I want to know whose voice they're hearing in their head whenever they say that or whenever they hear those verses. Because everybody's got that internal voice, that internal monologue, right?
Some people
and
don't.
So some people don't, but it's very, very rare that that's not the case. That internal voice, that internal monologue is often very formative because it is the voice, either your voice or it is the voice of someone else. So if this is their voice parroting and puppeting all of this, then that says a lot about them. But if they are hearing the voice of someone that deeply traumatized them, then they are also perpetuating that emotional violence.
Yeah, you make a fantastic point. I mean, this is the harm and the danger of religion is that you end up several generations later with really like harmful social stigmas about certain things. Peter makes another fantastic point. Adam and Eve were naked in the garden. The sin is covering it up, right? It's the sign that you've sinned. So why is nudity bad?
That is absolutely a perfect point.
And have kids. Like, let's say you're her son. Okay, you're her son. Do you think any boy wants to see their mom parading?
Oh, now he's bringing out the boy's mom argument.
What? Who? Wouldn't you want your children to be proud of the hard work that you put into your fucking body? She takes care of herself.
And it's not even just that. It's like if you are putting the moral onus of the woman in these photos to be a certain type of way for a hypothetical child that she does not have, you are creating an argument that doesn't exist. So I actually have a fallacy football for this one. Hold on.
Ooh.
Here, let me.
A fallacy football?
Fucking love fallacy football. Okay. Here,
If you throw it up, I can throw it up.
Yeah, I posted the JPEG in the chat on the stream.
Oh, okay, perfect.
StreamYard.
All right, hold on. Let me stop screen. Present. Share screen. This sucker. And then we zoom in. There is an appeal to possibility on the offense. Just assumes just because a situation is possible that it is guaranteed. Appeal to possibility. Interesting.
Mm-hmm. That's the fallacy that he's making here. He's saying that, oh, what if she has a kid? And it's like, whether or not she has a kid, it is not his responsibility, nor is it his place to moralize and proselytize on any relationship that kid may have with his mom and seeing those photos. And it may also be incredibly creepy that he is creating a an insinuation of a potentially incestuous relationship in that situation where a boy's
Yeah, holy shit, I hadn't even
influenced
thought
by
of
his
that.
mother's
Why
photos.
is your mind going there?
Yeah.
Why is your first thought, oh, the boy's gonna feel conflicted and this is bad for the children? What do you mean?
Mm-hmm.
Bro,
Why is that
you're telling on
insinuation the first thing that
yourself,
you go for?
man. You're telling on yourself.
Seriously. Like, do you think if you had a choice,
Why is your first
everything
thought
else being equal,
incest?
your mom makes porn or your mom doesn't make porn, which would you rather have?
Whichever one
Listen,
pays the bills, I guess.
the mom
Whichever
making-
one provides a better quality and standard of life.
Granted, of course, I'm a pro sex workers union kind of person.
Yeah,
so
same.
I think that if you're in a situation where you're making porn and having porn be a thing, or you're participating in any kind of transactional relationship that involves sex, at that point you are working and therefore you are entitled to protections
Yeah.
as an independent contractor or as an employee if you're working for a company. And if you don't have those protections, then you are being exploited for your labor.
Yeah, very true. Very true. Sex work is real work.
By
It's real
moralizing sex
labor.
work. Yeah, by moralizing sex work and then making sex work illegal, you are putting people in vulnerable positions and even further vulnerable positions because the authority that they can appeal to for protection is instead going to prosecute them.
That's crazy.
So the argument that he is making here is that, oh, she posts saucy photos, so what's the boy gonna think?
I would say I'd rather my mom not make porn, right? And then what if one of your son's friends got these pictures and circulated? Would you like that? I mean, you want your son's friends oogling you, staring at your giant jugs? Like, is that?
And once again, there's an appeal
What?
possibility.
Yeah. Also, what? Also, none of this is bad at a vacuum. Like you're adding additional like moral connotations to this. There's nothing wrong with this.
Oh, here we go.
Like
an image in new tab. Here is the fallacy football call on that play.
Oh, let's see. Red herring. There is a red herring on the field. What the hell does this have to do with anything? Yeah. What again? This is fantastic. I love fallacy football. I'm gonna have to get these myself.
These are so good. I love these so much. I absolutely, because you mentioned before that you're still going to debate Rob. If you're going to debate Rob and you need a moderator, because I thought Gary was backing out of it, I will.
I was apparently confused. I had him confused with Darwin to Jesus and the other guys. My bad.
Okay.
No, Gary is still apparently set for the debate. I am concerned that he's going to do some extra shit.
Yeah, and see, I want so badly to be sitting there with all of the fallacy football slides because I'm going to get you too.
I would hope not. I would hope that I didn't make any fallacious arguments. But yeah, I mean, if you want to be in the chat and call him out, I can't guarantee that they'll let you in on the call, but get in the chat, man. I will let you know when that happens, and drop them fallacy footballs whenever you see them.
Here is another really good one. Hold on. Open image in new tab. Oh, this one's an APEG. And this is one that they like to do a whole lot.
Ooh, let's see. Present. Stop screen. Present. Share screen. Oh, yes. The ad hominem. Personal foul attacked the opponent instead of his argument. So real. They do that a lot.
Yeah, here's the whole gallery.
Thank you. I will definitely look at that. Let's finish this.
What kind of mom are you? Like, what is fundamentally wrong with you that you would do?
Oh my god, you're like mother shaming people now? This is what the fuck is wrong
And
with
we
you?
don't even know that she has a kid that's going to see any of this. He is still talking.
Yeah,
to
and
a
until
hypothetical.
she has a child, none of this matters.
And I can tell you right now, she doesn't have a kid.
And then
At least not at the time these photos were taken.
Right?
Yeah.
What if you have a daughter? Is this what you want to portray to your daughter? Is this seriously what?
But she should be proud of her body and not ashamed to show it to people? Yeah.
that men's reactions to her body are not her problem and therefore not her fault, and she shouldn't be internalizing
That other
that.
people's reactions, it's not just men, but other women, nobody else's reactions to your body are your fault, dude. Like,
just because nobody finds him hot.
yeah.
Your daughter to think that.
Well, I guess
this
at
is
least
how
one
we
woman.
dress and this is what we look like. I mean, look how ridiculous these pictures are. I mean, does this bikini fit her? She's in her underwear.
Yeah, she's wearing it. That's why she's wearing it, because it fits her. But you just want women to be wearing baggy clothes all the time?
I mean, but this
Oh, anyway, look at that. Mother of five, patriarchist, author of Occult Feminism, The Secret History. So literally a female patriarchal anti-feminist. And he's hating on her from the right.
Well, is she the one who posted these photos?
Yeah, she's the one who's posting these photos.
So she's the one in the photos.
Yes, she's the one in the photos.
Okay, because this is the same kind of shit that I see on, like, if I'm talking to anybody in the kink community, this is the kind of stuff that you see on some of those, like, character blogs. Like,
Oh no,
legit.
sorry. Wait.
Rachel Wilson is the one.
So this is Rachel Wilson commenting on Isabella DeLuca, but Isabella DeLuca is a conservative, influencer.
Yeah,
but
okay.
So incorrect. I don't know if DeLuca, well, probably not. I can look her up. Hold on, Isabella DeLuca.
Yeah.
Isabella Maria DeLuca. You know, she's just a journalist.
Yeah, she looks like she's a 20-something journalist working in Capitol Hill. I've walked
Yeah,
past the
she's a
hotel that she's
conservative,
next
so
to in the white
like,
dress.
yeah, she's a conservative. She agrees with you on pretty much everything, I guess, except this. I don't know how you're like.
He's attacking her because he wants someone that's safe to attack. If he tried to pull any of this on someone from, like, a more liberal camp, then he would get eaten alive. So he's basically trying to chum and bottom feed the conservative side to say, "Oh, well, look at me.
This
I'm
is
more
rightist
hardcore than you are."
infighting. This is rightist infighting.
It is. War. The culture war comes before everything else. And let's get into. And what if you're her husband? That was my other point. What if you're her husband? If you're her husband, you've worked your whole life.
We have reached the third straw man.
You married this beautiful woman that you love, that you want to take care of, that you want to provide for, that is yours. Her body is yours. The two bodies.
Whoa!
Man, literally.
Excuse me? Excuse me? Her
like all that
body
good
is yours? Let's hear that
all
again.
that good shit in front of it. It's like that's the way a relationship is supposed to work, and then he comes in with that humdinger.
You want to take care of, that you want to provide for, that is yours. Her body is yours.
Wow.
Yeah, he really
Her
said that with his whole
body is
chest and
yours.
posted
He
it online.
really said that? You misogynist prick. Bro, it's on site. It's on site.
Two bodies become one, right? You and her. He leaves his he leaves his husband and wife. He leaves his father and mother to join you, and the two become one flesh. Husband and wife become one flesh. He's worked his whole life for this. He picked you. He courted you. You accepted. But so this is only for him to see. These pictures would be.
Wow, yeah, because just women have no agency. They have no right to their own bodies.
I haven't even listening to him this whole time.
No, I haven't.
Other people are only people in as much as they are ways for him to argue about it.
Only other men are people. Women are not people.
Be fine.
Even
They don't
men
even.
sometimes
They
are
don't.
not people to this man.
They don't even own their own
Only
bodies.
your husband saw them, but you put them out there on the internet for every single Tom, Dick, and Harry to see. Because
You know what? You're just.
What if her
This is
hypothetical
like-
husband gave her permission? Hypothetical permission.
Well,
Like,
no,
what if
because
he was
then
cool
it's
with
then he's effeminate and he's not a masculine man, because a man would want to hide his wife from the world and not let anyone see them.
Okay, because the possessive patriarchal allegory is still in play. Okay.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
he thinks that anybody who would say give a lady like this permission is, God, this man.
Yep. Again, this is someone who has complimented Islam for the extreme modesty imposed by it on women.
hatred. You want the male approval.
This is what this is his platonic ideal. This is just gross.
You've now given to everyone else.
This is just gross.
He needs to pack up, move out of Texas, and go live out in the Middle East.
That's why it's so.
I will happily.
Yeah,
invest in
actually, Gary,
extremist
there
property.
is a religion that will let you do basically everything you want and celebrate you for it. It's Islam. This is what you want. It's Islam. And literally, you can have as many wives as you want,
and not even,
and they all have
like,
to serve you faithfully. They're
specifically-
essentially like fucking homebound slaves, and you put them in a burqa, and you own them. Like you want this dude go become an
Like, it's a very
Islamic
specific
an
sect of
Islamic
Islam that does
fucking
that.
priest.
Like, it's a very specific sect of Islam that does that, because there is large swaths. Because isn't Islam like the third largest religion in the world?
Something like that.
Yeah, I thought it was Christianity, Islam, and then Hindu.
Yes, I think so. If not Buddhism, Buddhism's pretty big in the East.
Okay, fair. Buddhism is probably bigger per capita. You're right.
Yeah. Anyway, this is just wow, dude.
You know what I'm saying?
No.
If my wife did that, I wouldn't know what to do. If my daughter posted,
I'm gonna take a bet. I've got $5 that if his wife had a secret OnlyFans account, and he found out about it, he would beat the shit out of her.
Yeah.
My money's on Gary being a wife beater.
I feel like a complete failure of a father if my daughter ever did anything like that. And I want to look at Matthew 18:6.
He'd beat the shit out of his kid too.
If he hasn't
anyone
already.
causes one of these little ones, those who believe in me, to stumble, it would be better for them to have a large millstone hung around their neck and to be drowned into the depths. Matthew 18:6. So the two verses that we're looking at. Matthew
And they're not
18:6
even
and
connected.
1
He's looking at
Timothy
these two
2:9.
verses
Is she
completely out of
causing
context.
little ones to stumble? Of course she is. It's her entire intention.
Yeah, no,
to
he's
make little
picking
ones
and choosing
stumble.
context.
She wants to
Hold on.
cause little ones to stumble, right? She wants people to lust after her. That's exactly why she's posting these pictures. And I have less issue with the cake thing. The cake thing, I don't know, man. It's
If you don't have an issue with it, why'd you bring it up? If you don't have an issue with it, why did you bring it up?
she's fully clothed. It's questionable. I don't know her heart. I know what she posted, and I know she posted these dirty pictures.
Well, if you don't know her heart, then how do you know that she's not a devout Christian despite all of this? If you don't know her heart, then what is the point of any of this? Why are you casting judgment if you don't know her heart? That's what matters, right?
To titillate men. And that shows absolutely no fear of God.
Or because she's proud of herself, or because she wants to have pride in the body that the good Lord gave her. Why is this suddenly so bad, man? This is like the shame culture that I'm talking about. It's just, it's horrific, man. How can you live like this?
You're causing little ones to stumble. You're showing no fear of God at all. None. And
You're not afraid. You're not living in fear. You're not living in fear. You have to live in fear.
Here's a good
Fear.
one. This one is also definitely one he uses a whole lot. And he's not even very good at it.
A divine fallacy penalty. Just because you want it to be true doesn't mean it is. Yep. And then what was the other one?
We have
the add-on then.
Yeah, we have a proof by verbosity. Player illegally substituted vocabulary for logic.
I didn't see that one.
Oh, that one. Copy image and link.
Yeah, but still, like,
There it is.
you're not living in enough fear. You don't have enough fear. You have to be more afraid. Be afraid. Be afraid.
And specifically afraid of him as a patriarchal figure with authority in his
Fear me. I am the emissary of God. Fear me. This is just, oh my God, dude. This is just, you are such a fucking creep, bro. You are a fucking creep. You're the biggest creep in Texas. You're the biggest creep in Texas. I'm tweeting.
I'm not sure if that's an upgrade or a
Taking the
downgrade.
fucking picture of his face. The biggest creep in fucking Texas, bro. I'm tweeting that right now. Hey, I dub the biggest creep in Texas.
I love how you just love poking these people with a sharp stick.
This is so great.
I hope you're entertained.
I'm very entertained. Oh, it's FDW cross talk. And then we're going to paste this photo. Send tweet. I dubbed the biggest creep in Texas. Send tweet at Fort Worth Crosstalk. Amazing.
Why? What is the
Here's another good one.
What is the brokenness in you that you want men on the internet to approve of you and to lust after you? What is wrong with you? And then you
Ascribing malicious intent? You're ascribing intent to somebody? You are assuming that they have specific intention by doing their actions? This is insanity. You don't know that any of this is true.
give out all of these conservative messages, how you want to be a wife and you want to take care of your husband.
Yeah, she
You
can
know
do
your
that while
husband
being
would
proud of
like.
herself.
You not making pornography on the internet.
That's not pornography. She's posting pictures of herself in swimsuit. There is nothing pornographic about that.
If that man considers that pornography, I would really love to just like rattle his cage sometimes. I absolutely have the nuclear launch
Holy
code for
shit,
this
dude!
one.
You want to see porn? Oh boy, my guy, you're just sexually repressed and angry about it. You're just sexually repressed and angry about it.
And if your husband does like you making pornography on the internet, he's not a good husband. You pick poorly. I can promise you, if you pick a Christian conservative male, he's not going to like his wife making porno on
Who
the
gives a
internet.
shit what he likes? She is a person. She is a human being with agency. Her body is her property. Leave her the fuck alone. Holy shit! I can't believe I have to say this to a grown man.
I also love how he likes to refer to people as male or female, as if there is only the binary. And like, it's not even man or woman. Like, oftentimes he's not using man or woman as this argument. It's male or female. He is devolving into the sexual dimorphism argument. To
It's
create...
incel shit. It's incel shit.
It is.
It's incel femoid bullshit. That's all this is.
That a lot of them got from all of the ABO fic out there on the internet. I was there. Do not quote the objects of me. I was there when it was written.
Where were you? Where were you? Where gay alpha, beta, omega werewolf fan fiction made it to the Supreme Court of the United States?
Oh God,
Where
I
were
actually
you?
know where that
You know the
So
exact
first of all-
case I'm talking about. Where were you when Omegaverse made it to SCOTUS, bro?
I was at work.
Oh my
No,
goodness.
like I was there on fanfic.net when it started.
That's crazy.
Think of that. You know, she's intentionally causing little ones to stumble. She wants those to lust after her. And I'm not blaming her.
You're showing porn to kids! Ah, think of the children! Shut the fuck up, dude.
They're lost.
This, you know that this isn't what you care about. You're just mad that she's pretty. She's pretty, and she likes to show off her body because she's worked hard at it, and you're mad about it.
She's more
That's your
successful than
problem.
he is, and that's
You,
also
she is
probably
more successful than you. You are mad about that.
On them.
That's it.
Okay?
You're mad that she's not in your cult. That's what you're mad about.
Control their own lust. They need to hold each thought captive. No temptation they get is going to be uncommon. All temptation.
You have to be pure. You have to be mentally pure. You have to purge every single thing that doesn't conform with the cult from your brain. Think how we tell you to.
Yep, that is textbook bite model cult thinking.
Bro, what?
Hmm.
Temptations are common to man.
And he's willing
And
to use
God gives you a
intimidation
way
to get
out.
there.
So there's a way out. You can keep the thought captive, give it to God,
Effective
and
as
go
it
about
isn't.
your day. Look, I
Analyze every single thought that comes into your brain. Blame yourself and seek forgiveness for every single thought that comes into your brain. Every last
And you
one
have
of them
tell
has to be
every single
pure.
thought of your brain. You have to tell every single thought in your brain to the entire group so that they can shame you and speak in tongues over you and exercise you.
Yes. It's amazing. This is great. You have no
There's a-
privacy. You must have no privacy. All of
There's
your
a
bad thoughts
Reddit-
must be captured and made public so that we could shame you. Shame.
Hmm.
Oh my God. This shit is evil. It's evil. It's
Evil
evil.
begins when you start treating people like things.
Yeah, exactly.
I used to struggle with these things too, and I'm sure if you're a man, at the sound of my voice, the temptation has been there. Whether you gave into the temptation or not, maybe you've been better than me. Like I used to struggle with pornography. I used to struggle with strip clubs and etc. And I used to do all those things. In my
Yeah, because you were sexually repressed as a child, as you grew to have an unhealthy relationship with your own sexuality. And you didn't know how to cope with that.
And then instead of actually, getting out of that and learning how to be a person, he instead turned to sex as a transaction, and that has informed every single bit of his
You
thought
have
process
solved.
since.
You panicked because the moment you left the comfortable box of your parents' household, you were confronted with things that you were never taught how to deal with. You panicked, you spiraled, and then you fell back into the comfortable box where you shield yourself from everything. And you protect yourself and you keep yourself pure instead of interacting with the world like a fucking adult. You're a child. You're a fucking child. You have literally regressed into a childlike mentality because you don't want to see the reality of nature, the reality of people, the reality of human sexuality. It's super diverse. It's fucking everywhere.
Some people literally are fucking everywhere.
Yeah. You can engage with it in a healthy manner. It's okay. Human sexuality is normal.
One would even say that it's encouraged.
One would even say that it's encouraged.
Considering, the Christians want their women to have so many kids. And let me tell you,
Yeah.
you don't get kids without fucking.
Dude, the good Lord gave you the body. Fucking use it, man. What kind of a cruel God would give you a body capable of experiencing so many wonderful things and then prohibit it from you? This is the divine prohibition that I just don't understand. Right? God gave it to you, bro. Use it. Make use of it. Live well with it. It's just
my old life. I don't do any of them anymore. But I was there. I struggled with it. I understand sexual, and that's why sexual immorality is called the worst sin.
Yes, because it's personal and it requires you to constantly re-examine your own brain. It's the one tool that the cult can use on you so that you keep yourself in the cult.
He said that sexual immorality is the worst sin. What about murder?
No, that's something that the Bible does say. Paul calls it the worst sin.
Oh, so he's not taking God's word, he's taking Paul's word.
Yeah, well, it's a divinely inspired document, so it's God's word.
No, the Gospels were very specifically written by people and not by God.
Divinely inspired, though. Remember?
Just because they're divinely inspired doesn't mean that that's
no. Divinely inspired biblical inerrancy. It's inerrant. It's inerrant. All of these biblical scholars said it's inerrant. So it's inerrant. It got a perfect score in historicity. Don't you know? The Chicago letter gave it a perfect score. Yeah.
Okay, but also you're reading it in modern English and it was not written in modern English. So if you tell me that there have been no translation errors for the last several hundred years, buddy, have I got hard copies to prove you wrong.
Translation errors do not affect inerrancy.
Okay, so if I was to read it in the original Greek, for instance,
it would be just as valid as any other translation, except for the things that that the groups I don't like have. I have the correct version. This is the correct version.
Never mind the fact that he uses a document that was edited, what was it, in 160 or 200 AD? The Council of Nicaea decided to pick and choose what was in the Bible as the
Nope, they decided by analyzing the writing which ones were divinely inspired and which ones were not divinely inspired. They can deduce these things because they are experts. They are the church fathers. They can do these things. They're experts. They also consulted with people who knew the people who knew Jesus. And you have 500 witnesses to all of that because we have all of this historical evidence that's in the Bible.
Okay, but there's not really any other living documents from that time period that back it up.
Yeah, actually. What's his name? This is I'm breaking character for a moment. There are extra biblical accounts of Christians. The one they cite is hold on. I think it's Philemon. Philemon. No, hold on.
Because there have to be like Roman documents.
Extra.
From that time period.
There are extra biblical mentions of Christians. Yeah, sources for the historicity of Jesus. Here we go. Josephus is the one that they always cite. Tacitus. Those are your key sources. The Testimonium Flavinium. And it contains, there are 2 references to Jesus in books 18 and 20 of Antiquities of the Jews. But that's about it. But yeah, there are non-biblical sources for Jesus. I'm back in character.
I'm glad that you let me know that you're back in character.
You're welcome.
All right, play the video. Let's just see what kind of garbage this man's going to come. This is why I hate this man so much.
Doing right, like does she realize that whoever she marries, if she marries, whoever she marries now, is going to have to share that part of his wife with the entire world because it's
it's the used goods argument. Fuck
yeah, used goods. Other people looked at you, so you're now less of a person. You're less valuable as a human being because other people looked at you. Gross. You're not pure enough for me. Man, shut the fuck up. This shit is
going to have to know
so gross.
that his mom makes porno. And
Who cares?
But she doesn't though.
One of your son's friends finds those pictures, the whole world is gonna know that little Isabella's son's mommy.
Who doesn't exist, by the way. This is a straw man argument.
Maybe
this is an appeal to.
No, these people do exist.
Oh, so she does have a son, and she does.
Many porn stars have this. There is an entire category dedicated to pregnant women. I don't know if you know, that's a thing that people are into.
Oh yeah, no, totally.
Yeah, so by corollary, that means that there are some kids. So he's talking about a hypothetical porn star here.
Oh, so he's not talking about this woman specifically.
I mean, he's making a comparison. He's making a comparison.
He's
making
her as the straw man for all of the porn.
Yeah, he's using an analogy.
I'm asking a sincere question.
He's not using an analogy. He's using a fallacy.
Or sorry.
That's the entire point of it. And for what she's done, Jesus says, the word says, it would be better for her to be dead, to drown.
Kill her! Kill her! Kill her! Kill her!
What she's gonna get, which is cast into hell, unless
Jesus did not say that. Peter did.
And she said she looks hot in the pictures, right? So she's telling you. She says she looks hot.
I mean, you seem to think that she's hot because you're bothered by it.
In all the pictures.
If she was ugly, you wouldn't be doing this.
She wants to cause guys. Maybe
if she didn't look good, he would probably find
women bad, women bad, men good, women bad. She's doing it on purpose to make you stumble. She's bad. She's a bad person.
Dude, I don't know how deep this perversion is, but we can't say this is normal. Selling your body on the internet for clicks, for likes, for followers. This is not normal.
Homie, prostitution and by corollary pornography, oldest profession in history. Oldest profession in history. Second only by soldiers.
No, I think that sex work came first.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Second only, the other way around. Soldiers aren't as old as prostitutes.
Yeah.
As sex workers.
Yeah.
Like, this is an abomination.
It has existed since society started. The lowest in every human society, sex work has existed. This is the oldest profession in history.
And
show
that's
it some
why the
fucking
culture
respect.
war is so important.
Yeah, honestly.
We're gonna get into Calendar Gate. Let's take a look at that now.
Oh, we're getting into
Get it.
calendar gate.
Some of these, Dana Lash, shout out to Dana Lash. There's nothing wrong with that picture, but this was made a big deal of, and I agree. It's not a little thing. It's not a little thing. So this is calendar gate. So these are 12 real women of America, conservative. Okay, so Riley Gaines, obviously.
Already half of these are totally fine.
Sarah Gonzalez, I don't know. I think this is okay. I think Sarah Gonzalez. Dana Lash, she's moderately dressed. It's just a cool picture with 2 guns. She's got 2 rifles.
Okay, but she's wearing the exact same outfit as the other woman was.
Yeah, literally the exact same garment. It's just angled differently. Maybe the shirt fits a little looser, but I mean, you can't really tell at this resolution.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to pull up the picture. It's not worth my time to. This is just dumb. This is a dumb argument.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, none of this is tantalizing. I would say that Josie here and maybe these 2 right now, all of these totally fine, candid photos. This you could say is like staged on purpose.
Those are absolutely staged.
Dana, you're fine. Dana, you're good. Bethany Bartlett.
She's at the gym. She's wearing gym clothes.
This is not good, sweetheart. I understand you working at the gym. If that's what you wear to the gym, we got bigger issues.
What?
Josie.
So now athletic wear
Oh,
that
so now
is.
he's just getting into slut shaming. Like
What is
legitimately,
this?
he thinks that any woman who's hot is fucking other people,
And that's bad.
and that's threatening to his
Redhead
status as a
libertarian
man.
With the cross in the background and a sexy pose. Like you're trying to. This one, you might look at this and say this is okay. This is mocking.
It's clearly it's funny. It's cute. It's like she's being. Coquette. Coquette would be the word.
Yeah.
Coquette is this is what I would call that.
Like I wouldn't even call any of these pinups.
At worst, girlish charm.
Yeah.
It's charming, coquette, just normal. It's staged, yeah, for sure, right? This is definitely planned, right? There is an obvious theme going on here, but to imply that this is morally reprehensible, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Again, the dress isn't that
Oh,
bad.
and then blaming the women and not the photographers.
Yeah.
The people who produced the calendar.
Yeah. Well, I mean, ostensibly, he's blaming everybody involved here.
You've got beer.
No,
so
he's
you're
naming the names of the women on the calendar, and
Yeah,
making
well-
it as if they're responsible for the photographs entirely without any input from anybody else.
I don't think that's the case. I think he's commenting. He's going one by one commenting. I don't think he's blaming it all on her. Definitely, she's the biggest offender here because she's the one doing it, right? But ostensibly, he would say that everybody involved in the process, because he has made this claim that anybody involved in the process of producing pornography, or what he defines as pornography, is equally as guilty.
And you got your little cleavage out. You don't even have.
But she is especially guilty.
This is just a failed attempt at seduction. And I also would say Riley Gaines is a failed attempt at seduction.
It's a pool shot. She's sunbathing.
Right, like
That's a perfectly normal
I would see
activity.
more risque and Sports
Yeah,
Illustrated.
yeah. Honestly,
in the world because it's a little short, but the sexy pose. It's an issue.
Like
guys.
that one
these
down
aren't
there
little
with
things. They're here
the
to try
flag and
to
the
look
bikini
like
top and the
sex
mini skirt. Like
objects.
I would consider
And
that a
Peyton
pinup.
Drew, obviously,
at best.
yeah. That's the only one that's like.
Peyton
Yeah, that's
Drew
even registering here. But all of the other ones are super tasteful and very tame.
And I would even say that one as a pinup is really tasteful. She's styled well.
Like
the length
Yeah,
is really
it's
clean.
artistic. It's very artistic.
Brittany Jean, I don't see the need for that. Catalina Loft, who's made her entire career off being attractive. This is borderline. This is very borderline, Catalina. Like, it's real close.
What? She's standing in front of a car. She's standing in front of a fucking Corvette. She's not doing anything. She's standing in front of a car. She's got the loosest fitting clothing of all of them.
I
What
love
the
that
fuck
he's
is wrong
thinking
with
as an
you?
Authority on something that he doesn't have any authority on.
What the fuck is wrong with you? She's standing in front of a car. You're mad because she's wearing what? Short shorts? Are you serious?
Ashley Sinclair, Peyton Drew, Bethany Bartlett, Riley Gaines. Shame on you. Like, this is what we don't need in the conservative movement. And this is why I said that Andrew Tate can destroy. He can divide. I'm gonna stop sharing that. Dana Lash, shout out to you. I think that's a cool picture. I don't think there's anything wrong with what Dana Lash did. I think Dana Lash is a mommy. She's got like 20-something-year-old sons. I think she's in her mid-40s.
Why do you care?
There's something wrong with that picture. She's wearing a T-shirt with. I don't personally like leggings. I think they're tacky, but like there's nothing immodest about that picture. It's just a cool picture with her two guys. But the other chicks,
No,
and
like
Sarah
he's
Gonzalez,
absolutely
your
equating
picture's
the
fine
women
to
in
me,
these
too.
photos to
I
the only person
you
who is
can't,
culpable.
like, because someone is found
The
to
way
be
he's saying it,
attractive,
that's
say
the
she's
impression that I
causing
get from
you
what
to
he's
stumble.
saying.
Like, she's just attractive. Like, she's not doing anything immodest to try to cause you to stumble. She's just attractive. Like, it is what it is. Like, now that's entirely on you to not give it attention. But she's walking around half naked. It's on you and on her. But I don't see Sarah Gonzalez and Dana Lash doing anything wrong. The other ones, no, I got a major problem with. The redheaded libertarian, who I don't know who that is, I got a major issue with her too. That's actually the worst one to me because she's mocking Christ openly. I don't know this chick. I'm a libertarian too. I know
You are not a libertarian. Don't you dare call yourself a libertarian. You are not a libertarian. You are a fucking theocrat. You are a Christian nationalist. Don't you dare ever call yourself a fucking libertarian. You are not for liberty. You are for the opposite of liberty. You are for tyranny. Your entire religion represents tyranny. Your God is a tyrant. Do not ever call yourself a fucking libertarian.
Mock Christ. Not too many libertarians are born again like I am.
Yeah, not too many.
Not if they have any fucking sense.
But apparently, when this was all said and done,
Oh, he's born again.
Isabella DeLuca.
That's what he is.
he's a Protestant.
Oh.
Politically
He's a
homeless.
Protestant.
No. Born again is very different than a lot of other types of like that.
Yeah,
Christian
evangelical
fundamentalism.
fundamentalists. Yeah.
So Protestants, as that's like a really big umbrella term for a bunch of different types of Christian. So
When I say Protestants, I mean like in theology. Like he's not a Catholic. They disagree. This is their interpretation of theology.
yeah,
of
but
scripture.
the larger portion of Protestants that I know of and know personally don't subscribe to any of the wackadoo nonsense that you get in the subcults that broke out across the United States during the fracturing of the various like religious groups that happened in the late 1600s, early 1700s, and then later on in the Western expansion, Manifest Destiny, the like 1860s, 1870s. Born again evangelicals are a very specific cult group that do not look or worship or practice anything like the Protestants that I know. Born again fundamentalism is a legitimate bite model cult. The man is sipping the Kool-Aid every day.
Jeez.
And this is what I mean by Andrew Tate can divide the Republican Party between the conservative Christian values and those who just want lower taxes. He can divide us.
I'm sorry. I was distracted.
Andrew Tate can divide the Republican Party between the conservative Christian values and those who just want lower taxes.
Didn't he say he was a libertarian, not a Republican?
He can divide.
Yeah, I think I don't know what do you mean by libertarian, bro? You clearly don't understand what libertarianism is if you think you're a libertarian and in the majority of the GOP. That's not the case. The libertarian, I mean, we're a growing faction, but we're definitely not like riding with the majority of the GOP. And there are very few of us in the GOP. If only because the LP just doesn't succeed because they can't get their fucking leadership in check.
And we're seeing that now. Isabella DeLuca does not have any of the values that you and I have. None. Zero. She's from New York, right? She's from Long Island. She probably mocks Christians. She probably never read the Bible. She probably never belonged to a Bible study. She doesn't understand Christ. She doesn't have a relationship with Christ. I can promise you all these things just from her, the pictures that she posted and her defense.
I love how this man is reading her mind from a million miles away and from a completely different level of the stratosphere.
I've turned to Christ. I can't undo it.
Yeah.
She didn't say that. She said, I look hot in all the pictures. I mean, she's proud of it. She's on her way to destruction. She's not like us. And those other girls who did the half-naked pictures, they're not like us either.
And there's the one,
They
the
have
incel
nothing in
bit.
common with
The
it. If you
incel bit
think it's okay,
keeps
it's
coming.
a little thing. It's not. This softcore porn is not a little thing. First of all, you know,
It's not a little thing. You're right. It's nothing. It's nothing.
It's not even softcore porn.
It's not even softcore porn.
I've seen more
These are
risque.
tasteful. These are tasteful, planned, artistic shots in a style that has tradition. There is a tradition in the arts of this.
Mm-hmm.
There is a tradition in popular culture of the kinds of photos that were taken, like the pinup, which is evocative to me of the sort of high.
It's the 1940s post-war.
Yeah. The Rosie the Riveter type shit, like pinups, like old school 40s pinups, right? This is an artistic tradition.
Like, these aren't even boudoir photos, which is what I would consider like softcore.
Dude, soldiers fought in Europe, in Vietnam, in Korea, in the First World War, in every war, with photos far more lascivious than anything you've shown. They have fought with those on their guns. They fought with those in their helmets. They fought with those stuck in dials on planes. Soldiers have carried more lascivious photos and more lascivious letters than anything you've shown so far. This is insane. This is insane. You're a fucking Puritan.
Yeah, legitimately. A 1580s Puritan who came over with the fucking Mayflower and almost fucking died.
The intentions of your heart is to cause lust. That's the problem.
Says the man wearing what I would imagine is a fake gold chain and a t-shirt.
Yeah.
It shows absolutely no fear of God, and we need to win the culture war.
Is that his
What's
cross
most
necklace?
important? We can come.
I
up
don't
with
know.
free
It's
market
a
healthcare
gold
system.
chain of some
We
kind.
can come up with a border policy. We can do whatever comes our way. We can deal with whatever. Like, we're smart people.
Also,
We're
I love how
principled
he is
people, and we're
so
God-fearing people who have Christ in us.
he's
But
so
we need to win the
involved
culture
in
war.
getting
If we
Christ
win the
into the
culture war,
government
everything
as
else
like an
follows too.
ideology that he
But
just
we can
completely misses
battle
the
it
point.
with Christ. If we have Christ, whatever other battle comes up, we can win. We can overcome that.
Never mind the
because
fact
we
that our
have
country is
Christ.
built
Without
on the
Christ,
foundation
we
of the
can't-
separation of church and state.
Yeah, it's so weird that he talks about like atheist countries, and Peter and I obviously discussed this earlier. The atheist countries are doing so poorly, and so they're just like embroiled in all of these problems constantly, and yet he lives in a secular country. He lives in a country where government isn't supposed to be getting involved with the church.
Anything government.
Yeah.
Or anything.
Where
church,
anything
you're right.
religion. Yeah, like despite the fact that this has effectively not happened, right? That politically and culturally we are dominated by a specific religious organization, right? By a specific religious tradition, and this has seeped into our culture, right? Despite this fact, we are still largely pretty pluralist about religion. Okay? Basically, any religion can worship here as long as it doesn't hurt anybody or prevent people from leaving. And even some of those get like a pass for a while. We're pretty standoffish and hands off when it comes to religion, dude, because people get fucking sensitive about it in this country. And you know this damn well because you're fucking Texan.
He's banking on it.
No government has ever tried to stamp your religion out on this continent. Yes, it happened once in South America, kind of.
Sort of.
Sort of. It happens in China, right? But Christian persecution is not Christian persecution. It is just religion in general when it's the communists, right? And that's because they, at the very least, they can see that religion generally isn't good for people. They also see it as a threat to their power structure, right? Because if God exists above the state, then they can't amass control of people, right? They are recognizing that it's a threat. They are recognizing that people will turn to it, and so they supplant it with their own fucking shit. I'm just
Can't overcome any
I
of
feel
these.
my brain rotting.
As you look at this country, as it separated itself from Christ, you've seen the after effects. You've seen the decline.
Dude, you have not been alive long enough to see any of that. The recent, and I mean recent, rise of like atheism as a demographic group has happened within the last 30 years, bro. Okay? We are not, you are not even a minority yet. You're still the majority. And this country has progressed a massive amount. Like,
you know what this is? This is he wants to be persecuted so badly because he sees the tactics that persecuted groups use to convince people to agree with them, and he wants to use those tactics.
As we turn away from Christ, we force people to turn away from Christ. What?
See, and this is the thing that I don't think that these guys understand fundamentally. I want, as someone who, I've got a very loose definition of what God could be. And whenever it comes to people's relationships with their religion, I want people to have a good relationship with their community. I want people to have a good relationship with whatever God they believe in. I want those people to have the kind of relationship that is fulfilling. But also, I think that is incredibly private, and it is really actually kind of gross that people will parade it out in the middle of everybody as if it is this like badge of honor that they have this incredibly private thing that they're bringing out into public, and then saying that everybody else is wrong and bad for not believing the way that they do.
Oh my God. It's just,
See,
that's all it is.
drug addiction,
That's all it is.
The porn addiction, right? Men under 40 now, 1 in 3 of them or something like that have erectile dysfunction in their 30s. That is staggering. Why is it? It's because of porno.
No.
Because
No. Holy shit, dude. What?
It's because we're
No.
finally recognizing what erectile dysfunction actually is, figuring out a treatment for the source of it, and then also dudes under 30 will say, hey, I have ED whenever they want hair pills because their hair is falling out.
Stupid.
They're addicted to porn and they can't get excited for their wife because they destroyed what sex is supposed to be. They've destroyed it with their perversion. The only value, guys, the left has is sexual perversion. The only thing the left values is sexual.
What? Listen, dude, I'm not a leftist. I'm a libertarian. I exist on the right side of the economic spectrum, right? Even I can recognize that this is not true. That liberals do have political values. And I tell liberals this shit all of the fucking time because they say the same shit about you. They say that you don't have any values except control. No, you all have values. You just disagree on which ones matter more. Okay? And sexual perversion is not one of them, homie. They care about freedom. They care about respect. They care about taking care of community. They are more communal than you are. Okay? They are community driven. They are what's the word? They're not individualistic. They're collective.
Yeah, collectivist.
They're collectivists, right? They believe in a lot of the same things that you do, bro. Stop doing this like us versus them thing. It's
not cute.
It's not, and it's so fucking harmful that it makes it impossible for you to talk to them. And you should be wanting to talk to them and understanding them.
Again, he wants to be persecuted so bad that he creates this narrative of, oh,
This
his
evil
values are under
boogeyman.
attack.
Yeah.
And he does that, and it completely shuts down the ability of anybody to take him seriously because he refuses to take anybody seriously.
We're almost done.
There's nothing else. Guys having sex with guys, orgies, group sex.
Why do you care?
Around naked, right?
Who cares?
pride parades to children. This is what the left.
Okay, well.
Okay, so the exposing yourself at pride parades to children isn't really a thing.
Okay. It is a
have
thing.
dress
It's not nearly as common as they would like they would like it to be. But there is a lot of like kink forward stuff at pride
There
parades
is a lot
nowadays.
of kink forward stuff at pride parades. However, that is not exposing yourself to children. There is a dress code.
I don't know that it's.
You gotta keep
This
your
is
junk
a
wrapped.
political conversation that I want to avoid. The point is, why do you care what other adults do with their bodies and their dress? Why do you care? Why does it matter to you? Just do your own thing, bro. Stay in your lane.
And it's the only value they have. You can't tell me one other thing that the left universally values. It's only sexual perversion, and the reason.
No, just flat out no. And I can see this from the right.
Support abortion is because typically, almost always, abortion is caused by sexual immorality and sexual perversion, which is what they love. Every other principle.
Not rape. Not sexual assault. Not parental abuse. Incestual abuse.
Nope. It's always ever the woman's fault, and
It's always the woman's fault. Yep.
Is on the chopping block, except for sexual perversion. They love that. This is what we're fighting. And you can't meet them halfway. You can't say, well, we're just going to do the softcore porn. It's like, no, that's just as bad. It's just as bad because the intention of the heart is to cause someone else to lust. Right?
And see, there it is. He wants
You're just ascribing malice. Ascribing malice to everything.
And he wants to drag the center so far right that it's not anywhere near the left anymore.
I mean,
he's moved the line. He is literally saying that there cannot be a compromise because there is no compromise that is ever going to be acceptable to him.
Yeah, the black and white thinking, man.
To his ideology.
The black and white thinking. It's horrific.
Or as soft as it is, the intention is the same. The intention is to cause someone to lust. Some other guy.
Why is that bad? Why is that bad? Why is it bad to feel a normal human emotion?
Do you imagine your wife being in half naked, pinned up in some other guy's garage? And the other way around.
What? Why do you care? Why should I care?
Someone else's garage.
Why should I care?
And the other thing also,
it's her body. She can do what she wants with it. She's a human being. She has agency. What the fuck?
It's like, this is not something that my lady is ever going to want to do. But if my lady wanted to take a bunch of risque pictures and put them on the internet for whatever reason, why is it my business if she does that or not?
Exactly. Why is it your business? Why is it anybody's business except the person involved?
Exactly. It's like the person who is being photographed still has agency, and to strip that agency away is A, either worker exploitation, or B, infantilizing.
Yeah, dude, this whole
You
thing
can't have
is
it both
just
ways.
Around. Like, if you're a wife, how would you feel about your husband having someone else's wife pinned up in their garage?
Why do you care? Why does it matter? If that's how they want to run their relationship, that's how they want to run their relationship. Who gives a shit? Why do you have to be involved at every step of this? What does your book have to be involved?
So long as he's eating in your kitchen, it doesn't matter where he gets his appetite.
I couldn't have said it better myself.
It's not okay. This is not normal. This is sexual perversion, and
It's perfectly normal. Greeks were doing it before your Christian buddies rolled around. The Romans were doing it during. The Mesopotamians were doing it. The Muslims still do it. Christians still do it. Mormons still do it. Polygamy has been normal since human society fucking started. You guys started the process of making it taboo.
Of pushing the idea that monogamy is the only way to go.
Yeah, this is a thing you invented.
And see, the thing is that whenever you have either a polygamy situation, which is very unequal in power, or a polyamory situation where everybody involved is on the same page and everybody involved is consenting to that relationship dynamic, the problem is still, why does your moral judgment matter to anybody who is not you?
Exactly. Like Christianity, and this specific kind of Christianity, is fundamentally anti-consent. Like, you don't care. You don't care about consent. You don't care about whether two adults are agreeing to do something. You have to mandate what you want, and you are prohibiting what you don't want. You don't care about consent. You don't. You want your wife to submit to you at any time because the Bible fucking says so. This is fucking weird, dude. Not everybody wants to be in your weird BDSM cult, Gary.
24/7 submission is a kink that needs to be negotiated ahead of time and
Yeah,
revisited
100%.
multiple times a year.
And you
so
don't
that
get to
make
tell
sure
other
that
people to
everybody's on the
fucking
same
do it.
page.
You don't get to decide when other people do it and when they don't.
On Twitter, on X, whatever we're calling it today. Follow me on Fort Worth Growth.
No, fuck your socials.
All
Fuck your
right.
socials. All right, I'm done. My brain is rotted. My brain is rotted.
Absolutely.
Parting thoughts?
The more I listen to these guys speak, the more we have these interactions around the conversations that these guys have, the more I am really glad that they only have maybe a dozen views per video. Like, the most views I've seen on any of their videos is like 120.
They're big
The
on social media.
algorithm-
They've got thousands of followers on social media.
But nobody on social media
nobody's
is actually
watching their
talking to these
shit.
people on
Yeah.
So I want to see if it's like a follow for follow situation where they follow a whole bunch of people to get them to follow them back.
Maybe.
Like,
I wouldn't doubt
if
it.
their follower count is higher than their
Gary has been known to occasionally unfollow Rob for portions of time, and Rob will publicly ask him to refollow him. It's pretty sad.
schoolyard pissing contests and drama.
Yeah, it's the bully and his goons, bro. That's what it is.
Yeah.
That's the act.
And Rob's not even a really good bully.
No, Gary, I think, is the bully here, and Rob is just the goon who's
Okay, fair. And Gary's not even a good bully then either. I have met scarier
Gary's just dumb.
12-year-olds on the fucking playground.
honestly.
Like, legitimately, I have been called worse names by people a lot shorter and a lot younger than he is.
Yeah.
There is no creature more vicious than a teenage girl.
Yeah, Gary, you're a fucking weirdo. You have weird, strange, archaic thoughts about fucking sex. You have a very unhealthy relationship with your sexuality. You do not give a shit about consent. Your religion is fundamentally anti-consent. You are just a terrible person. I'm willing to say that. You are a terrible person. You have bad views, and you should feel bad.
And you know what? He's got to be really lonely too, because it doesn't seem like he's willing or wants to interact.
I mean,
with
he's got a
anybody
wife
outside of
somehow,
his-
so
Honestly, if that lady wants to get out of that relationship, I know people.
yeah.
I will happily stage a rescue if we need to.
Gary's wife. We need confirmation of life for Gary's wife.
Like, does he say he has a wife and wears the ring on camera, or has she ever actually appeared in anything?
Yeah, I've never seen anything of her. I mean, she's a private person. She shouldn't have to.
She is allowed to.
She's allowed to
stay
remain
off
private, I guess. But I want confirmation of life. Anyway, confirmation that there is no abuse. That you're not beating your wife. I feel like you beat your wife.
I wouldn't. I don't
That's
like
my
that
I feel.
allegation.
No, that's my I feel statement for the night. I feel like Gary beats his wife.
And
It's my personal opinion. I'm not alleging anything. I don't have any evidence. I feel I'm just putting money on it.
And I would want to get facts before I make any allegations.
Yeah, I'm not making allegations. I'm not making any accusations. I'm just I want it to be known that I am of the personal opinion that he probably beats his wife.
Except you
He's a
and I don't
misogynistic
consider
prick.
feelings facts. So
Yeah, well, that's why I'm not making a truth claim. I'm making an opinion. I'm stating an opinion. Anyway,
all right.
This has been a wonderful experience, as per usual. 5-6 hours. I don't care. I don't care. I had fun. It's a great time. I don't care. This exists now. It is written in the record of all things that these people have been challenged for their views, and now we know what they really believe.
Good night, y'all.
Good night.
Follow
and
him.
stream.